Survivor Man Challenge. I believe we were doing the Plains and Prairies Drops farm. Yeah, we don't need to worry about any of that. Okay. I couldn't remember what we even had for our mods. It's one of those things, I messed with the reduced AI cost, and it doesn't mean anything because the AI really doesn't cost much to begin with. It's not like Farm Sim 22. Farm Sim 22, the AI felt like is pretty expensive, which I felt was fine because as long as you weren't playing on hard difficulty or using really small stuff on hard difficulty, it was perfectly fine. You could make decent money doing it. But on the hardest difficulty, the really small equipment, you could literally lose money by depending too much on your workers. But I think what we're gonna try and do here is I don't think we're gonna go full cheese of just slapping down a bunch of windmills or anything. I don't think we're that level of cheese. If we get towards the end of the month and I still got stuff to do, then it's gonna be a Gouda day to make all the cheddar. Because I'll be about out of time. But I don't anticipate needing to go that hard. Because like I said, this top one is just basically buying an endgame tractor. We should be getting pretty close to there. Did you have fun with the family visiting? Yes, I had a lot of fun. We did way more than normally you'd do on a vacation like that. It's, I think, the busiest I've been so far as running around and doing stuff in a while. So I've had a great time. It was very nice to spend time with all of them. I'm also ready for normalcy for a while. But yeah, so we'll get all that. Let's see. Okay. So we can pop in here. So what the heck were we even doing in this game? What was going on? How do I stream? Alright, so we got a forklift. Why does this feel... Oh! That was a very different color. Okay, so... It's saying the pH is bad. It's saying it's good over here. And it clearly just got limed. Let's remind ourselves. So I own this field, and I own that field and that field. So I own 3 fields now. If we check them, all of them are in the recently harvested. Okay. Right, and that's why I have, no money right now, is because we did just buy the fields. So let's go ahead and go here, because I don't think I have another thing for me to be working at the same time. Alright, because we'll get this all going as fast as we can. We're putting down the barley, because I believe that's what we were doing. Because we were making grain to make bread. And let's check out a couple of things. So first of all, as far as our money goes, I'm basically about just short of tapped out to what I can buy. We have nothing here I care about. Yeah, so we basically will need to do this harvest. That should give me a pretty solid amount of money. We are making bread, so we do actually have a production line online as, already. Okay. But for those who missed, we are doing precision farming. We are doing dare drops. So the 4 dare drops I have left is I have one, which is to use the versatile tractor for 3 jobs. Or use a versatile tractor. Versatile is a brand. From my understanding, from what people explained to me, basically at one point in time, Ford had some agreement or owned Versatile, and then later split up from Versatile. That is what I'm under the impression of. So for that, I just have to buy any of the tractors that are under the Versatile labor. And then do 3 things with them. Which should be very easy. They're giant tractors, and they'll be able to do giant things. The next one is using only the Ford vehicles, which I am understood to include the Versatile and the Ford equipment. That we just have to spell the word Ford without duplicating any of the equipment. That's basically, those first 2 are basically money. That's the only thing holding me back is money. They sell 1 pallet of cake. That's ultimately getting the ingredients together for cake. Now, that could be done by actually taking the time to set up the chicken, to set up the, the cows, to get some way of sugar. That probably is not going to be done in that manner. I've only got 2 weeks left to do this, and we're not streaming Farm Sim exclusively or full-time or whatever. We're actually probably going to be playing mostly RimWorld. As such, what I'll realistically do is at some point, I'm just going to take whatever we're not already producing ourselves, and I'm just going to buy a couple pallets of it, deliver it to the bakery, and have the bakery make cake. Because it doesn't matter how I make the pallet of cake. The objective is to sell a pallet of cake. Technically, I guess I could just buy the pallet of cake and then sell back the pallet of cake. But I feel like I at least want to make it as a minimum bar. And then the last one, which is the kind of the one question mark, is the playground. Just because I know the playground is laborious as far as time goes. Because you deliver stuff, it takes a little while to process, and then you get the next stuff, and I'll have to buy that, and, it'll process and repeat. So it is going to be an expense, because I don't foresee myself buying, the rope factory to produce rope, because it was, 300,000 plus, and then I would need sheep and or cotton to feed into it to get the rope to then drop it off, and with all that, I'm like, alright, hang on. We did get rid of our sawmill that we had used to do the earlier stages. Just there wasn't really a lot of room I didn't really need. I didn't want to spend the whole game just chopping down trees. Hey, Lardine, how's it going? Let's see, where are you on the financial ladder for your challenge? Where are you on the financial ladder? So we are still heavily indebted. A pallet of rope costs 21k? Uh-huh. I think I estimated I was going to need something like $130,000 or $150,000 to buy the rope to finish my current stage with the playground, and that I would lose, I think it was $20,000 from purchasing and selling it back. The D&D session ended with all of us in real life stun-locked and cry-laughing for 15 minutes. That sounds like a really solid D&D session. Yeah, no, surprisingly, rope is very expensive. It does make me curious if rope is actually one of the highest value goods right now. Because I do know it is pretty high up there. The question mark is, I haven't looked at how much of a resource I gotta put in versus what I get out. I assume a lot, because if not, that would be worth considering just beelining to just getting a bunch of sheep or something. And then going into the rope business. But this run's been going really good. We do own a granary, we do own a bakery, which are big money. I can't remember, I believe we're making over 100,000 every single harvest now, and it's just going up. This year I should have significantly more than the last year, because I do believe we acquired 2 additional fields this past in-game year. You want a pet ram? I hear sheep and ram and goats and all that, they, on one end, they can be relatively good pets. On the other hand, I understand they have lots of health stuff you have to worry about with them. That they kind of be a certain amount of high maintenance on some things. The spreadsheet says you lose money on rope versus wool or cotton. If that's the case, that means it's got to have a pretty high consumption of wool or cotton per pallet of rope, which does happen. Out of curiosity, what does the spreadsheet say is the best production line? Because I did all the calculations on the crop without consideration of production lines way back, and I know they rebalanced canola since I did that list. I believe all the others are still accurate on my document. So far as the raw crops. Let's see, your plan is moving and having 2 to 5 sheep in a huge garden. Yeah, and I've heard they make great pets. You just have to be prepared that apparently sheep do have lots of things that can go wrong health-wise, is the way we'll phrase it. There's lots of sheep illness out there. And hey, aliens, how's it going? That's my understanding as someone who is not in agriculture in any meaningful capacity. And for those who don't know, the Int's an absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Been playing some Rune Factory, Gardens of, was it Azuma? Which is an interesting looking game that I've seen a few people play. That basically, my understanding of the premise from what I've seen, because I have actually watched a little bit of that, is that it's sort of like a 3D anime-ish Stardew Valley kind of game, but a lot more focus on like exploration and fighting, and less focus on, you know, doing crops and stuff. Let's see, there are healthier breeds if you don't need the wool or meat. Gotcha. So there is pet breeds. Makes sense. You do have a lot of animals that, depending on your use case for the animal, that have very, very different breeds. You get Shetland sheep. They're small and docile. Gotcha. Yeah, no, the things I wasn't hearing wasn't anything about them being like problems from the docile side. It was more like, you know, cancers. There was like very common problems they get with their hooves and a bunch of other stuff that can be pretty bad for them. You think that sheep goes to most ruminants? You should get more than one so they have buddy. Yes, there are a lot of animals out there who genuinely require groups to be happy and healthy. It's good. I've been mostly away for the last week. We did a stream last night, and we did a we're doing a stream tonight, and then tomorrow we're back to our normal schedule. I've had family visiting for the last week, so I've been spending a lot of time just running all over the state with my niece and nephew. It's been a lot of fun, so I've been very much enjoying that. But you know, getting to that point where we're going back to reality, doing our responsible things. Is it a farm agricultural vet? That's cool. Yeah, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, very tiring. My calves hate their very existence. May or may not be mildly sunburned, though I did try really hard to stay on top of the sunscreen for while we were out. The Florida sun is relentless. And of course, it was it today or yesterday or the day before that was like the summer solstice or whatever? It was very recently we had the summer solstice. So, got absolutely baked by the sun. But it was good. We went to a water park, which was amazing. Like, very genuinely, the water park couldn't have been better. It was mostly overcast and didn't really rain that day at all, which for Florida summer is unheard of a lot of times. So we genuinely got to hang out for pretty much the entire day. The zoo we got rained out towards the end, but we got through like all the big stuff, and we had about 2 hours till the zoo was gonna close anyways. So it was kind of like, you know what? We got through a whole week and did a whole lot of touristy outdoor stuff, and we only got one day we got rained out on, and we still got like 90% of the day through before like the rain kind of shut everything down. That's pretty good for Florida. Watching kids experience something new is the best. Yeah, no, I had a really good time. Both the kids are young. I'm not going to say their specific ages. I probably did already say one of them. But they're young. They're sub 10. But it was really good to hang out with them. The sheep herds here are usually some goats too, and the sheep are a little simple, but the goats are clever, so they help with moving the flock. The sheep will follow goats. Interesting. Yeah, we're the 21st, so yeah, solstice. Yeah, exactly. So it's just bacon crispy in the sun the whole day. Yeah, no, we went to the beach, we did a water park, we did a zoo. We hung out at some pools and all that. Because they're from the Northwest, and it's not that they don't have pools, they do. But like the outdoor water activities are far more limited in season up there. Because, you know, climate. So it was nice to get to do a whole lot of that. So you have a heat wave going on, and it's terrible, and you hate it. The weird one I was hearing about, I didn't get the chance to check the details. Supposedly here in the U.S. we're having, I didn't even catch what the storm system or what kind of system it is. But apparently from like the middle of the country to the east, so like Texas, Arizona, or whatever, they're having this wave that's going to be coming through, making everything like extra humid, even in the desert areas. And I missed the details on it, so I probably have a lot of that wrong. And just being in an area that very commonly hits 70% humidity is like just normal weather. The idea of tacking an extra 20-30% humidity on it sounds utterly awful. At the same time, being in a place, which is not here, but like being in some place like Arizona where, you know, you might hit 108 or 114 degrees Fahrenheit, but normally it's dry, and suddenly getting yourself like 30% humidity at 114 or something like that, that might just be worse. Honestly, don't have the answer for that. That might just actually be worse. Either way, it's kind of the whole, it doesn't really matter who's more on fire if you're both actively on fire. It's gonna be miserable all around. It's gonna be like the inside of a mouth in your area the upcoming week. Yeah, I missed what the 110 real field temp nonsense. Yeah, no, that's we quite often here in Florida be like, it's 92 degrees. Feels like 98 degrees. I'm like, cool, man. Really, really, right there gets you. Where you walk outside and you immediately feel like mildly damp from sweat. Cause you're just, there's this feeling when you open a door in Florida and you step out and you're just kind of like, you almost feel like the heat is a physical force. Like you are physically pushing your way into this object that is heat. And it's like, yep, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. There's a thunderstorm in front going from the Gulf to Canada. Yeah, no, it's that was having a discussion that like it was 3-4 years ago that was it Quebec got hit by a hurricane, like as a category 1, I think. And people are like, that never happens. Like, actually, you're wrong. It does happen about once every 10 or so-ish years. They're never usually big hurricanes because that's a way the heck up there. But you get a fast-moving hurricane, they can get pretty far north before they start breaking apart. Yeah, no, I've lived in Florida entirely longer than any reasonable person should live here. And used to it doesn't exist. That is a lie. Was PST4 saying, you grew up in this area, so you mean you should be used to it, but ugh. So I said, it said it feels like 94 at the start of my job this morning, and they put us outside. Yep. I did kind of like lawn work as one of my first jobs. That was definitely above board and definitely was not being paid under the table. Hey, look. Teenager me didn't know any better. And I don't mean adult teenager me. I was just happy I was getting paid. But yeah, no, there was days I went out there and like literally was getting sick levels of heat stroke. The whole thing is there are places that aren't designed for airflow. Yeah. Ooh, I missed something. Let's see, there is a Vietnamese content creator living in Germany, and she even hates the summer heat here, and nobody has AC in their house. It's traditionally built to keep the warmth in. Yeah, no, that's, here in Florida, our houses are built with really terrible airflow, They are built with air conditioning in mind, which is the reason why they have terrible airflow, is they want to keep that cold air in. But the downside is, if your AC is not working, it means you have no airflow. And then the thing that's supposed to keep the cold air in starts becoming the thing that keeps the hot air in, where it can actually get hotter inside your home after enough time compared to outside, which is horrible and genuinely can kill you. Which is why I believe, if I remember, Cookie would probably know, I believe for a residential dwelling to be considered fit for occupation in the state of Florida, it is required to have AC. For residential, I believe. I think commercial is more it depends. Like, you know, commercial is going to be human occupancy for extended periods of times and yada, yada, yada. I don't know the details on that. Yeah, so don't forget to hydrate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely, like, keep up with your... Like, here's a hint. If you ever feel thirsty, you are already partially dehydrated. So, I mean, unless you have some other health thing going on. But yeah, so if you ever feel thirsty, you are already dehydrated. Drink something. If you're sweating, even if you don't feel thirsty, drink something. If you're out in the sun and everything else seems fine, probably drink something. If you breathe air, probably drink something. The chances of hurting yourself by drinking too much water is very low. It is technically a thing, but that usually requires you to be doing, like, I'm trying to win a contest, let me just slam back these 2 gallons of water real quick kind of stuff. Not something you're going to reasonably do fighting heat. You wish the whole exhaust fans were more common? As the sun sets and it cools off, just let that sucker rip. Yeah, you have no idea, but honestly, every house should have an AC because everywhere is just getting hotter. You're not wrong. Like, if you're not talking, like, you know, Boreal or Arctic Circle kind of areas, you probably want to have an AC, even if it's like a small window jobby that you can just pop up when you need in a pinch. You're gonna want something. Got to make sure it's got enough BTUs to support your home. For those who don't know, that's how ACs are rated. That's basically how much heat it can dissipate. I don't remember what the actual unit's relevant to. But like they'll be like, if your house is X size of square footage, you should have this number of BTUs and blah 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 blah. Also, heaters should have heaters because the weather's getting wacky in normally hot places. Yep. Let's see, totally understandable. Sadly, you rent and you have to make do with such a crappy mobile AC unit. You're one of those people who doesn't have a super high thirst drive, so you have to set a reminder to keep drinking fluids. You're like, wait, why do I feel like crap? Oh man, in high school, I had someone who genuinely put themselves in the hospital from dehydration. Like, they were not just a little dehydrated. They're like, no, if you hadn't come here soon, like, you could genuinely be dealing with potentially stuff like stroke and all that. Like, you are extremely dehydrated. It's like, oh, I just felt a little thirsty. It's like, yeah, no, when you're on the heat, you sweat buckets. That water's got to come from somewhere. And if you're not putting more in the tank, you know, your body's only so big. Yeah, no, I am. For the record, I low-key really like the German windows. I mean, they're not only German. Germany's a place where I saw them. I know there are more places. So, like, the windows where it's got the multiple hinges, so you can, like, open the window kind of up, you can open the window out to the side, like that whole thing. You can kind of tip it forward. Those windows are awesome. They're usually, like, double or triple pane glass. Way better than the windows we typically get here. Here in the US, you typically get single pane. So it's like literally just a frame, one really paper thin sheet of glass that could go up or down. Maybe not, you got like a screen in front of it to not let the bugs in. If you live in the tropics, by all means, if you don't have that screen, you need to yell at someone and get a screen installed. Um, because seriously, up north, depending on where you're at, you can get away with it. Like places like Michigan, you'll get some bugs in the middle of the summer, but during the winter, that's just bugs get eradicated in mass. The only bugs that survive are the ones that manage to sneak into your home and that kind of stuff. If growing up you almost had like a, let's set a reminder now to make sure you're constantly sipping, yeah. I was, depending on what I was doing, I was either really good about keeping up with water, or like when I was doing soccer practice and all that, you had your water bottle, and I was good about pretty much sipping out them constantly. But if I was just like out like putzing around on a bicycle or whatever, I wouldn't think to drink the water as much. I was busy just goofing off with my friends or whatever. And then you get and you're like, man, I'm really thirsty. And you'd be like, yeah, you're also really red, so you are getting properly dehydrated. Michigan woodlands equals deer fly. I wonder if deer fly are the same thing as horse flies. Like, cause they're big flies and they bite like hell. Like it is a proper bad time bite. I'd rather be stung by a bee than bitten by a horsefly. And I've done both, so I can say that with some level of authority. They're not the same, but the same family. Yeah, no, it sounded like they were similar, which is the reason I was like, I wonder how close they are. Yeah, either way, they suck. The other ones that suck real bad are no-see-ums. I don't remember what their actual name is, but we call them no-see-ums. And they're called no-see-ums because you don't see them. And then you look down and go, why does literally every part of my leg itch? And you'll look at your leg and you have all these little pink dots all over your leg where these little teeny tiny black bugs just went up and chewed up your legs. You're allergic to wasps? Yeah, that's no fun. So you have horsefly and deer flies there? You have to kill them on sight because you hate them. I see them once in a while. Most of the time when I'm out and about, I'm around water. And it's not that they don't do with that, but like if you're splashing around in water, your odds of getting bitten by a horsefly is way lower because, you know, you're covered in water. But I do remember when I was playing stuff like soccer and all that, I got chewed up a lot of times by all sorts of bugs because you'd be up there and the mosquitoes just having a ball. You have separate screens in front of all your windows, have everything bitey love your blood, and it makes you mad that they tend to have little allergic. But it's hugely for a week. Yeah, there's a couple of bugs that when they bite too, she'll like swell up on her arm. Not like, you know, she'll have like hives or anything, but she'll react. Yeah, blackfly got me on the back of the ear. Meets my head right today. Oh, like right in the seam? Yeah, I can see that. I'm trying to think of where the worst place I've been bit. No-see-ums are midges, you believe? That could be. The name doesn't ring a bell to me, but very well could be, because it's probably one of those ones that they probably have like a dozen names, because they're pretty nefarious for being utterly obnoxious. They like to live in moist sand and rocky dirts. They're extra bad for about 2 years after Irma because of flooded saturation on the ground. Yeah, no, we haven't had the mosquitoes real bad in a while. But I do know the year that we had Hurricane Charlie and the other storms all came in, there was so much sitting water everywhere. That was not a fun year for mosquitoes. You walked outside, and it was clear that the mosquitoes were the ones in charge, and you were at their beck and call. You walked outside, you could almost feel the mosquitoes, like, moving in your direction. You hustled between places. Let's see, the blackfly was a little blackfly in North Ontario. Yeah, Ontario, yo. Sitting water equals badness. Oh yeah, in so many ways. That's every once in a while we'll get a scare here in Florida where the flesh-eating bacteria and the brain-eating bacteria, or was it amoebas? It doesn't matter. A microscopic organism that eats human flesh. You know, that just lives in kinda still fresh water. And so the people actually don't want to deal with it. Usually Usually it'll be just a couple of people when they're having a an issue with it. They'll have a couple of people die. But it is one of those ones that the way you deal with that is, I remember when I went to summer camp, you would swim in the water and all that part was fine. And then get all the kids as we got out of the water, and they had this baby bottle. And it's full of this pink goop that was like like antibacterial or whatever that kind of stuff is. And you'd turn your head and it'd be like squirt in one ear, you'd turn your head the other way, squirt in the other. And it was not a good feeling. Now, granted, later learning on that the reason they were doing it was to protect us from flesh-eating bacteria. I'll take the squirt in the ear, thank you. But it was definitely one of those ones as a kid. It's like, why are you spraying what seems like Pepto-Bismol in my ear? This is gross. But you know, some of your friends who I go camping like used this fancy organic, non-toxic bug spray. You're like, give me the chemicals. Yeah, you manage to get a tick just by sitting on your terrace. Seems like you're tasty. Let's see, you need to get yourself an electric racket for flies. Yeah, we have, I know my parents the longest time had a bug zapper, so you just sit out there and you hear zap, zap. You put that out, plug it in during mosquito season, you just watch it like crackle and pop as the bugs popped in there, and then like you get a beetle or something in there and it just sound like there's a war going on thing, it just keeps getting zapped. Like it killed it instantly, but you know, it's this big old bug, so it keeps shorting it. Reminds you of the screwworm epidemic you had in the Keys. That sounds terrible. I'm fortunate enough that I've never had to deal with like screwworm or ringworm or anything like that. I've dealt with lots of bugs. It's not one of them, and I'd like to keep it that way. Because I understand it is pretty obnoxious. Oh, is that like one of the really dangerous ones? If you look up Blackfly song NFB, you'll likely eventually stumble upon a film from the Film Board Canada song, the Blackfly song. It is a thing. The entire Keys were under quarantine at the 18-mile stretch. Interesting. I was blissfully unaware of any of that. Yeah, no, it's one of those things, yeah, like you hear about, like, DEET is terrible. Like, there's a reason why there's so many legal restrictions on DEET. DEET is one of those things, you get DEET into the environment, it's like, hey, what's the entire from here up the entire food chain? All of those are about to die. But yeah, no, there's definitely... Like, these days you can get bug sprays that aren't too bad and stuff that work extremely well. I definitely remember back during like the years when I was doing summer camp as like a tween, they would give you like the non bad for the environment bug sprays, and those days they were utterly worthless. It's like espresso, it works great for what it does, yeah, and it's awful for everything else. It was either attacking the deer population and they got in through the wounds. It'd be extra careful with your cat at the time. To keep her inside as much as possible. It's just horrific for everything else, yeah. Alright, Basset, thank you for the lurk and all that, and you have a good one. It's good to have you pop in. You remember you got some Muscle of 90% DEET lipstick? They buzzed for a week. Remember correctly, DEET caused a massive decline in osprey populations in Michigan? Or was that mercury? You know, it was one of them messing with heavily. DEET had a lot of really bad environmental impacts. Like there's a reason why that specific one gets called out. It was widely used, and it was one of those things that, like I said, you'd spray the bugs, they'd get DEET, then the birds would eat the bugs, and then they would get sick from DEET and die. If you know something like a wolf or a dog or something ate it, they'd die from the DEET, or a cat or something like that, they could die from the DEET. Like, it was one of those things that it was like, oh yeah, no, you're right, DDT, you are correct, DDT is the one I'm thinking of. That is correct. I understand DEET is pretty awful. It was DDT was the one that was like, way bad. Way bad. Like, don't get me wrong, it killed bugs. It really really kill bugs. But it just got basically everything killed. Yeah, no, I'm thinking DDT. You're correct. I was mixing up the two. I don't have to deal with bug spray that much around here because I don't go out that much at the hours that the bugs are active. And then on top of it, there's not a whole lot to do right where I'm at worth going out to do. Most of the stuff that's worth going out to do, I'm going to water. And I'm going to be in that water. And I don't have to worry about it as much until I get out of the water. Jiggle spectacles and biologist. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we use for a while, and then we go, oh wait, that's heckin' bad. Like, that was like the whole thing about asbestos, is it's extremely dangerous, but it usually takes 15-20 years for its effects to come back and get you. So, you'd already be exposed and on the bad time train, but you wouldn't know it. There was a lot of machine coolants back in the day, like the oil-based machine coolants for like running CNC machines and all that. A number of those came out as being extremely carcinogenic. Like not just a little, like it led to a measurable increase in I believe it was oral cancer, so you know, mouth, tongue, tonsils, throat. And it was like, you know, everyone's like, this is the safe stuff. This is the good stuff. No more of that other coolant that was real bad for us. We got the good stuff now. Oh wait, no wait, we're wrong. The good stuff's even worse. Hang on, time out. Let's stop using that real fast. Yeah, and lead paint, that's another one. That one has more of a buildup, but it's the same thing. It's just a lot of these things you get exposed to, we don't realize how bad they are until you get exposed to a sufficient quantity. Or, you know, the effects are so delayed that you just don't notice. Because a lot of them, it is a build-up effect. It's one of the reasons why people are like, oh, it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. I'm like, that's honestly not true more often than it is. Getting exposed to a little lead doesn't make you stronger. You don't build up a lead resistance. It's a cumulative thing. You don't build up a radiation resistance. Yeah, like those poor radium girls. Yeah, the ones who are doing all the like they're painting the, I can't remember what they're painting, but it was a radioactive paint. Like, was it children's toys or something? Watch tiles, that's right, watch tiles. I know they pulled a lot of the glow-in-the-dark toys that we used to have in when we were little kids and all that, because they found a lot of that stuff was real bad for you. Not the, yeah, it's, you know, maybe it's a problem. It's like, oh no, this stuff's terrible. Don't let little Johnny put that in their mouth. That crap is awful for you. None, you might have to see the doctor. You might need to consult the morticianer. That's just the trick. I'm not even gonna be able to pronounce that. Let's see, trichloroethylene? Is that how we say it? And they lick the brushes to get the pointy tips. Yep. You had a grandfather long since dead from lung cancer from smoking, who repainted the statue of grandmother house with boat paint. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. And we do a lot of tests to try and screen for that. It's just kind of one of those things that, you know, you come up with this new product you genuinely think is good. Like, there's no reason for you to be like, oh, hey, we shouldn't use this. You're like, cool, we've been using this, we've done tests, we, exposed a bunch of mice to it and all that. Like, other than, like, drowning the mice in it, everything seems to be on the up and up, that it's no more dangerous than, whatever our alternatives are. It seems like everything's fine. And then 10 years later, a bunch of people start getting really super sick because it just took that long for it to build up, and you're like, oh crap, this thing we thought was safe is super not safe. And it's just really, really thing. TC is a little Just a little Parkinson's, nerve damage. Go with your weed killer. Oh yeah. Well, that's we're finding more and more things that we're exposed to that we're like, oh yeah, there's this raise in this condition that we've been seeing going around, and now we believe it's associated with this specific thing that we're starting to see a lot of that. TCE, PCE, and PRC, sensing that is part of your job. Or is your job. Gotcha. I do not remember. Hey, Mark, it's good to see you. So that's probably our line. Nope, that was the fertilizer. So unfortunately, it does look like you need to buy some fertilizer. So you can go up here. The biggest contaminators of all things are dry cleaners. I would not have imagined that for that. But I also don't know much about dry cleaners. Because I did use them on the rare occasion. Because I did have like a suit that I have to go to board meetings in and all that. Back when I was on a board. And it was absolutely one of those things that's like... It was nice when you got into situations like, oh yeah, we're gonna have an informal meeting. And you'd still have the one person who shows up in your suit, and you'd call him out and be like, they said informal. I know you're trying to dress to impress, but stop it. I don't want to be wearing the suit and tie any more than absolutely required. Yeah, you had that, contagion... What about... Okay. You had a contagion scandal here. Sleeping pills sold for everyone, save the BLA. Well, they're never tested on pregnant people. Oh, yeah. So it did a lot of bad stuff. Yeah, and that's why, like, when you hear about people, like different companies bypassing different tests, that's one of those ones that you're like, yeah, if you deliberately try and circumvent, like, health and safety tests, that should be it for your business. Like, it shouldn't be, here's your fine. It should be like, yeah, who's going to jail? Who was the one who was the ultimate authority who made that call? You go to jail now. Because you create a significant public safety situation. If you don't want to deal with that, don't be in that industry. Because that's just the terms of working in that industry. Because, like, it's... I shouldn't say it's fine. It's an understandable thing that you go through your tests and screenings and all that, and then later on we figure something out. But, when you have those kind of things that, like, you hear about the company, it was like, oh yeah, you had this basic safety requirement, and they're like, yeah, we didn't do that testing, we just sold it. We just, you know, doctored up some paperwork. You're like, yep, someone should be going to jail. This shouldn't be a thing the company gets fined and maybe shut down. It's like, no. You knowingly created a major health crisis to, you know, line your pocket. Who's going to jail? If me slipping money from the till can get me behind bars, creating an at-scale health crisis, that should certainly qualify. That's actually not specifically. That's actually when I was much younger, people noticed I was very dexterous with my hands, just with a lot of stuff I was doing, like with paintball and guitar and all that stuff. And people were like, "Oh, you should be a surgeon." I was like, "No, I don't want to be a surgeon." I went into IT to begin with, like, look, man, on the typical day as a surgeon, if you make a minor mistake, that's potentially a death. That is a level of pressure I do not want to live with every single day. Yes, I understand you weigh it by the fact that you're saving lives, and sometimes, like, the things that go wrong versus the lives you save, you've done more good and all that. Like, I objectively understand that. But I much rather enjoyed going into IT at the time because the vast majority of the time when you screw up in IT, you mildly inconvenience someone to maybe cost your company some money. That the only lives ruined may be someone who is playing some dangerous bets with their money in a business. Technically, it can cost actual lives if you happen to be IT in the medical industry or whatever. Sure. But the vast majority of the time, that's just not a normal concern you gotta have. But yeah, whenever someone's like, you could be a surgeon, it's like, no. No, 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 no. No, no. That's why I asked the etiologist to make crazy mind. Risky thing a doctor could specialize. Somebody look, I effed up, but no one died. Yeah, that's exactly kind of it. It's like, you know, what is the worst damage you can do in IT, like in your day jobs or whatever you can do? You can cost the company $1 million. That's a very realistic thing you could do as a bad day in IT. A very realistic one. But the vast majority of time, no one's going to literally lose their life. With a surgeon, that is on the table. Every time you have to cut into someone, there is the potential that that might be on the table. Granted, if you're doing hand surgery, the risk of that is far lower than if you're, you know, doing open heart surgery. But still, technically on the table. You'd have to really royally screw up. Or be like any surgeon in RimWorld, which means it's a near guarantee. But still. So you only get the you should play violin because you had EDS and fingers can do some weird movements. Gotcha. The guy that pushed updates on CrowdStrike at Thanksgiving? Yep. They like you can have pretty catastrophic stuff. Like, it's not that you can't do major mess ups in IT, but even with CrowdStrike, for the most part, the losses were financial. That one probably did actually have real life people damage, not money damage, because of the sheer scope of it would have impacted hospitals and all that, which would make it an outlier. But again, like any surgery whatsoever, you know, long-term bodily harm to death is always on the table if you properly screw up. Which again was why when people are like, you could be a surgeon, it's like, nah, no. No, 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 no. Could I do it? Maybe. Do I want to do it? No. It's not the technical application or whatever I'm worried about. I feel like with enough training I could get there and yada yada. But the first time I screwed up, or even if I didn't screw up but, you know, the patient didn't make it because of other stuff, that would not be a thing I feel like I would manage well. That would be me second guessing everything for the next, like, 10 years. You don't want your thing to be used as a case study for the next class in the future. Oh yeah, there's a fun, oh, was it France or Spain? May have been Spain. I can't remember where it was. It was KFC. That there was a case study they were doing that basically, I can't remember if it was France or Spain. It was one of the two of them. That KFC was trying to expand into the country, and just the seasoning on the chicken was not something they were into. It was just very misaligned with the local market. They didn't like it and all that. And so the guy who was in charge, I don't know what their title is, but the guy who was in charge with the strategy for moving into that country was like, all right, let's sit down and figure out a recipe for this country. Because, like, this country does not like the flavors that we use over here in the US. They're not a fan of it. Like, objectively, they do not like it. So we're going to go ahead and make a light local seasoning and all. And a lot of restaurants do that. It's a very common practice to customize your recipe a little bit to accommodate for local tastes. So, like, you know, a recipe getting introduced to the US, they might make it a little bit sweeter. Versus, like, a US recipe going to another country, they might make it less sweet. Stuff like that. But it was one of those things that the people above the guy were like, no, we don't want you to do that. We need to be opening more stores. Like, we need to expand. Like, we don't have time to figure this other thing out to, like, tweak the recipe. Just expand, it'll work out. And the person was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, you're going to run yourself out of business. You're going to open all these stores, and they're all going to fail because people don't like our food. So they fired him. You know, cut him loose, and they got a yes man to just pop in and start opening a bunch of stores. And all of them failed, basically. And so they ended up basically pulling out of the country because they just bombed really hard. And it was bad enough it becomes a case study for business about, you know, knowing your customers and yada, yada, yada. That, you know, you got to make sure you've got the ground beneath you before you start expanding. You think that happened to Domino's or Pizza in Italy? It could be. I'm sure it's a thing that's occurred multiple times. Like, Walmart trying to expand in Germany with mandatory chanting and stuff before shifts, and Germans like, that's sus AF. And nope, nope, nope. Oh, yeah, we didn't have that when I worked in retail, like, not the chanting. We had, like, the morning meeting and all that. And there's a whole, like, generally, roughly, like, positive affirmations you'd have to give about, like, what you're gonna do with all that. And it definitely was just, like, a really weird feeling, like, okay, you're just trying to really get me bought in on this company. Now, granted, everyone I knew was kind of in, like, this is some BS is what this is. This feels weird. Man, the morning hype meetings when you sold cars are brutal. It's basically what we were dealing with. It wasn't cars, it was, like, for like, what I did is I sold tools, lawn and garden equipment, sporting goods so far as, like, your treadmills and ellipticals and all that. And it was just kind of one of those things that, you know, you'd have that whole thing about, like, hyping it all up. You're like, this is really weird, man. This looks like, man, I'm like 18, 19-year-olds. This is a job. We are not family. Oh yeah, that's a classic. Any company where the boss says you don't need a union is the company you should 100% already be in progress of unionizing. It's like, you don't need a union. You don't need to tell me you don't need me to have a union if you're not scared of me having a union. Sonny moved 57 cars last week. That's why he has a gold watch. Don't you want a gold watch? Man, we didn't get gold watches. We got like an attaboy. The thing that really burned me in was like, I'm genuinely surprised I've never been fired from a job, because I'm definitely the person who will push back hard against stuff I disagree with and I think are not in the company's interest and all that. And there's definitely been some times that, you know, the boss would walk away angry. I'm like, yep, losing my job today. It's finally coming in. Never did happen. I definitely felt like their boss is probably in his office with that pink slip just sitting there on his desk, just with that pen right over the sign spot, being like, he's a really important employee. Ah. I'm willing to bet there's been more than one pink slip made with my name on it that ended up in the trash and not getting filed. But yeah. Oh, and exactly, Conrad. That was the thing I pushed back at the retail. The way it worked at the store is we had our own credit card for the store. If a customer used the credit card for the store, no problem. I didn't have to bother them, anything like that. If you used cash or someone else's credit card, we were supposed to ask you no less than 3 times if you'd like to apply for the store's credit card. Because that credit card was effectively free money to the store because those interest rates were criminally bad. Not literally criminally, but they should be. I want to say the cheapest one started at 18%, and I know one of them was at like 27%, and then if you missed a payment, it was not unheard of for them to get to like 32%. And I was like, if someone asks me, I have no problem. If there's some type of promotion, I don't mind saying, hey, if you use your retail store card, you can get a discount on it. No problem. I'll even ask once, but I am not pushing hard, because especially since I was on commission there, and I'm sure as hell not going to piss off my customers, because part of the thing that helped me get really good commissions is I wasn't pushing the credit cards. So all the people that were going to the register up front who got past the salesman, you know, they would go up to the cashier who would harass them like 8 or 9 times because you got a bonus for those what's the word? The credit card applications, you got a bonus. And so that was like the only commission that the cashiers could make. And she was making serious cash. Like, they'd always hold her up to be like, this is like, why can't you be more like, I don't remember what the hell her name was. Why can't you be more like Jen? And I'm like, cool, because I want my customers to come back someday and not drive half across the city to go to the next tool store because they're so angry at dealing with this. Yeah, you got called out onto the card by HR because you made the comment about AI things, and apparently was very upsetting to the person doing the presentation. Oh, that's the whole thing. Your boss like, yeah, I'm with you on this, but still, we have to talk to the HR person. Yeah, I haven't even been pulled in to talk to HR before. Again, there's definitely times that I was expecting that. Like, if they grabbed me and they brought me to HR, do you know what this is about? I'm like, yes, I do. But it never did happen. You love getting those pitches to this day. You've managed a dance that makes the poor cashier look good. Look like terrible for asking. And you will take the time to do it. Yeah, I can't actually remember the last time that I've had a retail store hit me up about like signing up for their credit card or whatever. Because there's only a handful of them that I remember doing that, like, to that degree. Like, I know Kmart did it, I know Sears did it, which they were the same company towards the end. There was 2 or 3 other ones. Home Depot? Oh man, Home Depot's the one, like, Home Depot's the hardware place I tend to go to the most these days. I don't think they've ever hit me up for the credit card. Which I'm thankful that has been the case, and I sure as heck don't have a Home Depot card. You don't give a cashier because you know it's not them. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. It might be because you use the pro counter. Maybe. That could be. That could be if you go to like the commercial people counter. I could see that thing. I quite often when I go to a Home Depot, which isn't super often, it's not super convenient, but when I do go to a Home Depot, it's usually like I'll get whatever I can. I almost always will go out to the garden area because those poor cashiers out in the garden area get stuck standing out in the heat and nobody goes out to them. So I can know if I have to wait more than 2 people deep in line, it is a weird day for that garden center. Those nice air-conditioned registers in the inside, those things back up pretty bad. Between Rona and Canadian Tire, you never set foot in a Home Depot. Oh, Rona's the name of a business. I was very confused by the last sentence of like Rona, like coronavirus. I'm like, I'm very confused by this sentence. I'm missing context here. Rona is the name of a company. That makes way more sense. I don't know what they do. I can guess what Canadian Tire does. It's very, very much like a Home Depot in Canada. Gotcha. Yeah, nut checks out. Yeah, no, we've, the ones we've got in Florida is you've got, like, Home Depot and you've got Lowe's are kind of the two big ones. We used to have a place called Scotty's back in the day. I actually really liked Scotty's back in the day. But they didn't do too well in Florida. But, yeah. There was a number of chains. There was Kroger's was down here. Kroger's, I believe, still exists. I could be wrong in that one, but I know they imploded down here when Walmart kind of blew up. Yeah, Ace Hardware. Ace Hardware is another one we have down here. You don't see those as much. We also have who's the one who does like the budget tools? So like the tools where you don't get like the case, you just literally get the electric drill, the battery, and the plug. Harbor Freight, that's the one. We got Harbor Freight have recently started moving in. So, like, if you want no frills, you want the tool and you want it cheap, it's great. The thing I've used Harbor Freight for is dealing with robotic stuff. We like to use drill motors for our drive motors. It's good to get some real cheap drills in bulk from Harbor Freight. Because you can get, like, they'd have like the drill that like the drill itself is a pretty decent power, like a 24-volt drill, but like the batteries they give you are like the saddest, not remotely adequate batteries at all. But you don't care because you don't care about the battery. You're going to go and take those drill motors and you're going to get a big hefty battery because you're going to be driving 4 of them off of it. So we did that a lot when I was doing robotics in the robotics program we had high school. We got a lot of our supplies through stuff like that, buying crappy stuff in bulk that just happened to have a decent motor in it. I'm afraid sand tools are pretty good now. Yeah, I don't have one convenient to me. Like, I see them around, but blood's also useful for something you don't know if you're going to use this tool and justify selling. So when I sold tools and people were like, usually it's, you know, they're the young adult who has just moved out of their house. They don't really know about tools yet. Like, you know, the people who do, that's fine. But, like, you know, they're buying their first tool set because, you know, everyone is like, yeah, you need to get your own tools. That way, like, when your pipe starts leaking, you don't have to go like, plumber, get out here. Water's erupting out of my floor. You know, you can go outside and turn off the water, whatever. And they're like, I don't know what tools I should be spending money on. And usually my answer was, what you do is you buy the most complete tool set that's cheap. Knowing all of those tools are going to be like solid B or C quality. But that's fine, because what you do is every time you break one of those tools, you go and you buy a nice one of the tool you broke. Or unless you know you've got a project that you know the tool's just not going to hold up for. And slowly but surely, instead of taking one giant hit for thousands and thousands of dollars all at once, which you probably can't afford as a young adult buying their first house, or, you know, your new apartment or whatever, what you could do is you could spend a couple of $100, get basically every pretty much basic hand tool you could need, and then, you know, you look at your sockets, and yeah, you've got all these ones made out of crappy nickel and all that, but then you'll have like your 1/2 inch, your 3/4 inch, and your 7/16, which are ones you'll tend to break after a while because they get used a lot. Or what would be 10mm is a pretty commonly used metric one, so you'll wear those ones out, and you just go up to the shelf, buy like the pro equivalent, or the, you know, they replace it no questions asked equivalent of the 10mm, and you're good. And if that 3/4 inch socket over there just sits on the shelf being crappy nickel the whole time, that is probably going to break in 2 uses, and you never use it, who cares? You didn't use it. Yeah, you have a lot of your tools variants behind you downstairs, good enough for minor repairs. Oh yeah, that 10mm socket. Yeah, 10mm is a very common one. That is definitely one to spend a little extra money if you're dealing with anything operating in metric. Number 2 screwdriver, that's a big one. Get like 10 of those suckers, it's not enough. You always need more. They grow legs. number 2 Phillips screwdriver, can't rescue them. Impossible. Yeah, and plus, like screwdrivers, that especially if you're someone who does like a lot of hobbyist stuff, there's probably a good chance you're gonna have 2 or 3 places in your house you're gonna want one. So you can, put one in your garage if you got one. Put one in like whatever your hobby room is. Put one just like in your master closet. For those who don't know what the number 2 screwdriver, Phillips screwdriver is, if it's anything that isn't like a watch or eyeglasses, or something like cartoonishly large, it's a number 2. Technically, it could be a number 1, but it's probably a number 2. And honestly, if it's a number 1, you can probably still use a number 2. You might chew it up a little, but a number 2 in a pinch will still get the job done. Or like you have a lot of people who spend tons and tons of money. They'll buy like this, $120 circular saw, like the push circular saw, not like a radial arm saw, but like just the one that's freestanding. And they'll spend a huge amount of money. They'll use that sucker like twice. And he's like, you can buy one of those for like $25. And yeah, when you look at the horsepower on it, it'll be like 1/10 what it is. Here's a hint: your saw blade doesn't really give a crap about the horsepower. You're not trying to force that blade through wood. You're supposed to be chipping away at it, at lightning speed, and just cleanly push through it. Yeah, you could get one that's underpowered, it is a thing. But unless you're dealing with some pretty exotic material, that little half horsepower and that 10 horsepower circular saw, you're gonna get basically the same results out of. With a tabular and radial arm saw, where you might genuinely be dealing with some different, like, you might be dealing with some, like, really heavy, dense wood or something like that. Or, potentially putting a different type of blade on it, so you're using the abrasive blade to cut metal or whatever. Okay, there's more of an argument there. But if you're slicing up a bunch of pine, which is what you're probably doing in your home, $20, $30 job, he's gonna get it done. And even if the lifespan is half as long as the next one, doesn't matter. You'll still save money over the big, expensive one. You wish more companies were like Robertson's. You love Robbies. I have no idea who they are. You're known for having high-quality tools around your friends. You have a full complement of tools after Dad came over one day shortly after you moved, and you couldn't find a hammer, so he was pounding a nail in the wall with the bottom of a putty spatula. He did the Simpsons-style walk, turn around, and walk out. He came back like a half hour later with a tool bag. Yup. Robertson is the square. Gotcha. Let's see, your walls here are solid concrete. You had to buy something powerful for that. Oh yeah, no, if you're drilling into a wall or something, like that's the difference between, okay, do you need electric drill? Cool. Concrete, do you need a hammer drill? Unfortunately, when you're dealing with that, you're probably getting a hammer drill, and it means you're probably getting better bits, and you're probably talking money. I sold many a hammer drill when I sold tools, and they are not cheap. Good ones, that is. And for those who don't know what the difference is, a drill just spins. It's nothing fancy, it spins. So you put a bit in it, and it goes into the wall. A hammer drill, because you're dealing with concrete, just the nature of how concrete works, there's a benefit to having a minor concussive force behind it. So the whole time you're drilling, the drill bit's going like this. And so you need a little bit of a, like, was it carbide? I can't remember if those are the carbide one, because I know you have carbide tip drills. I'm trying to remember if the hammer drill was the one you used the carbide or was a different one. It doesn't matter. But basically you got drill bits that have like a little bit of a hardened tip on them, because you are just going to be like smacking into concrete. And even then, you chew through those bits. You destroy bits when you're drilling concrete. You know Ryobi hammer drill? Yeah, I like my Ryobi a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. I remember selling tools. I remember the number of arguments people would get into me about this brand is better than that brand. And he'd be like, no, 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 man, Craftsman's so much better than Champion. What are you talking about? It's like, buddy, that comes off the same assembly line. They're the same tool. This one has a lifetime warranty. That one does not. They are the same tool. Literally the same tool. Or, DeWalt electric drills are so much better than Craftsman. You want a pro tip? It's this, like, it was the same manufacturer. Real fun one was people talking up a storm about their electric weed whacker and how it's like such a superior product. And you're like, you know that's made by Electrolux, right? They'd be like, what? Yeah. That one's Electrolux. That one's Electrolux. That one's Electrolux. And this one over here is their own private thing, but you know. It is what it is. They'd be like, I don't want a weed whacker made by the people who make, you know, vacuum cleaners. I'm like, why? Electrolux are a really good solid vacuum cleaner. I imagine they probably know what they're doing about an electric motor. If anything, I would think Electrolux of the brands here probably knows their way around an electric motor better than the rest of them. They got a whole lot of experience doing top-of-the-line motors. Yeah, no, you like that's the way I was raised was always no, like be able to do, and this isn't as practical nowadays. It used to be, you know, be able to do whatever job you need to around the house, then decide if you're going to pay someone else to do it. Was the way I was raised. It's not really practical anymore with the complexity of how much more complicated different like air conditioning systems and heating systems can be. You know, dealing with like maintenance on your fridge outside of like just replacing a filter or whatever. Some of those things are not things that you as an individual should mess with for your own well-being. There's just certain things that you're not realistically going to learn. But yeah. Hazard Fraud Harbor Freight is the one-offs, the rest is the light duty. Yeah. Not all problems in the world can be solved that way. Sometimes the price isn't what you want, isn't one you want to pay, but sometimes throw money at it. Oh yeah. No, there's definitely things like, can I do this? Yes. Can I do this at nearly the quality of job that I could pay someone else who has literally hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment to do this? No. So I could make it at a acceptable quality myself, but because I don't have thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of specialized equipment to do it, it's just better that I pay someone a bit more than it costs me to do it a hell of a lot better than I'm going to be able to do it. Because me sitting down here with a square and some string and some tape and trying to eyeball it is not going to keep up with a person who's got a big machine that they can just like put pavers in there and it rolls them flat in the ground and it's just done. And I'm going to take 2 or 3 weeks of backbreaking labor to it versus they're going to be in and out of the place in like 4 hours. That's how you cover a lot of car maintenance. Yes, I could do your own oil change, but then I have to deal with the tools and storing everything. Yeah, I have everything I need to do an oil change. And I've done, like, I used to do all of my own car maintenance. But honestly, nowadays, yeah, you pay an overhead. But it doesn't really save me nearly as much money as it used to. Like, it used to be if I did an oil change, it cost me like 15, 20 bucks or whatever it was for the filter and then a couple quarts of oil. But nowadays, like, you know, that same service for me to do on my own is going to cost me 30, 40 bucks and they're going to charge me 50. Well, hell, $10. Sure, my time's worth that much. I can very easily justify throwing $10 at it. Because those guys, like, in the place there, it takes them longer to put that thing up in the air than it does take to get any of it done. They just pop it there, just like, shriek, oil's all out, go to the next one, do the next one, do the next one, circle back to the first one. And they can just slam out 4, 5, 6 oil changes in the matter of, like, 20 minutes for the whole set. It's like, I can't compete with that. Or also, like, there's a lot of people who are really hell-bent on owning all their tools. Renting's fine. Like, you can usually get people bought into the idea of, like, oh, you need a jackhammer for a job? Sure, you're gonna rent it. You're gonna use the jackhammer one time. But, like, I know a lot of people are like, no, you have to have a truck. Just in case you need it someday. And it's like, nah, man, I can go to the place. If I need a pickup truck for the afternoon, do you know how much that cost me? 20 bucks. 20 bucks. It's actually $19.95. $19.95, I just gotta put gas back in it for the afternoon. I'm sorry. That's a hell of a deal versus having to, you know, kill my gas mileage. And if I need a really big truck that my pickup isn't adequate, I can buy a really big truck, and yeah, that'll probably cost me $35, $40, maybe $60 if we're really going big. Like if we're going for the, you're on that level where if you add an extra inch, you need a commercial license. It could be definitely a thing. But I knew a lot of people be like, oh yeah, I want to do this project, so I'm going to need to buy this heavy-duty radial arm saw and all this and this and this. And you're like, you do know when you buy that lumber, you can just make them cut it for you, right? Like, they don't even charge for it. And then you don't need those tools. Like, if you're using this as an excuse to buy your tools, say no more. If you just want to collect the tools. I can respect that. I can appreciate that who, you know, as someone who also suffers from the condition of, I want the tool. But, if you're strictly trying to do this from a cost-effective thing, even if you have to pay an extra couple bucks for the lumber, if you buy it over there, they'll just cut it for you. And if they get it wrong, you can be like, hey man, you got that wrong, and make them cut up another board, you didn't even lose it. Yeah, I have a small wood lathe. I have a small wood lathe, and it's like, what do you need that wood lathe for? I don't. Look, I'll be honest, I don't. But I want it. And I used to use it a lot. It's sadly just been sitting in there and needs a little bit of maintenance. Okay, so I believe that is all three of my fields. Let's just double check that. And a bandsaw? A bandsaw at least, so like a wood lathe is a very specialty tool that the vast majority of people are never going to have a need for it. It's a cool tool, I like it. Like I have one myself, I like it. But a bandsaw is at least a tool that has a lot of uses. It's also a tool you do need to respect. That is a tool that if you get careless with will ruin your day. And by that I mean probably kill you and or hurt you severely badly. But a bandsaw is a very useful kind of all-arounder tool for a lot of things. And again, learn to use the tool right. Respect it. Don't fear it, respect it. If you're scared of a tool, you shouldn't be using that tool. Respecting a tool and being scared are two different things. Respecting a tool is acknowledging that tool will F your day up if you goof off and approach it being like very mindful of what you're doing. That's respecting it. Being scared of it is not wanting to get your hands near it, and if you're someone's going to flinch away the moment you do anything, you're just going to hurt yourself. But your last purchase of the kind was a Dremel. You don't know that thing? Yes, Dremel is a brand here in the US. It's a very popular brand. Weird, so, okay. Question. Just if it's, I want to see if it's a me thing. For those out there with a soldering iron, is your soldering iron electric, propane, or butane powered? I'm just curious. For those with a soldering iron. Because I visited family, and I was surprised to discover the type of soldering iron they had even existed. As someone who has used many, many soldering irons. Yeah, so mine I have two of them. One of them is honestly not doing too good. Both of mine are electric. when I was visiting family, we were fixing, it was like a really, really, really old train set. And you know, some of the wiring had kind of come undone, need to be resoldered. No biggie. It happens. But it was a butane soldering iron. I was just kind of staring at that and I'm going, because like it wasn't like an old-timey soldering iron that had been around for a long time. Like it was just one of those things. Do the butane have the thing? Yeah, it's got like a little dial on it. At least it was either butane or it was propane. I think it was butane. Like yeah, no, I've had cutting tools that are butane. Like no problem with butane. It was like for soldering. So like it had like a little spot for like where it'd spark, and it had like a little hole in the side of the actual tip for soldering, so you could see if the fire was firing. And it was like, it still had the regular metal tip, and it's just staring at him like, why are you not using an electric one? Why on earth are we doing like these little tiny fine wires with a butane soldering iron? It's like, what is this used for? Like lead pipe? I can only imagine it was like major plumbing stuff. You're talking, you know, something hefty you're going to be soldering. Like if you're soldering like metal grates together, which is more welding than soldering at that point. But it's just kind of staring at this like butane soldering iron being like, what? Why would you have this? Yeah, but he had like electric soldering irons, and it was just kind of like, it's fine, it worked, it did the job. I'm not bad-mouthing it. But it was definitely one of those things that just kind of like, you can get like a $10 crappy little electric solderer. It'll work. If you want to go fancy, you get yourself like a $25 one. And don't get me wrong, you could drop like $60 to get one with like a billion little dials and all that. You can fine-tune everything with it. You don't really need a lot of that unless you're dealing with some really fine work, which we're not, and I know you aren't. Do you have some advice for getting into statistics? No, I don't have a background in statistics. I mean, I would assume if you're looking for what degree to get into, there's entire degrees around math and statistics. If you're just looking for statistics in general, you'd probably want to find someone who's a mathematician. They would probably know exactly, or someone who does statistics for a living. You'd probably want to talk to someone in those type of professions, because statistics is just math. But yeah, no, I don't have background in statistics. Yeah, no, there's a lot of jobs that use statistics. But as far as like you would like to get a role in statistics, I do know it is a common path for math majors in like college, university, whatever, to get into statistics. I've got a buddy who took that route. But like I don't know where you're at in your life so far as like, are you looking for college or, you know, informal training or whatever? And I couldn't tell you like, is that a degree or is that a program they look for college degrees? Is that something that if you know they don't care? Because there are jobs that they don't care about a degree. Like these days in software dev, you don't necessarily need a degree. You can, as long as you know what you're doing and you can apply. A degree will still give you a leg up against someone who doesn't have a degree, but once you get a couple jobs, you know, a couple years experience, that stops being relevant. But there are jobs that a degree is everything, and I have no idea where statistics lands on that spectrum. There's a data scientist program that provide that. Well, yeah, so data science would also fall in that, and that definitely is very statistic heavy as well. I'm gonna borrow money because I don't remember how much you have to pay a month. Okay, so we've got our production, right. I was growing wheat as well. Okay, well, I guess we're doing barley. I forgot we were going to be doing part barley, part wheat to have more of a year round. It's fine. I already planted all the barley. It's not worth tearing it up to change everything. So this will be ready for me to harvest in June. So at that point, We're gonna go ahead and hop on down to wherever the heck we live, which is over here. Hey Walter, how's it going? I don't want to talk to you. And advance things. There was something else we had going on. What else did we have producing money? You hope to tag wolves in Arctic, calibrate your equipment to keep people from dying in holes? So your degree is biology, your job is wrangling scientific equipment down to board soldering, etc. So your ex was a music composition major, ended up doing data science. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? I believe, if I remember correctly, I believe Curly deals in data science. If I'm remembering correctly, which is a dubious thing. Okay. I am lost as what we were doing. Okay, so our grain mill is processing our grain into flour, which is being fed to the bakery, and then the bakery is automatically selling. Yes, Curly has a math degree and works in data science. I thought so. Like I remember that being a thing, because I know in conversations I've had a couple of times, where like data numbers have come up. So I'm not a data scientist, but I've worked on the dev side of like large scale data platforms. So where my background isn't in data and math specifically, I have dealt with it a lot. So I would not be like, oh yeah, I got the same thing going as Curly. No, Curly's a data scientist. She's going to know that way better than I'm going to know it. But it is one of those things that like I do have a certain level of familiarity with, you know, large scale data and all that. What the heck month are we going to? June. And we want to keep checking to see if there's any good sales for stuff we want to get. Okay. For those who don't know Curly, that's an content creator, absolutely fantastic. Highly recommend. Really fun time over there. Plays a lot of different games. We do have a lot of overlap and a lot of things that one does at the other. Like she's done a lot of Souls-like games on the platform. I have not. I do love the Souls-like games, but the once or twice I played them on the platform in my channel, they did not great. Not great, to put it mildly. And that's nothing wrong with the game, it's just the type of content I normally do is not really aligned with that, so you get the idea. Alright, so the grain mill has exhausted all of that, and it's still got some in there, so you get one more month worth of payment. So you just need to start pushing towards June. I do want to try and get a lot of money happening. That's kind of where we're at, is I might abuse some things here in the near future. And the reason we're looking at that is I've got about 2 weeks where I'm mostly playing Farm Sim on the weekends to try and get all these dare drops done, and all the dare drops we've got left, for the most part, are going to be primarily a thing about money. And, you know, that requires the money. So, the thing I gotta figure out is we've got the barley going for the bread, and that's our primary source of revenue right now. Now, I could put down some greenhouses and feed them water. It wouldn't cost me much to set that up, and that would be just a steady income every single month. There's actually some good stuff there, but nothing I'm going to buy right now, because I kind of need my money for other things. What did you charge for the interest this month? $1,400, so we can go another month. We can potentially put down greenhouses. Those are nice and easy. You just shove them down, you put water in, and money comes out. They're a hair less cheesy than power, like windmills and all that. I'm going to try to keep to the no windmills stuff, because they are pretty cheesy. No judgment if you use them. It's just one of those things that you can kind of circumvent a lot of the challenge by just being like, there's a wind turbine, and there's a wind turbine, and there's a wind turbine. Hey, look, I'm getting, you know, $50,000 every day now. If we get down to the last day and I still need to do that, we can work on it. Yeah, energy farms are broken. Yeah, I think what I would like to see them do with the energy farms is maybe have a process where you have to clean off the solar panels, or I don't know what you do with the wind turbines. You know, some kind of maintenance thing you have to do. It doesn't need to be a big project, something that would take a non-zero amount of your involvement to keep them up and running. But it wouldn't need to be much. Like, it wouldn't want it to be a big project. Just something like you just have to like go up to the solar panel, like hit a button and it like cleans it off, or you get like the little brush, or like the pressure wash, you just kind of like wave across it. I do enjoy the McDonald's. Okay, so I believe... Alright. Let's try and be fast. Because it looks like we're getting hail in this in-game day. Top off thing. Oh yeah, no, in real life, there's a lot that goes into wind turbines. They've got a bunch of copper coils and magnets and all that stuff going on the inside. There's a whole bunch of stuff for regulating the power and yada yada yada. Like, there's a lot going on there electricity-wise. But Vigigame, I could see it being something you have to, like, go up there and just, like, clear crap off the, you know, the blades or something. Like, take a pressure washer and clear, like, bird poop off of it or something. That wouldn't really be a thing, I don't think, but you get the idea. Or, like, the blades would start to stick and you'd have to, like, lubricate the blades or something. Okay, so hand that over to the AI. Alright. Meanwhile, you are out of gas, so we'll top you off. Picking up the dead birds? Yeah, I wouldn't want to go there. Alright, let's borrow a little bit more so it doesn't stop operating. Okay. So it may not seem like we made much money between the last harvest and now, but the reality is that we actually look at this, we did make and it was just the tail end from our previous harvest, we did make almost $60,000-$70,000. It's just $60,000-$70,000 against the horrific debt we've got. Because I keep buying things that advance our ability to make money and putting ourselves in horrible debt doing it. It's great. Alright. Imagine sitting on a turbine, the back part of the spinny fan part, inserting a borescope tiny camera to make sure there's no scratches up in the air, hundreds of steps from the ground. Yep. That's one of the maintenance jobs. I had a buddy who used to work at a nuclear power plant. One of the maintenance jobs he would talk about is, it's like, yep, one of my jobs is to climb this really big ladder that you had like a little safety clip that you'd climb, you'd safety clip up, you'd go up another like 5-6 feet, safety clip up, you go up 5-6 feet, safety clip up, and you'd climb the entire length of the entire height of the big coolant tower of a nuclear reactor that's running, just to check on the little light bulbs on the top. Make sure they're still blinking so a plane doesn't hit it. And it's just a thing that needs doing. So I've still got this forklift that we bought. And we decided to stop bothering with the pallets. Oh yeah, but I'm still gonna need to, Right, this is our bakery. I'm not gonna be using it for the bakery. What I probably will use it, though, is for, like, when we buy, you know, stuff like wood and all that kind of stuff to do whatever. It's a cute little forklift. At least we got certified. Yeah, no, I got this little one. It was used here. It's this tiny little forklift that I haven't bothered doing the maintenance on it because for the forklift, I believe that just hurts its horsepower. And I don't need it to have horsepower. It's not that important. It's sorry you're out of the loop, but you were interested. Have you completed all the road car content? Yes. I rolled credits, did literally everything there was in Roadcraft, so until the DLC comes out, I kinda did what there was to do. Very much enjoyed the game. I got it ended up being something like 100-ish hours. Like just a little over, I think. And I definitely had a good time with it. But we did do literally all the maps. But so you had a chance to climb one of those huge wind turbines, and you had to decline because you had Virgo. That's fair. I'm not someone who has a problem with heights, really. That's not a thing that stresses me out. But, things involving water and electricity together are ones I am like, hey, we want to wire this thing up, we just gotta go trudge in the water. It's like, no, I'm not interested. I understand you've got all the stuff, safety set up and everything, so this is genuinely safe. But I just don't like water and electricity to be in the same area. It's not a rational fear. Like, I could deal with it if I needed to. I'm just like, nope, I'm just not a fan. I just don't want it. Like, I know water cooling works extremely well, and it's way better than it's ever been, and yada yada yada. I still don't really want to put water cooling in my computer unless I really need to. Because there's an old computer game called Escape Velocity, where there was an ultimate torpedo weapon called the forklift as a cheat code. You had movers come to your office to help with a particular project, and one of the guys hired walked to the stacks, looked up and said, "Oh, hell no." I was working as assistant network administrator. Oh, of course you're gonna do it on the wrong side. Alright, that's fine. I mean, it's doing it on perfectly acceptable side. I just need to empty it. But, I've been working at a company, and this is one of those companies that IT was seen as a necessary evil. That any place you can cut money in IT is worth cutting. And it was definitely one of those things that, like, I was leaving the company at that time, but I hadn't quite left. Like, I'd turned in my notice, but still there. And they were trying to find a replacement for me. And, well, sorry, not for me, for the person, like, because I was the assistant to a network administrator, and there wasn't a network administrator. So I was basically operating as network administrator, and that's ultimately what brought things to a head, is I was like, you know, if I'm still working here, I want that title. Like, I'm operating as your network administrator, I want the title, and I want the pay. Or I'm gone. And they made my boss negotiate on my behalf, which is already a red flag. And my boss came storming back and was like, you owe these people effing nothing. Because they countered my offer with a nickel per hour raise. I was like, alright. Well, there's my notice. Make it a hard decision, why don't you? But, we had a guy walk in, and we didn't even get to the interview process. He got walked in, and like, well, here's the, you know, the main IT room, which was our wiring closet. Like, literally is like, we had the servers behind us, we had our handful of desks, which isn't unusual. And he took one look at our, like, server racks, and he was like, let me guess. All of this crap is way past its, like, expiration date. Like, it's way, way past any reasonable amount. I'm like, yep. And you fight all the time to try and get it fixed to be, like, you know, get a budget for repairs or whatever, and it never happens. And it's like, so I'm gonna be trying to, like, just band-aid keep this stuff alive for my job. I was like, yep. He walked out. He walked out and didn't come back. He took one look at the equipment we had in that wiring closet, was like, man, there isn't a thing in here that was made in the last 10 years. It's It's like this is 100% me gonna be, you know, putting blood, sweat, and tears, just trying desperately to breathe one last day of life into these servers. Let's see, believe you're. We specifically tell people you are very high up in the air. This is not a job if you have problems with heights. Yeah, that's awesome. Robocraft was often. Have you tried Hard Space Shipbreaker? Yes, I have played 2 full times on stream. I do have one of those playthroughs in its completion. Ooh, actually, that might be a lie. I think I have a full playthrough of that to completion on YouTube. I know I was doing a permadeath run where I got about two missions from the very end, and I accidentally hit the airlock switch instead of the decompression switch for a room, and thought it was in the clear, and you can get where that was going. So I got right up to the end of the game and died at the, like, it was basically like running a marathon, and I tripped as I approached the finish line. Is basically what happened. You know, and it's permadeath, so that was it. But yeah, no, I played through that whole game. Hard Space Shipbreaker is a game I highly, highly, highly recommend. You salvage spaceships. It's not a puzzle game, but it is a game where you get this ship, and early on it's really simple on what you have to do. But you get a ship, and you sit there and you go, okay, I've got to salvage the ship, you know, cut it to pieces and chuck the different pieces in the appropriate places. But it'd be like, okay, well, this ship has air pressure in it. Okay, well, I can't just cut a chunk out of a pressurized ship. Explosive decompression is really bad for the for squishy, fleshy bodies. All right, so I got to figure out a way to either like bleed this pressure out or, you know, whatever. And so it's not like a puzzle in the sense that there is a solution. You can have fast and violent ways of solving some problems and more elegant ways. And you'll have other times where it's like, all right, here's this thing that's like high voltage. All right, well, how do I, like, you know, I've got this fuel canister right here. I can't move this while the fuel canister here because it might potentially arc and hit the fuel canister and explode. And so it's more recognized as like, this is dangerous. What is my way of dealing with this dangerous thing? As soon as you got to compressed ships, you started to use explosive decompression to your advantage. You can, like, you can genuinely, once you kind of get an idea for like what the tolerances are, you can basically cut off a panel and launch the panel off the side. Just if you get that rough guesstimate wrong, where things become very violent, then you look at a respawn screen. You pop the engine caps? Yeah, I've seen that one too, where you just cut like a little spot, you just like let the ship move forward as it decompresses. But yeah, no, it's really a fun game. All right, so we're gonna get to empty out the barley here. You know what I should do is, well, oh, please turn around. Don't just start the next row. Okay, actually, wait, tractor, stop. I was just thinking, what I should do is, do I have 2 tractors, or was this one I had just one? No, so I have the 1 tractor. I was trying to think, is there a job I could send my tractor off to do in the interim so far as a contract? There probably isn't. I just have the lime wagon and then the full, like, cedar weeder everything. So I know there's a lot of people who don't like the Class 2 reactors. The one that always stresses me out in Hard Space Shipbreaker, like the Quasar engines sometimes just kill you because they just flip you the bird and say this time you're gonna die. They did fix that bug where sometimes it just murders you for the sake of murdering you. But it's where you have the fuel ships and they've got that middle structure area and all the big fuel canisters that you gotta cut around. I've gotten myself in trouble on those probably more than any other ship type. because it'll sometimes be like a weird thing that something will just not line up right, and you'll like cut through the bracket and it'll go to a gas tank on the other side. Like, to be very mindful where everything is. And I've definitely gotten myself either like cutting through a side panel on the next area over and cutting through and hitting a gas tank or whatever. And it just takes a lot of tinkering and figuring stuff out. Oh, let's check again. What is my debt at? So we can basically have $65,000 right now. So the things I need to get, if we look at our big tractors, I remember we were looking at potentially going for, there was the versatile. We were potentially looking at like one like the big Roy or whatever it was, and getting the absolute largest seeder. That might not be necessary. It's not necessary. None of this is necessary. That might not be worth our doing in the first place, because what we were looking at was, I was looking at, where's our seeders real fast? There was a seeder here somewhere. Yeah, so this is a new one, or that's not the one I'm looking for. There's one that came with the new deal. This one. It is a 25.6 meter seeder. This thing is a monstrosity. But it requires 550 horsepower. Which is a expletive lot. And it's also a direct driller, too. I don't think it weeds, though. It does the fertilizer, it does the seeds. The other downside, though, is it requires two parts. It also requires this part. Because that other piece is just the seeder. This is the hopper for holding the seeds. Which does mean that combination there is like 600,000. When you need to seed everything and your neighbor's lot, yeah. No, it is 100% this is the end game. Like, you don't get bigger than the seeder. To give you a context on the size of that seeder, if we look at the Nexat, for those who remember that monstrosity sidewise, where is your seeder here? Yes, this is the seeder. So this is 13.5 meters. So that seeder is just shy of double the width of the entire Nexat when it's folded down. Can you mark them as favorites or something and maybe get notified they go on special? I don't believe there's any system of that nature. Like, you can watch the specials real fast by just going there. But I don't believe there's any like favorites mechanic. There's probably a DLC that does that. But yeah, so I can go to details and all that, but I can lease or buy it. I don't really have more. There are mods you can get which will show you, like, it'll put on the top, like on the top up here, it'll be like, this thing has gone on sale. I actually find that to be kind of useless for me personally, because of the sheer volume of different equipment and their names. It'll be like, the Ford 1300 5G is on sale. I'm like, you know what I don't know what is? That. I don't know what a Ford FG 5000 is. And then you look up and it's like a seeder or something. You're like, that's not what I thought it would be. But yeah. So the idea is, we do want to start pursuing getting the bigger tractor. We've been doing really good with our was it AgroStar? It's done very well for us, but at the same time, we are kind of at that point where if I want bigger equipment, I need a bigger tractor. And then I do have one of my objectives for the Dare Drops is I need to do a versatile brand tractor. And the versatile tractors are all basically large tractors for the most part. I think there's one that's a medium. And I definitely want to get a large tractor for being able to do a lot of stuff. But I'm kind of leaning towards getting the big tractor because, one, that'll make it so I can just do the work much faster. And then that'll satisfy that objective. I'll be able to use it for, like, the planting, the harvesting. I'll be able to drag this, like, trailer behind it, whatever. Because I just need to do 3 tasks with any versatile tractor. That also give me pretty much an endgame tractor that can do literally anything I want with it, for the most part. I'm kind of leaning on the idea that we keep making money and hope stuff goes on sale. But they also have the PNP, Plains and whatever, Plains and Prairies DLC. But you got quite recently frustrated with the contracts. You love the classic look of the Versatiles, especially the blue Fords. But the issue is you got multiple times a contract giving you an attachment which is not compatible with the single point ball on them. The only fix you found was to use the trailer lifter mode, but the AI can't use it. So you keep jackknifing getting stuck. Have you experienced this? I have not. Because I haven't done any contracts with those big ones. I can see that being a problem, though. That they probably need to have an update that just checks, like, is this trailer compatible with that tractor? Because if you didn't count those old Fords and all that, there's not a lot of tractors that you have to worry about that particular issue with. Like, if we look at our big tractors here, like, that has the 3-point on it. I think all of these have 3 points on them, but the Versatile and the Fords over here, I think it's even you. I don't think have the 3-point on it. No, you do. Yes, it's not until you get to this one. All these other ones have the single point. They don't have the 3-point on them. So it is one of those things that, like, there is very, very few of these vehicles that don't have a 3-point. Yeah, because that's got a single point on it. And then these two are effectively the same tractor. You've got this one has a single point on it. And then you got this one has a single point on it. So it's kind of mostly just these. I think this one also has a single point on it. So it's basically just these, like, I'm gonna say it's 4, it's actually 6 models, because these are effectively the same ones, but the different paint job is based on who was making it at the time. But it's like these ones here have single points on them. And for the most part, I don't believe any of these other ones do have, like, I could think you can switch them to having just the single point if you want. I wouldn't do it. So it creates a problem we haven't had in the game where you have to worry about that connection. It looks awesome, but there's a bug where, yeah. Yeah, so it's just probably they need to add logic with those specific tractors that it checks to see if it's compatible. It might even be with the contracts, they just don't include those tractors. Yeah, I was trying to think of something I could have my my tractor do in the meantime, but right now, I mean, one thing I could do is I could check a contract just while we're doing this. Those are all terrible. Never mind. Like, I should probably be doing this myself. But they really don't charge much for the AI in this version. Farm Sim 22 on the hard economy, it was... Well, actually, this is not hard economy, I forgot. I normally play hard economy, but for the dare drops, they wanted us on normal economy. But as you can see, like, we don't have anything that's, like, reducing the pay or disabling the pay on our worker. It's very cheap. So what'll end up happening is they'll only charge by the, like, it accrues the amount, but it will only actually get hit with the charge on the hour, I believe. Because here the hour are 15 minutes. And it'll probably only hit us for a couple $100. It's not much. Alright. So the thing I'm actually going to do is, even though this isn't a full container, I'm going to go drop this off at the grain mill so it can start processing our flour, so I can go to our bakery, and so it can start making us the cash. And we're just going to keep knocking our money down real fast. I am debating how I want to go and try and bootstrap just cash. So stop worrying about, you know, taking in being like, hey, let's take our time, you know, expand our fields. if I'm not playing this game like full-time kind of thing, because we're going to be playing a lot of RimWorld, what I do want to do is start cashing in a big way without, again, going straight up to just abusing power generation, because that's the classic meme of just tossing down solar panels and wind turbines and, you know, have free money. I am very heavily debating tossing down some greenhouses, which is basically free money. But at least those I have to put, you know, water into it. Okay. And this doesn't directly pay us. We do this, it sits in here, it makes flour, which gets moved to our bakery, and then our bakery makes this flour, or this whole process into a bunch of money. It does boost our wealth a considerable amount. But the other bonus I put down a greenhouse or two, for example, is with a greenhouse or two, because that will pay every single month regardless of season, like 1,000, 2,000, whatever bucks. That should mean regardless of anything else going on, we would be just chipping down that debt. So instead of like this where I get this huge boost of money, you know, as the bread is made until like the grain mill runs out of grain, we would keep that nice trickle every single month. I wouldn't even really need to keep money in the bank account to worry about interest, because we would get the income to deal with it. But if I do that, where would I put it? That's actually the big question, because I need room for them. I'd also need to get a water trailer, but the water trailer is really not a big deal. Because right now, if I look at the land we own, I own this field. It does have some room back there, and that field doesn't. I mean, it's got a spot down there. So let's check to see about this area. If we go over here, and we check this green spot over here, it's not that big, and it's very slanted. And you just have one spot in the far end that I don't imagine is any good for us to do this either. And I could give up some fields, but I really don't want to. I'm also not going to take the time to clear the land of trees. Yeah, it's too small there. And then if we go up here, you can see it was very snug the whole time anyways. And you'd have to go through trees, and you'd have to go through trees. This one's probably got the room for it, maybe. Trying to see if there's a small... Ooh. This would be a good spot for a bunch of greenhouses and all that. Big wide open area like that. So 54, that's still unfortunately 145. You're a really small one. Do you got... Oh, here we go. Yeah, this will be perfect. This is perfect for us. It's right by the river. I gotta get all this. It's right by the river. It only costs about $45,000 for the tile of land. And you can toss a couple of greenhouses on it to start making more money. I can get myself a water trailer as well. We start just loading it up. Pretty soon we'll want to get a lorry. I'm assuming we don't have anything we care about here. Yeah, this is literally the tractor I'm using. But I could sit there and buy that piece of land, toss a couple greenhouses on it, and honestly buy the little windmill that gives us free water. Because you can go to a river and just dunk your tank into it, it's fine. But if we get the little windmill, I don't even have to go dunk the tanking and just drive back and forth. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think we're gonna go ahead and make the plan to to toss down some greenhouses. That way we're getting a little bit of money every single month, because that will supplement our income nicely. Okay. Alright, so with that, we can borrow $60,000. I'm not going to get very far with that. Okay, and how much was the big greenhouse? Isn't it like 30,000 or something like that? Alright, so greenhouse, so we have 36,000 for that one. And I believe the large glass one and the large tarp one have the same everything, except this is a narrower, like this is a smaller area coverage. And then you got the mushroom ones. Now, what I'm trying to remember is if we go in here and look at the businesses, I believe the canning business works with all of those production lines. What would you cost? You're probably 300,000. Okay. Because then with all the greenhouses and all the extra stuff, I can just feed it all into the canning place. Because the thing that's cool about the canning place is if you look at what it accepts, it'll accept, kimchi, it'll accept, flour, eggs, rice. It's actually nowhere near as much as I remembered. That's actually not that great. But yeah, so we do the greenhouse, that would be the kimchi. That'd be the kimchi. Literally just the kimchi. Oh, right, but the kimchi is the cabbage, garlic, spring onions, and chilies. So that would boost our money. But then any other crops they ever harvest can be shoved in this thing. Not everything, but like the rice can go in here. Bunch of other stuff. So we could potentially do a thing where we spin up a bunch of greenhouses to get the canning place going pretty steadily. And that should be a lot of money. On the short term, we would just sell everything that pops out of it as we go. And like I said, the idea is just to get ourselves a supplement income. Because the more sources of revenue, especially ones that are lower effort, the better. Alright, and this is our big field by a large shot. The fields we own right now, so we got this giant field up here. So it's 7.63 acres. I got this field over here, it's 3.7 acres, and I got that one down there, and it's 2.4 acres. So we got a pretty good amount of land right now. But, yeah, so we're looking at 67. Let's check to see if there's any other really good ones for us. I don't think we're going to beat 67. 17 is not a bad one. It's very slanted, though, so that'd be a bit annoying to deal with that. You could always buy one like 14 here and just build on the field, but I don't think we need to. Oh, yeah! I was trying to do... Oh, actually. Oh, you're a grass field. That's why. So these are all grass fields. I would have no problem with tearing that up and ruining it. 39. 53. Yeah, all these other ones over here are much bigger fields. Yeah, so I think 67's the answer there. So we could just run down here, just put a water tank vehicle down here. And just deal with that. Nice cheap spot of land. Build a bunch of greenhouses down here. A lot of good land in the area. Because that way if I put it down there, I don't have to worry about anything. Alright. Yeah, so the hope there is that we'd be able to start rapidly bringing down our debt, give ourselves a new income line, get all that set up, which doesn't directly get any of my dare drops done, but most of my dare drops are just about cash right now, ultimately. The playground can be solved with cash. The pallet of cake can be solved with cash. The spelling fort is strictly a cash thing. And using the versatile tractor is ultimately a cash thing. I gotta buy or lease the versatile tractor. Like, I could lease it, knock out the 3 jobs, and be done with it, which isn't necessarily a terrible idea. Alright, well, let's see what we can do here. So let's borrow all the money we can. So I got 64,000 bucks. So it's this field we're looking at. So basically this tree is the northern border, the road's that border. That tree line behind us is the western border. It looks like there's... Yeah, and I think the railroad here is the southern border. So it's not a huge area, but it's enough I could probably fit, honestly, upwards of like 6, maybe 8 greenhouses in there if we really wedged them in. But see, does this game get to the point where you kind of just watch it play itself, or do you always have to do something? You do generally, quite often, always have to do something. The AI can do a lot, but not everything. It is a game where you kind of choose to be as involved or uninvolved in a lot of the processes. Like, to give you an example, the AI will drive this harvester for me. That's fine. But the AI will not drive this trailer and fill up from the harvester. So I do ultimately need to do that. So it isn't a game you can fully automate it away. I say that, but there are mods like Courseplay that let you get pretty dang close, but that's mod territory. But the base game, you can get the AI to do a lot of individual tasks on your behalf, but there are some tasks it cannot quite do. Like, I believe the AI cannot pick up bales for you. The AI cannot load the trailer for you. The AI can't do any type of woodworking, like cutting down trees and chopping them up and loading them up or any of that for you. It can harvest the fields, it can cultivate the fields, it can fertilize the fields, it can weed the fields, it can lime. I think it can lime. Yeah, no, it can lime the fields, it can harvest the fields. But a lot of the, like, and you can tell it to drive your vehicles from point A to B, and some maps it struggles a lot more than others, but it generally works pretty well. But ultimately, you are going to be involved. Now, you could, on the other hand, if you did want to make it like a fully automated experience, you could get to, again, pretty low involvement, where you could build just a ridiculous number of like greenhouses, and you just have to fill them up with water once in a while, and then, you know, have all your stuff auto-distribute everywhere, and then sell itself automatically. And you could get it down to just filling up the water in the greenhouses. You could also just cheese it and, like, instead of putting a farm down, you just put a solar panel down. And the way that works is it costs you a couple, like, it costs you like 100, 200 bucks to have the solar panel operate on your property for maintenance. But then it gives you like 600 or 700 bucks, so you just get like that $400, $500 profit, whatever it ends up being. And you could just basically put down panels and fast forward if you wanted. It wouldn't be the most, like... It's interesting from a haha, I'm winning the game by not actually playing the game kind of a thing, but it's not actually that fun overall otherwise. Okay, so I do own that land now. 67, I said we're going to put some greenhouses on, so we are committed. I will be getting like $12,000 to $20,000 each day while this barley is processing. Into bread. And then once we get past that point, I'll be able to put down the greenhouses, and I believe each of the big greenhouses makes you somewhere in the area of like $1,000, $2,000 a month, give or take, because the prices go up and down. So it is one of those things that it can be very lucrative. And then if I were to save up the money and buy the canning facility, then I could, you know, have the multiplier of just shoving all of the stuff over to make kimchi to sell. and that'd potentially be incredibly lucrative. Or, I shouldn't say incredibly, it would be, you know, particularly lucrative. And that would be good. The other thing I will need for the greenhouses, though, is I will need to go in here, and if we look under the animals stuff here, I will need one of these. As you can see, sky's the limit. And if I go too small, it's a pain. Because, like, the greenhouse, I think, can carry, like, 20 or 30,000 liters. So you can imagine if I get this tiny little 2,000 one, that would be annoying. Versus 6,000, it's only, like, 3 or 4 trips. This one, it's only, like, 2-3 trips. That thing, it would be basically one and done. But this requires a semi and is expensive. I'm not going to buy it right this second, just in the off chance that we get lucky and we catch it on sale next month. Or basically whenever I get the greenhouse, I'll get one. The other thing I'll want to get, and I'm going to wait to buy it until we have a good feel for where I can put the greenhouses, is if we look in here somewhere. This thing, for 10,000, this little windmill here, this gives you free water wherever it's built. So if I put it right there, I could drive my truck up and hit a button and fill up with water off of it. So the idea would be is we go down to where we own that last field. There's where yes, it should be over here. Yeah, so this is the new field we just bought here. So what we'd potentially do is put it like right there, put a bunch of greenhouses along here. And then just, you know, take the rotation of going around filling them up with water. And that should bring in a lot of money really fast. Alright, well, I'm just going to take this over. Okay. Because then we can do this real fast and just get that all going. Because I gotta harvest all 3 of my fields. And this field's about twice the size of all that. Because you can always pet chicken, cows, and sheep. No AI worker will take that away from you. And why would you want to? You don't have to, of course. Yeah. That's kind of thing. Is you can never get it to play itself in the sense like you're just kind of standing back watching your farm operate itself. Course, like I said, there's a mod called Course Play that can get you relatively close. I believe there are some other mods around automation where you can have it where like it automatically assigns stuff. I don't know what of those are available for Farm Sim 25 yet. They were available for Farm Sim 22. But it is one of those things that you're going to put a lot of effort in to try and automate it, and it's just not really what Farm Sim's made for. You, like I said, you can get a lot closer than you'd think for full-on automation, but there's usually always a handful of tasks that there's enough variance in it that properly automating it, you know, is pretty difficult. Energy farm, so yeah, that's about the exception, is if you're doing the one where you just chuck down a bunch of solar panels and wind turbines because you don't do anything, you just build them, and then money appears out of the ether. Which again, for just casually playing for yourself, no reason not to do it. But it is one of those things I warn people about, that playing in that manner can very quickly get the game to feeling very trivialized. I do find that a lot of games people will kind of min-max, figure their stuff to a point that it's not fun to play. Just in the sense that what you'll end up doing is you'll make it so you can get to like right to the end game really fast, and then go, but what now? And then you get bored and move on. And that's kind of my concern with that type of thing, is where you kind of, you know, you just make it so I get limitless money. And there are people who enjoy that style of play, where you just like get there, you have a good time with the game, and you bounce real quick, and that's fine. For me, the progression is the fun of the game. That's the part I really kind of get into. So when I play a game and it just jumps me to kind of like a game where you only have like a handful of weapons and that's all you get for the entire game, I usually get bored with quickly because you feel like you get everything right away. Well, energy farming is only a tiny slice of the game though, and it simply doesn't incur any gameplay. Not the gameplay operates itself. Yeah, exactly. But it is extremely lucrative, because once you put it down, it's forever money. Like, you just keep getting paid every single month forever, until you delete the solar panels. Which is fine, like I said, I'm not sure what you could do for a balance that would feel good, that you have to do something with the power generation, you know, not to make you feel like you've earned it or anything, but to make it feel like there's something going on there, versus you build it and then money shows up in your wallet, and effectively it's like you paid a loan out to someone and they had to pay you interest forever on it until, you know, you sell it and you take back your loan. But like, there's no principal going down, so you just get paid the interest for all eternity. Alright. Yeah, so my hope is to get us off of just the endless barley farming on this one. We want to upgrade our equipment and all that. I do feel like getting into a small pile of greenhouses, just chucking out stuff constantly, the extra income. Maintenance, replacing parts, something like that could work. That's what I was thinking, because right now it has a maintenance you pay, but it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, you take $200 out and you get $800. So the $200 maintenance means nothing because you just make $600 or whatever it is every single month. And it'd be kind of one of those things that you're like, all right, well, what we should do is maybe you have to go in and every once in a while one of your solar panels will get damaged, and it might just be that you kind of walk up and just kind of throw a reset or whatever. But some kind of interaction, or like you throw a reset, or you have to like go to the panel with a pressure washer and, you know, pressure wash off the panels to get the dirt and grime off them, or they start producing worse and worse after a while. So it's like you're still getting your free money, but, you know, at least there's some kind of player interaction in part to do the free money thing. That said, when it really boils down to Farm Sim, this is not a challenging game. It's kind of one of those things, once you figure out to make some money, you just keep doing it and you keep making money until you get something to make money even better. So Conrad saying, oh my god, co-promo of Power Wash Sim. I honestly would think it'd be a really good option. I don't know what types of teaming up and like collabs and all that like Giant Software wants to do with like the Power Wash Sim folks or whatever. I could absolutely see them taking some of like, they wouldn't be able to probably take like the John Deere and like big name brands or whatever that this game has in it. But there is the Lizard brand. Whenever you see the Lizard brand in this game, that's their like hand-wave made-up brand that they either did for gameplay reasons, or they needed a machine that does a certain thing and couldn't get the licensing figured out with whoever would makes that kind of a machine. I could see them having like one of the more iconic Lizard brand things, like the Lizard brand truck or something from Farm Sim, or maybe a couple different pieces of equipment. And I could see them having that where you go into the barn, there's some like Lizard brand tractor, Lizard brand trailer, Lizard brand like pickup truck in the corner or whatever. And you'd go pressure wash all the farm equipment. Now granted, they don't have Lizard brand for all those things, but I could see a fun little promo where they just, for that one, make up a vehicle for you to need to pressure wash. I think it'd be interesting in a game like Pressure Wash Simulator needing to, pressure wash this monstrosity on front of the Combine, the big header there. I could see it be interesting trying to figure out all the nooks and crannies you gotta get into this giant behemoth to get it all clean. But if I didn't already say, welcome, Ranthor, it's good to see you. I could see room for that. They've had some pretty bizarre, collaborations, co-promo with Pressure Wash, like SpongeBob, and a bunch of other ones. Tomb Raider was another one. That when you hear it, I was like, Pressure Wash Sim, you're gonna pressure wash Lara Croft's, like, mansion. You're like, what? Like, I'm down for it, but what? How did this come to be? Pressure washer the Shinra building. Yeah, I need to go in here and replow that field's corner because it doesn't seem to want to do, I think. Alright. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Shinra. Yeah, I haven't played the remake yet, but back in the day when Final Fantasy came out, I believe it was the PlayStation 1. Or was it the yeah, whichever PlayStation it was. Doesn't matter. Whatever PlayStation it was, I do remember playing it, like the whole way through, doing like, what was it, like Ruby Weapon and all stuff, where you had like, there was like Ruby Weapon, was that the one by Midgar? No, it was whichever the city was a big gun. Like one of them had like a special optional boss. There was like, I think there was like 2 or 3 optional bosses. And I remember having to figure out how to do them and all that. Yeah, Ruby was the desert. Yeah, my last Final Fantasy I really got into was Final Fantasy VIII, I believe. It was whichever one had the gun blades. And then by then, I had kind of moved on to PC gaming primarily. And since Final Fantasy wasn't available on my PC... Yeah, 8 was emo gunblade stuff. Yeah, and jumping motorcycles between floating islands. I watched that cinematic, I'm like, that is the dumbest and most awesome thing I've ever seen. Why, of all of the vehicles, you would do, like, sieges between flying continent things, would you launch motorcycles ballista style at your opponent? Like, there are so many better options than that. Maybe not as badass, admittedly. But there's a certain level of cool factor and a certain level of pragmatism. Yeah, I never got into 9. Because I believe, wasn't 9 the one they went back to the old model for, like, the White Wizard, the Black Wizard, which, for those who don't know Final Fantasy, was, like, the White Wizard was a healer, the Black Wizard used, like, lightning bolts and all that, fireballs and whatnot. So it was that kind of stuff. It was just, like, the type of wizard they were. You love 10? Yeah, no, I know a lot of people really liked 10. Like I said, it's kind of... It was kind of one of those things that, like I said, 8 was kind of my last one. Just because I didn't have, like, I didn't want to buy the new PlayStations and all that. I already had a working computer and whatnot. I needed my computer for the stuff I was into. And so I didn't buy a PlayStation and therefore could not play them. And that was kind of the point where I kind of threw my hands in the air and went console exclusive, to hell with you. You're going to be console exclusive, that's a you choice, not a me choice. Yeah, so these fields shouldn't take quite as long as the other one. But if it's going to be all complicated with its driving... All right. Man, I really enjoyed the Final Fantasy series back in the day. I know I probably have the most nostalgia for 7. I would be lying if I didn't say that the 6/3 where it was Final Fantasy 3 here and it was 6, in Japan or whatever. That I don't have a very just a spot in my heart for that game. Because I feel like Kefka was the last time we had like a boss that kind of had like a very straightforward, like he was insane as all get out, but he didn't have a complicated character. He was like, what am I? I am evil. What else? I am potentially absolutely insane. Anything else? I'm here just to wreck crap. Like, I've got backstory and all that, sure, but as far as like depth and personality goes and all that, I'm kind of just a psychopath, and that's all you really need to know. Like, all the flavor text is flavor, certainly, but not a character with a lot of nuance and depth to them, so much as like I have one mode of being a person. It's the last of the ones that you actually felt was a good character like that. Because nowadays you end up having a character that has just like the one thing they do, and they end up feeling kind of like a hollow, empty character. Like there's something missing. Versus Kefka was definitely just absolutely ridiculous beyond anything belief. And all that. That was also one of those games that's notorious for, you're like, you know what? I'm reaching the end of this game. I am very satisfied with the length of this game and the complexity and the difficulty. I feel like I've gotten my money's worth. And the game kind of slaps you in the face and goes, get back down there, you're not done. We still have another half of the game to do. And you're like, what? I'm already 70 to 100 hours in this thing. What do you mean there's a whole second part? I want to feel for this antagonist. Kefka, nope. Yeah, there's not much empathy or sympathy to feel for Kefka. He's just like, what am I gonna do? Destroy the world. Cool, I guess. Hey, Joesmel, thanks so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can I get a shout out for Joesmel, please? Just enjoying a little farm sim today. We'll be back onto some RimWorld probably on Monday. Working on our dare drops and all that good stuff. So, Joel's been playing some Cache Cleaner Simulator. I've heard good things about it. I still haven't played Cache Clean Simulator. That definitely felt like one of those ones with everything going on. I had to make my choice about what games to and not to play. And I didn't end up grabbing a key for it. It was one of those, like, there's a handful of those simulation games that come out. Like, there's literally hundreds of those simulation games coming out. And the vast majority of them are not good. And every once in a while you get a good one. I've heard good things about Cache Clean Simulator. But it's sometimes really hard to tell which are going to be the ones that are like, yeah, that's going to be a good one. There was another, oh, it was Water Park Tycoon or something like that. That was another one that I looked at the demo of it, like the description kind of thing had and everything, and I'm like, all right, this is going to be another one of those like really crappy theme park, tycoon games. Because we've had kind of, your really good ones over the years, like your Roller Coaster Tycoon. I'd put Planet Coaster up there. And then you've got some other ones that are like, Roller Coaster Builder or something like that, and you play and you're like, this is really not good. This is really in pretty rough shape. And there's been a ton, and if that name happens to actually be a good one, like I'm just trying to pull something that sounds like it. There's been a ton of games trying to hit that same like Roller Coaster Tycoon feel, but not having any heart or soul in it. And when I looked at it, I think it was like Water Park Tycoon. When I looked at it, I was like, I'm guessing that's another one of those ones that's going to be kind of a garbo game, trying to cash in on that nostalgia over there. But I had not only one person, I had two different people who are kind of in my circles of other creators I know were like, no, actually, that one's pretty good. And I had, like, totally dismissed them, like, this would be some garbage. Like, no, it's genuinely not bad. It's like, okay. As I just trample a little bit of my barley, don't mind me. Let's see, you know this Parcel Simulator, which came out the last few days? You haven't tried it yet? Steam reviews seem okay? Yeah, I saw Lollip playing that the other day. I didn't get to check. It was Lollip, right? I think it was Lollip. If not, let's pretend I'm right with who I said. I believe it was Lollip playing it the other day. And it looked interesting, and it was sort of a Papers, Please kind of game. So the Parcel Simulator, from what I saw, you get a bunch of parcels that show up. So for those, maybe they have different names. The parcels, like packages you get in the mail. So you're working at like a mail distribution center, and you get like a handful, like 10 packages, and you go, okay, well, today any of the packages coming from this country, get rid of them. You can't deliver those. These ones, you might have to double check some information, make sure the information on the the label's correct, and then if everything's good, you send it on. And some of those rules will change day to day. So there's definitely that Papers, Please kind of mechanic going on there. But on the other hand, there's also an automation side of it. So you can get to the point down the road where you're like, all right, man, I have been looking at each and every one of these stupid labels to compare to that number, and I'm really tired of it. So you get a machine that when you run a package through it, it checks that and it goes, okay, and if it's okay, it pushes the box out one way. If it's not okay, it pushes out the other way. So you can take that one task and take it off and automate it. And you can keep expanding your automation to do a bunch of different things that you can then go, okay, well, today, this country's, I can't take packages from this country, but that other country's okay, so you'd have to, switch your machines up and all that. So it's got, like, Paper Please, but you can eventually automate it using the money you earn. And so it looks like a kind of a slick idea. But yeah, no, I only saw it because, like I said, I think it was Lollip was playing it. And, I was like, oh, that's kind of a nice twist on the Paper Please formula. So that one looked like a genuinely interesting one for me to check out. I also saw there was, oh man, it was like Quarantine Zone or something like that, which was sort of a Papers, Please, but zombie plague. So you would be checking people, like you'd take a stethoscope and you like put on their back and like listen to the person breathe to see if they have like a certain like congestion sound to them, and be like, okay, these symptoms are fine. They don't imply the zombie plague. These symptoms are a maybe, and those symptoms are a definitely has the zombie plague. And so you'd have to sit there and go, okay, like, if they definitely have it, you send the people off for termination. So, they definitely have it. They basically execute the people because they're going to be zombies soon. If they maybe have it, you put them into quarantine, but there's kind of a catch that with the quarantine, if you put more than one person in quarantine, and one of them does have the plague, it ends up killing everyone in quarantine. So you have all that. Now, that one for streaming, I was like, that feels like it could easily get like a little too intense and a little too gross, where you're like looking for like eyesores and all sorts of stuff that I'm like, I don't know if that fits with my kind of content very well. It's an interesting game that I could definitely see checking out off stream or whatever. But as far as like on stream, it's like, okay, this gets a little much. Especially when it's like digging into not necessarily the morality, but kind of like making you face the idea. Because you'll have the person that they show up and they're like, I'm fine. And you'll go through and you'll see like they've got this rash. That means they've got the zombie plague. Like, it's no question. And I'd be like, where are you taking me? And they're going around the room, like the corner to where they kill people or whatever. I'm like, yeah, maybe I don't want to do that. Like, again, for playing a game for my own sake, whatever, even that feels a little weird. Like, maybe you can make it a little less on the nose. I don't I don't need the game to beat me about the face with my own, like, morality of my decisions and, you know, the consequences of even doing the right thing and everything. I don't feel like I really need to go through all that. Doesn't need to be quite so heavy. I think I'd much rather do a little guardsman where it's just silly nonsense, papers, please. Where you have Disney princesses who burn things. Including you. That's really cool. Thanks for sharing your view. It does seem quite interesting. You think, like, sorting by itself could probably get quite boring, but you think the automatic... Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think Paper Please does pretty well for, like, a couple of playthroughs, and then you're kind of like, alright, I'm kind of over it. There's a certain level of, like, intensity to it and all that, but it's, you know, it's enough that it's worth doing a couple playthroughs to see, like, the different endings or whatever. But I couldn't see, you know, burning hundreds and hundreds of hours in Papers, Please. But I feel with the automation, they can kind of add more and more layers of complexity that Papers, Please couldn't. Because what you can kind of do is so, like, Paper Please, the problem is you go, alright, well, you just need to verify the information matches. That's at the start. Easy enough. The numbers all match. You know, whatever. And later on, they'll be like, all right, well, this country's a no-go from over there. All right, you know, people who have this information on them, you need to have them arrested. Okay, well, this one, they need to have this date before that date and this other thing here. And you get the idea. And they have some different layers to all that. And none of it gets, like, way over the top, but it starts to be a lot to manage, which is the difficulty of the game. But I feel like with the automation thing, what you could do is instead of, like, you get to that 5th layer and you're like, all right, 5 layers is the point that, you know, for the players it goes from being fun to it's just a bit overwhelming in a not fun way. And so what they could potentially do is as you automate some of the easier things, like just checking the label that becomes kind of mundane, repetitive things, you can automate that off of the area and then introduce a new thing that the player has to manage. So you've kind of changed the things the players have to deal with. And if the player chooses to not automate, then they get to deal with all of it, and that just sucks to be them, I guess.
Thank you, Monrai, for subscribing for 14 months.
And thank you, Mohanrai, for the Tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. You've been subbed the channel for 14 months, a year and 2 months, so thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. It's good to see you. But yeah, it's definitely good times and all that good stuff. But yeah, that one looked interesting. That's definitely one I'm down to check out. I did put out like a bunch of key requests with like Next Fest and that. A lot of the demos I got key offers for regardless of requests. It does feel like with the whole being visiting family for a week and all that kind of stuff that I had going on, I did kind of miss the boat on a number of them that, like, by the time that I got back, Steam Next Fest is already over. And so while certainly there was some good demos in there, the interest in people looking at those demos has kind of already passed. Like now we're in waiting for the not demo version of it to check it out more. And some of the other games that did come out during that time that I was excited to check out, I didn't end up actually getting keys for. Like the Altars was one I was looking forward to checking out. And I've heard admittedly somewhat mixed things. I've heard people speak very highly of it. I've heard some people are less impressed by it. I honestly don't know where it is. I haven't had a chance to check it out. But they had a whole mess with their key distribution that, you know, I actually got denied the key on that one because they ran out of keys or whatever. But it was a bit of a mess organized wise, and it's just like, you know what, whatever. Like not in a bad way, whatever. It's just like, you know, honestly, there's an overabundance of games out there right now. I'm not gonna sweat it. It was an interesting one that you do kind of a colony survival, but all of your colonists are clones of yourself from alternate realities. So there'd be like the version of yourself who became a jock, the version of yourself who was like a radiologist, a version of yourself who became an engineer, the version of yourself who was like a farmer. You get the idea. They would all have like their stuff that they had kind of all together, and, you know, their personality quirks that weren't quite right. Like I had heard like one of your versions of yourself, like your wife ends up passing away to that version. And so, like, he's desperately trying to get in touch with, in your universe, your, like, ex-wife or whatever. Because to him, like, that's the person he lost in his own world. Of course, you're not together or whatever. I can't remember, like, but basically, you know, it's not his actual wife. It's an alternate reality version of it. Wasn't that a movie? I'm sure there's probably a movie that's covered similar. But it is a whole thing where they're, like, juggling with all, like, the different iterations of your personality. Because of, like, you know, one or two different experiences. So, like, there's the one version who, like, stood up to your dad or whatever, and, you know, took a different path or whatever. So has, like, a much higher level of confidence in themselves or whatever. I don't know the details of the individual personalities. But it was an interesting idea of, like, you having what's effectively a bunch of frustration, incompatibility, yelling at each other, but the other people are also you. Of a flavor. It's basically RimWorld clones, but you? Yeah. But, like, they all deviated somewhere in their history to be just different people. So they're you, they have a shared history, but somewhere along the line, something was different that resulted in a totally different person. Which is like when you talk about, like, alternate history type books and all that, will be like this one book, it's like, well, what if this one fight went differently? Yeah, no, it's a side-scroll. It's like it's a weird wheel space station thing. Like, you're on a planet, and they've only got a couple of days or whatever until, like, they're gonna die. Like, I can't remember if, like, the sun's gonna explode or what the thing is, but basically, catastrophe's going to happen. So you keep teleporting in clones of yourself, you know, again, who are from alternate realities, to try and solve this problem. It's more like The Sims, the Sun Chasers, them like the Riddick movie. Yeah, it's a big wheel station thing that they travel by the wheel rolling, but it's sort of like a Fallout Shelter, like the inside wheel thing where you build a room, it's got a purpose, and you plunk down a room and it's got a purpose, so you have to decide what you're building and all that. I don't know the details and how all that works. Like, is it really good and in-depth and engaging gameplay, or is it kind of shallow? I don't honestly know the answer. But that was one that we played the demo, like, last year, and what little we got seemed pretty interesting. But I didn't get a chance to check out because they ran out of keys and I just haven't had the time. I gotta sit down and do all that stuff. I also there might be some sponsored stuff coming up soon. So far as, like, games. I gotta catch up with a whole lot of stuff. We also will probably be doing a charity stream in July as well for Gamers for Love, which is a organization that not raises money. It's an organization that makes equipment for children's hospitals so that, you know, kids in long-term care and all that kind of stuff. It's not only children's hospital. Basically, they make equipment for, you know, children stuck in long-term care, as well as young adults, to be able to, you know, play games with friends and that. So, you know, people are going through what's likely the worst time of their entire lives, being stuck in the hospital for a long term, can, you know, still play games with their friends, especially if they're in a situation where they can't be around their friends. Like, for example, if, you know, one of the kids has, like, a particularly bad contagious disease, they'll keep them under, like, a quarantine kind of thing because it's a danger and all that. But they have these carts they make, that the cart has, like, a game system on it, controllers and all that, but it's designed in such a way that's very easy to, like, completely sanitize and everything. But it just lets them have a little bit of normalcy in a situation where, for anyone who's never been in a hospital, pretty much anyone who has been in there for more than, like, 30 seconds can tell you, it is not a fun place. And now if you're a small kid who may not really understand what's going on, because you're 4, 5, 6 years old, and you can't quite grasp the reality of things, it is a really not fun place, where you're asked to, like, not get in trouble, and not pull on this, and not push that, and you're stuck in this bed, and you might be there for weeks to months if you've got a very serious health concern going on. So just giving them even a little bit of time to just be a normal kid for a while can be tremendous. And it's not only just, oh, well, you know, they just gotta toughen up or anything. Like, very genuinely, the state of your mental health in a hospital has a direct correlation with the success chances of treatment. That generally people are in a healthier mental state have a higher rate of success in a lot of different types of treatment. Like, that's a well-documented thing. And there's a whole bunch of theories as to why that is, and yada yada, and I'm not even going to go into that, because I'm not a doctor. Yeah, it's also the right thing to do. Yeah, no, just being decent. Because it sucks. Alright. Let's see, it's possible to be alive without... let's see. It's possible to be alive without having to be in a hospital. You almost died when you were 3 or 4 weeks in ICU. Yeah. But so you're in for a week with your wife when you had her daughter. Super not fun. We're also there for a delightful reason. Yeah. And I've spent more time in the last couple years around hospitals than I would like. Not for myself, but I'll simply leave it at sick family without going into details so we don't make this into a big bummer situation. But needless to say, granted, not the target demographic for the charity. That's more age is a real kick to the pills. But the point being, hospitals suck. And I don't blame the hospitals for sucking. Like, the hospitals gotta do what they gotta do for the patient care, and a lot of that stuff is not fun. But it is what it is. But so you heard in some European hospitals they'll take you outdoors and stuff, that they don't do that here. Oh no, they'll do that in the US too, depending on a lot of things. Like, it really depends on a lot of stuff. Like, obviously you're walking around, you've got some, like, highly contagious disease, you're not walking outside with a bunch of other people. That's not a thing that's gonna happen. If you're someone who needs to be hooked up to a bunch of equipment to monitor to make sure your heart doesn't randomly fail because of everything you're going through, you're not going outside either. But for people who are, you know, going in, like, there and they're getting some type of treatment that they just kind of need to monitor you, a lot of times they will afford you the ability to, like, you know, walk outside and do all that kind of stuff. It just depends on what you're dealing with. You know, are you of health that it is safe for you to walk around on your own? Because there's a lot of sickness that just takes it out of you so bad that, you know, they want to have, like, a nurse by your side even if you're just walking to the bathroom, just in case, because, you know, you're not doing so good. There's also a volunteer semi-professional organization of gamers that serve as advisors, technicians to hospitals to maintain the game system fundraised on Twitch a few years back. The systems are really, really helpful. Yep, that sounds like the same kind of exact stuff that Gamers for Love does. Yeah, delivery wing we're in there was like a 25-25 balcony you can go out on. That was it. Gotcha. Yeah, and it's probably one of those ones that varies wildly hospital to hospital as well. Okay, so we've got, this is the second field, so we got one last field to do. I believe it's our smallest field. And that takes care of the harvest.
Thank you, Dragonfall97, for subscribing for 18 months.
And thank you, Dragonfall, for the tier 1 sub. That's 18 months, a year and a half you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I also gotta keep an eye on the time, because I did start stream late since I was spending time with the family, which this was the last day. We're back to our normal schedule on tomorrow. If I look at, like, normally I look down and be like, okay, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm about halfway through stream. Okay, I'm coming up at 7 hours. I'm starting to wrap it up. Like, those kind of things. I'm like, can't do that today. We started 2.5 hours late, something like that. I don't know the exact time. If I wait till it's like, all right, 7 hours, it's time to start wrapping up, it's going to be like 6 in the morning by the time I stop stream. And that would result in me probably not streaming the next day, because I will be ready to pass out. But see, I'd love to get involved in an organization with that. That's really trying to improve quality of life. That's, it wasn't on the medical side of things, but on the education side of things. That's actually one of the things that upset me so much with how things ended with my last job. I was authoring courses to teach software development, which doesn't sound like one of those things that would be in that same, like, hey, you're helping kids get through whatever. But one of the things that we did have for, like, a charitable side of the company is our product wasn't exactly the most cheap. But what we would do is for people we had a whole thing around the people who are at the highest level of need, we would offer our product for absolutely free and yada yada. And we really did try and do everything in our power to make the quality of the learning you got out of our product as absolute high bar as possible. And we got all sorts of rewards for it until they started nickel and diming and, we need to make it cheaper, we need to make it cheaper, we need to make it cheaper so we could IPO and yada yada, which killed that poor company. But before it got to that point, like, we were doing partnerships with some of these, like, villages out in Africa and, impoverished areas and areas that had been through pretty awful strife and all that. And we would bring in a bunch of computer equipment and all that to help teach them all sorts of technical skills, to build those areas up, to get them to have more technical expertise out there so they could, work their own things and all that. And so there's a lot of really good stuff that was coming out of that you're helping a lot of these places that they just really had no opportunity in that area. But between the equipment they had and the skills they had learned, they could, do a bunch of work that would give them new opportunities for jobs and everything to help all that kind of stuff. And it was really rough watching that all kind of implode once the company started IPOing and everything. That they didn't kill it, but they kept just, kind of cutting it down and parsing it down and parsing it down. The quality of the product suffered horrifically because they're like, what if our product didn't do this thing that we're known for, because it would save us some money, and then it didn't do that thing we're known for because it would save us some money, and it wouldn't do this thing that we're known for because it would save us some money. And, you'd sit there and be like, all right, I need to talk to you, person who's in charge of this project. Why exactly do you buy our product now versus our next nearest competitor, as you've taken away all of our arguments we have for what we do better than the next guy, because you kept trying to cut the cost down? And it's not like the company wasn't profitable, but we just absolutely killed all of the goodwill the company had. Like, and it had a lot of goodwill going for it, just nickel and dime that whole thing down to nothing. I'm still pretty salty about that. Because they didn't even get, like, it's not even one of those things that they're like, we did all this nickel and diming and all this stuff, but now, we're way more profitable and we can expand or any, like, literally they ran the place out of business. And that kind of goodwill takes years to build and days to destroy. Oh yeah, that's a conversation I've had a number of times, that, a company will mess up. And it could be a genuine, honest mess up. Ruins goodwill. They make a mistake, ruins goodwill. And they're like, okay, well, how do we get back to where we were before this happened? It's like, keep doing good things? And about 10 years? And they kind of stare at you like, what? It's like, yeah, no. Like, goodwill's hard to build up. And when you break trust, it's even harder to get the trust back than it was the first time. Because now you have to prove to people that you won't do whatever it was you did or something similar again. And that's a hard sell. Especially if you built a reputation as being a trustworthy group. Because that sting, like, it becomes more of a feeling of betrayal. It's not just, oh, this company has generally done mostly good. Like, if you especially do something like going out of your way to be positive, and then you're a company who spins back around and does something awful, that is a hard bridge to mend. It's the only time, listen to that, but you have people in your own area who are suffering back home. Appalachia's absolutely mollywomp last year. Yeah. Oh, you're, Admiral, you missed the conversation out of the rotation. Oh yeah, no, we were talking about a company I'd worked for, kind of like torched their goodwill, and it was a pursuit for profit. The classic enshittification thing of, you have something, it's good, and you keep kind of nickel and diming it, cheapening it, nickeling and diming, cheapening it, nickeling and diming, cheapening it, until you look at what you go and say, what's even the point of this now? But it was one that I'm still pretty salty in all honesty about. It's just the company was doing so much good and was profitable, and they're not going to exist. They're basically going bankrupt, like they're going through that process. Went from leading its industry to shutting the doors in single-digit years, and not that big a deal. I'll probably move on because I'm getting too much information that'll probably make it easy enough to track down what it is. It's fine. It happens. We see it like time and time again. People get too focused on just but profit, but profit, but profit. And you go, but you're making money. And then ruining the entire value prospect of what it is you do. Forgetting that ultimately you gotta care about the customer. That doesn't mean the customer's always right, but you gotta actually keep in mind that the customer's ultimately the one who is going to be buying your product. If you can't convince them your product's worth buying, you don't have a company for very long. Yeah, sadly a common event. Yeah, especially in tech. Tech is very, very notorious for going and the normal tech cycle is you come up with this new organization, they manage to create at least a minimal viable product or something along those lines, get a bunch of investors really excited about it, get a bunch of that capital in, use that capital to build and expand, often providing your product at a loss to build up a user base, especially if you're talking something that's going to depend like on large numbers of users. So like streaming services, social networks, you name it. Anything that's going to have a significant user base to survive. And so they'll operate at a loss to build up that market share, get themselves to be known in the industry, do all that sort of stuff. And eventually some event, which it can be a whole range of things, but some event triggers that's like, okay, you're out of the growth phase, and now you're in the phase that you actually have to make a profit. You know, whether it's the investors start getting a whole bunch of heartburn being like, we really need our money to start coming back, or you start exhausting the goodwill of your investors, or like the investor money starts running out. There can be like economic pressures, like there's a whole range of things that can trigger it. Or you can just be like, you know what, we're big enough now. Like we've captured a measurable percentage of this market to the point we think we're ready to move. And you flip that switch over to you're in the profit mode. And that's where you start raising your prices, you do like the product we're doing, like what are the parts that we think are too costly for the value we get out, and you start kind of going and doing all that sort of stuff. Or investors are looking to juice the finances for another founder fundraising. That happens too, where you keep getting new investors on it again and again to try and keep going, like staying in that growth phase longer. But eventually you have to start pursuing profit. That's where most companies die. When they, like, I shouldn't say that. Most companies die at the front door. Like they don't get that MVP product out there that compels investors to give a dime in the first place. That's where most companies die. They can't convince an investor to drop some money on them, nor do they have the means of seeing their product through with whatever resources they've got. So the product never sees the light of day. But after that, probably the place that most of them die is when once you've got the investors on board, it's when you got to switch from growth to profit phase. Like the profit phase is a real hard pill to swallow, because usually it means you've been providing a free and or really cheap service to people for a long time, and now you've got to suddenly be like, but what if you paid for it instead? What if instead of this being free, what if you had to pay for it? Or what if where this is an ad-free experience, what if it had 5 minutes of ads per 30 minutes? Or what if this basic functionality that you've enjoyed this whole time, what if that was paywalled? You get where that's going. That they start to figure out, like, okay, but where can we get some real revenue out of this? And it doesn't mean they won't try and make any money while in the growth phase, but it's during the profit phase you ratchet up. Because you gotta make it so you're making enough money that you are profitable at that point. And like I said, that's where most tech companies implode. Because what'll either happen is either one, you've got a competitor who's cheaper or free or more established or whatever than you, and the moment you turn that light switch on saying, now you gotta pay for it, you know, it's rats bailing off a ship, the whole thing starts sinking and everyone just jumps off board because you're not worth it. As far as like the consumer side's view, you're just not worth the price being asked. Or you cheap out on your experience, or you add so many things of inconvenience that you either have to pay for or be subjected to ads or whatever, that, you know, people just don't want to be on board with it, so they get frustrated and leave. Or you've got a competitor who they just wait longer and everyone jumps ship and then they do their profit switch. But yeah, a lot of companies die at that phase. It's one of the reasons why when you have, like, you've probably seen that every 2-3 months or so we'll have, like, oh yeah, there's this brand new streaming service that, you know, it's got some venture capital or whatever behind it. You know, is it going to be the Twitch killer or whatever? And at that point, there's not really anything to pay attention to, because that's usually the marketing during the growth phase. And yeah. And it's just kind of one of those things that it is really hard to knock an established player. Like, it's not that you can't do it, but you've got to have a very compelling advantage to convince people to switch off what they're comfortable with to something else. Usually it takes the, when you're trying to interrupt a market, usually it takes the person who's already the established player on the market to basically alienate their user base enough that you can kind of scoop in and get them. Because that's kind of what happened with, like, MySpace and Facebook. Is MySpace, they let you customize your pages, and it was all, after a while, it kind of all became like glitter gifs and MIDI, like automatically playing MIDI players and all sorts of stuff that was utterly obnoxious, that was killing MySpace's user base to begin with. And then Facebook popped in the scene and was just not that. And so it was just in the right place at the right time that everyone was kind of bailing off of MySpace, and here was Facebook sitting over there, the shiny new thing that promised to not be what MySpace was, and people started popping on that. Not that there wasn't movement in its own right, and that, you know, like, Facebook didn't do anything strategic on its own. It did what it was doing, but it was just kind of one of those things that, in a world where that customization had some limitations that didn't make it utterly obnoxious, I don't think Facebook would have stood a chance. The story of venture capital investing in 1,000 companies a year, some make profit though. Yeah. You speak of the company being parasitized by a VC. Oh yeah, that happens a lot. But yeah, that's actually like what we've got going on with X/Twitter right now. Like, had that platform, we don't need to get into details, had that platform not made some of the decisions it's made over the past 2 years, it likely would still be the big platform out there and not really being threatened on a meaningful capacity by anyone else. But decisions we don't need to dig into, because politics, decisions that were, we'll say, ostracizing, has led people to basically be willing to take any other option. Whether that is to simply delete their account and do without a social network entirely, or, you know, Blue Sky or Mastodon, which has not been doing well, but, like, you know, Blue Sky's the big one, or Threads, or just going to Instagram, like those kind of things, that Twitter's just been hemorrhaging users like no one's business. And its competition, like, it's looking like Blue Sky might end up being the one who wins out in the end. It is looking like we also might not ever have a social network of that format, that size again. I think we might be looking at some other format of social network will eventually replace it. Because while Blue Sky and Threads and are building up, they're not building up at the rate we're watching the decrease in usage of Twitter is happening, which would imply there's just a lot of people are just saying, nope, no thank you, I don't want to be part of this anymore. They're just kind of checking out of the whole social networking thing entirely, which is, honestly, I don't think a bad idea. I kind of have to be on it for what I do. But there's definitely a lot of people who are just like, this smartphone, desk drawer. The touch grass alternative is definitely based. It is not a bad idea. Like, there is a lot of good stuff that comes out of that kind of technology with social networks, but there is a lot of bad stuff too. It definitely just says, hey, that addictive dopamine button, what if we just start smashing that sucker as hard and fast as we can? What if we also just made everyone angry at each other all the time, so that they kept all talking, and the advertisers just kind of start drooling all over the place as they watch those ad impressions roll? So it's definitely got a lot of not goodness in there. Okay, so we got all 3 of our fields harvested, so we're just gonna get our stuff back where it needs to go. We did buy the area to the south for setting up greenhouses, because we're going to start doing that as a supplementary income to what we're already doing. I can't quite set up the greenhouses yet, because I got $20,000.
Thank you, Zidian _ for subscribing for 41 months.
And thank you, Zidian, for...
Welcome back.
Sorry. Thank you, Zidian, so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 41 freaking months you've been subbed to channel, which is a heck of a long time, and thank you so much for the welcome back. For those who are hanging out tonight who are like, but where did he go? I was spending a week with family that were visiting and all that stuff, and, you know, it's weird being away from the stream for any meaningful amount of time. It's stressful, because you sit there and go, oh god, the whole thing's gonna come crashing down, but also it's an entirely necessary thing. You can't just go hard forever. It'll start to affect your content, which will make your content perform worse, as you become obnoxious because you're just not getting the sleep and all that, and you get the idea. Basically, you need to be in the right headspace. Yeah, spending time with family is super important. Agreed. Especially when the niece is adorable and you just have to live with that knowledge. That's the problem with profitability and monetization, isn't it? Non-profit service shouldn't have those incentives? Yeah. Alright, so let's pop over here. It'll take 2 seconds to do a quick repair on our harvester. And let's check when I need to be... Well, first of all, we can repay a couple of the in-game months real fast temporarily. So we need to plant again in September. As you're visiting India in a week for work, was worried you wouldn't catch the stream because of jet lag. Gotcha. Gotcha, Will. I hope the travels to India goes well for work and all that stuff. One thing I wanted to share, and I showed it earlier on, one of the things that we did with my niece is we did pottery painting, or ceramic painting, I guess, technically not pottering. So that's the one I did, which I'm pretty heckin' happy about. Because, for the record, the crab here, that's actually part of the ceramic. So I didn't come up with this crab design, but I did paint the crab. But the entire scarf, obviously, with the channel and all that, that's me. I did decide, like, the border and all that. So I'm pretty happy with it. It's not perfect. It's got some edges I could have done a little bit better, but it was my first time painting ceramic. Honestly, a lot of fun. I feel like that's the kind of activity you can get, like, you know, a significant other, go for a double date, grab a couple of buddies or whatever, and maybe bring a couple of drinks and just, you know, spend 20, 30 bucks and, you know, just paint and have a good time. And it's one of those things you can kind of spend as much or as little as you want. I think, like, as cheap as you want is something like $10, $15 or whatever. I think you can get up to the hundreds of dollars. You can get these ceramic dragon that's like that big if you want it. Hey, follow. Well, don't hate on your own work. It's good. Oh yeah, no, I'm happy with that. No, don't get me wrong. I have hated on plenty of my own work. My background before the IT stuff is I was actually an art major before I switched over. Believe me, I have hated on my, and it doesn't even need to be art. I've hated on my woodwork too. Hello from United States, goes by Kodiak, Alaska. Gotcha. You're trying to say hello from. It said hell of. I'm like, what? I thought we were going to go with the meme of Hell, Michigan, which for those who don't know, Hell, Michigan is an actual place. There is a city called Hell in Michigan. I have been. There's a diner. It's okay. You flew over that base yesterday? Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's, so I'm actually going to Alaska for a cruise in August, which will be my first time going up that way. Yeah, no, Hell isn't a bad city. Like, genuinely, it's not a bad city. It's an okay city. Like, there's nothing, I wouldn't look at it and be like, ah, this is wonderful. I wouldn't be, ah, this is awful. It's like, it's a city. What'd you want? The diner was mid, as the kids say. Like, not bad, not great, not particularly noteworthy. You are a rescue swimmer on the MH-65 Dolphin Jayhawk. Gotcha. I don't know much about that, but it's good to have you and all that. Alright, so we don't have anything there to deal with. Okay. So, we bought some property. So I can get 30... So I'm gonna have to go another month before we can start setting up the next thing. And it was, what month am I waiting for? Month is September is when we plant. Yeah, no, rescue... I say it's a cool job. It's also probably a job that's got a lot of not fun parts to it. Because, you know, like when you're rescuing, even if you do everything right, you know, it's like EMTs. You can do everything perfectly and not get the results you want. You better not. Oh, that's not the one we were saving up for. Okay. I was about to be like, you better not slip this thing by right after I spent the money so I wouldn't be able to afford it. That's not the one we were looking for. It's very similar. Okay. So. We want to bring water in. I should be able to hook up the 8,000 one. I think we buy the 8,000 liter tank before we worry about the greenhouses. So this is going to be a weird month in-game. Because what we're going to do is we're going to advance to next month, which is my planting month. And I'm going to have to juggle between greenhouse stuff and with it. Thing is, a wagon axle, not fun for reverse. Yes, it does not have the fun for reverse. But I am going to spend the money to get like the little, what's the word I'm looking for? I was kind of really hoping it'd go on sale, but we didn't get that lucky. I was kind of hoping it would drop on sale. Yeah, but I'm planning on spending the $10,000 to build the little like water mill turbine, whatever you want to call it, thing. Okay, so I'm gonna need to buy more fertilizer. Let's see here. We're not far enough. There we go. Solid fertilizer. That's where, let's see, we're 8 the people in hell, non-English community. Otherwise, you wonder why they named it that? I genuinely don't... I know I knew the history once. I couldn't tell you what it was. It could be a language thing. It could also just be... There's some interestingly named things here in the US. There was an expedition way back where it was Lewis and Clark going from I believe it was Missouri all the way over to, I think they ended up in Oregon, what would later be the Oregon Trail. But basically they're exploring to see, when we did the Louisiana Purchase, what we actually bought, which is just a crap ton of land to the west of the Mississippi. We didn't really know how much we had gotten. And they thought it was going to be a really, really short trip. It was not. And so it's funny because you have, mostly on the earlier part of it, you have generally positively named areas like, you know, Paradise Valley or whatever. When you start to get towards the tail end of the trip, a lot of the things had far less positive names. Now, granted, Michigan's not that far west, but it is amusing to see all that. All right. So we'll let you start dealing with that. And meanwhile, if we check our finances, let's see what we can do. So I can get up to 47,000. So I'll go to construction, and we will start by going to the greenhouses, because we want to expand in the greenhouses just for the sake of making this better. So I'm going to start with the mushroom ones. Well, no, because the mushroom ones, oh man, I forgot those are 54,000 for the big ones. And for the record, these ones, I believe, the 36,000 here, these wider ones, I believe have the same output as these ones. But if we compare, I want to say these ones are narrow and long. And so, like, literally, these take up less space. Yeah, and the surveyors were called, Lewis and Clark? Yes, I believe so. Because I believe I use ones like this, I could literally run them, like, a whole bunch of them up along here. And honestly, probably put a second row there. And the wind turbine to give me water. And, like, really milk this area out. Oh yeah, you're gonna burn the fertilizer, that'll make me top off, which is fine. At least it didn't start enumerating those bad names. Yeah, just like Valley 12, Valley 13, Valley 14. Alright, well with that in mind, I'm just going to go ahead and take this over. And we will pay down all of that for right now. So I'm not spending interest on it. I mean, up here in Canada, there's a place called Head Smashed in Buffalo Jump. I mean, we got a place here in Florida called Yeehaw Junction. It's not as descriptive, but you hear Yeehaw Junction and you just go, really? Really? You literally named the place Yeehaw. Can we go back before that was a thing and reassess these decisions? I know naming things is hard, but I feel like we could have done a little better on that one. I feel like maybe this is one we actually should have spent a little bit more time on, the naming. Conrad saying that there's a Newfoundland, you mean Newfoundland has, and I know the name of the city, there's a city, I believe called Dildo, is what the name was, which apparently is right next to Conception Bay. Great. Yeah, there's stuff like that. That was, ah man, there was an article that they were talking about, like, adult clubs. I will not specify farther than that, but adult clubs. But one of them was named Consent, and I'm like, that is a good name for what that club is. That is a really good name for what that club is. You go through a village that's named Crapstone. It did have a small quarry. Yeah, it's not the one where you get the good stone, it's where you get the filler. It's the Crapstone town. And people say Finns don't have a sense of humor. I think pretty much, yeah, no, it's all good. Like, it's definitely one of those ones that's like, you get it. Like, in the context of what we're talking about, that was fine. But yeah. Definitely a term I certainly agree we'll probably want to keep on the filter. Oh, I didn't check the pH. We might have to run through and do a round of lime. Australia has a sign called effing. That, they changed the name of their sign to, I'm just going to go with fudging, even though, whatever. Now, because people kept stealing their signs. I wonder if that's been a problem they had in Hell, Michigan, with people stealing the sign saying "Welcome to Hell." That used to be, I didn't run into it a lot, but every once in a long while, you'd be like, you're going to hell. You'd have, like, the weird, like, I don't have a problem with people being religious, but, like, the ones who feel like they need to butt in your life and judge you. It's like, you're going to hell. It's like, already been. It's pretty brisk this time of year. Surprisingly cold with all the snow on the ground. Relatively okay diner. I want to say it's a really small town as I recall, right? Like, you're talking, I mean, I don't know about now, it's been 20 plus years. But I vaguely remember it being only like a couple thousand people. Like, maybe it's higher, like the low 10,000s or whatever. But it wasn't a particularly bustling town. Like, I want to say it was like one of those towns where you go in and there's like all of like 2-3 blocks. You know, and then you've got like, I don't even remember if it was suburbs around. I don't even remember what was around it. It's been too long. This terrible gas station thing. Welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. The home of the really okay diner. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't call it bad. I wouldn't call it bad. Because bad would be a bit too severe. It certainly wasn't good. It was just like, you get your food and you're like, that's about what that's alright. It could have been better. I'm not upset about it. I'm not excited. It's solidly mid. Honestly, I feel it is more appropriate for a place called Hell for everything to just be okay, but never good and never awful, because at least awful is interesting sometimes. Whereas if everything is just kind of that in a lot of ways is worse. You're going to hell. Yeah, been there. Met my wife there. She's a real demon at times. Oh man, I imagine people who live there can have a whole lot of humor with that. All of it terrible to use locally where everyone gets tired of hearing the same jokes, but when you're traveling, probably a lot of fun. As long as they say, as long as they have a fried burritos and potato wedges, you can make an argument to go there instead of the gas station. Counter argument, you're in Michigan, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news. The Mexican food situation in Michigan, it's not good. No, it's not good. Chinese food up there is okay. It's not good. Maybe it's changed a lot in the last 15, 20 years. But I remember that people thought like quality Mexican food was Chi-Chi's. Or no, was it not Chi-Chi's? What's the one? It's not Chi-Chi's. It's one of that like age of restaurant. Oh, what the crap is the name of that thing? Padoba? No, they didn't. Padoba is like fine dining by comparison. So far as like, so far as being authentic. Good Indian food, Middle Eastern food, and some Detroit suburbs. Yeah, no, they've got good food. It's just they don't got good Mexican food. They do have a lot of good food. It's just Mexican food is not. Like Michigan's got some good stuff going on there. It's not one of them. You're in downtown Detroit. You can find like was 2-inch plexiglass and 10 chicken nuggets. All three are towns and suburbs, just to put it clear. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I missed the actual comment. But yeah, no, I'm assuming it's just a bunch of wildly, like, names in their own sense. You're like, those are not great names. There's a lot of places with some ridiculous names. Yeah, no, there's good barbecue in Detroit. I will definitely say Detroit-style pizza is objectively wrong, and whoever came up with it should be ashamed of themselves for both ruining breadsticks and pizza. It's like not actually objectively bad, but it shouldn't be allowed to be called pizza. For those who are not familiar with Detroit-style pizza, it's a hard thing to describe. The way I would describe it is if you took a bunch of breadsticks. So you just start out with a sheet of breadsticks, and then you put a little spaghetti sauce and a little bit of cheese on the top, and you said, that's a pizza. You're like, okay, it's not actually bad food. It's not actually bad food. It is an interesting take on breadsticks that does have some merit. You are getting breadsticks with marinara sauce and cheese. For breadsticks, what's not to love? But if you're looking for pizza, you're upset. Because it is some real bready pizza. You like the first Detroit-style pizza you had because it was a novelty? And there was some rough diminishing returns. Yeah, it's very much like this is. If you're like, hey, let's just get some breadsticks. You want to get some fancy breadsticks? You could genuinely have a good time. But if you go in there and you're like, I want a pizza, you're not gonna be happy. Have you had a baked ziti pizza before? Are you talking like baked ziti where it's got like a marinara sauce? Usually it's sausage more than pepperoni. So it's sort of the pieces of pizza, but instead of the bread, it's pasta. Because of that, then yes, I can get on board with that. I think I'd rather like a pie instead, but I can be convinced. Yeah, ziti the pasta. Yeah. I think we're on the same page. You apologize for all contagion. You know it's a stereotype. That's why we didn't name it. It's just bad. Oh, the Canadian bacon versus like regular bacon or whatever. It is still a normal bread thing on the bottom. Gotcha. So it's not the same thing. Gotcha, gotcha. So, fun fact for people who don't know, Hawaiian pizza comes from Canada. They call it a Polynesian pizza up there. At least they used to. I don't know about nowadays. But the origin of Hawaiian pizza is Canada. So where do you think Coney Island hot dogs originate? Here's a hint. It ain't Coney Island. Invented in Canada. And beloved in Australia. Was developed near Detroit. On our side, really? Yep. Yeah, Detroit. Detroit is where Coney Island hot dogs come from. You feel like real Hawaiian pizza would have Spam on it? Well, I mean, that's the whole idea, is you're supposedly having ham on it. Because Spam is just canned ham. Which gives it its own experience. I've never been a big fan of any type of canned meat. Like, there's certainly ones that are far more doable than others. But, like, canned veggies and fruits and all that, no problem. Canned meat has always been a weird one for me. I'm also not a big ham person. Like, ham is fine. Like, ham is fine. Like, I'm not upset eating ham. But, like, if you're gonna give me my range of selections, it's gonna be pretty rare that I choose the ham. Can't be some emergency food in your book? Yeah. Like, I'm gonna count anchovies in there, which is probably unfair. I can do the rare, like... So I like anchovies on pizza, but it's one of those things that if I'm gonna do it, it's like once a year. I'm probably gonna go for like a sausage pizza or a meat lovers or something else. But every once in a long while, you're like, you know what I want? I want me a heckin' salty fish pizza. And I know that is definitely a thing that a lot of people are not on board with. And I also don't like to get it very often because I feel really guilty if I get it delivered because of that poor delivery driver's car and what it's going to smell like for the next week. But, you know, every once in a while, on the rare occasion, you want some salty pizza. And I do know your sushi moments. Yeah, there's like every once in a while you're like, you know what? I just have a hankering. If you're not eating pepperoni and jalapeno pizza, you're not having pizza these days. You have no self-control and will put down 5k calories. I'm relatively okay. When we get a pizza or a calzone, I definitely eat more than I probably should in one meal. But I'm not the kind of person... I'm not the kind of person anymore. I'm not the kind of person who will sit there and get a large pizza and just smash an entire large pizza in one sitting. Teenager me. I don't know how I don't have health problems. There's a long list of things I should probably have wrong with me with the way I ate as a teenager. But it's like most things are like a super duper active. But man, I used to go. There was like an all-you-can-eat steak place in the town we're at, and it sounds like, oh, Mr. Moneybags over here going to the all-you-can-eat steak place. Man, they were some of the crappiest steaks ever. These were definitely the steaks that the person outside it's like, do we reject this one? It's really on the fence. Like, let it across the that it's fine. Just scrape a little bit off of that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There were some like solid grade D steaks, but they were all you can eat. I think it was like $10 or $8, or it was not much. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Brazilian steakhouse is delicious. Well, that's money. You only do that for like a special occasion. Okay, Darth. Saying if we eat too much before bed, we run the risk of dying in our sleep on a full stomach. Okay. Do you mean like the whole thing of like, you know, where you're sleeping on your stomach versus your back, that you have, I think it was sleeping on your stomach, you had higher risk of stuff. Usually it's more around when you're drinking than, or like, I shouldn't say drinking, inebriated or dealing with health stuff than just on the average thing. So when working construction, you would walk to CC's and regularly eat 3 pizzas, but that was 20 years old, you eating one a day. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing as like 19, 20-year-old me just slamming away steaks. Your partner went from the US and she mentions Benihana, which you understands translate to meat faucet or something. I have no idea about the translation. It wasn't Benihana. This is like some one-off. In like the reason I'm not saying the name is I think it's not chain. I think it was like literally a single location stuff. Your buddy in high school would smash an entire pepperoni pizza, then play hockey right after. Oh yeah, no. Way back I used to be a sponsored paintball player and everything, and then before that I did a bunch of soccer and all that. And I did lots of weight training at the same time, which I wasn't like a dude bro or whatever, but I was just a very active person. And I could pack away the food. Then I got a desk job, and that I couldn't pack away the food. Then I had to make corrections to my diet. And I eat entirely different nowadays than the way younger me ate. Like, younger me would go to like the Chinese place, get the tray thing that's like genuinely like 3 meals worth of food, and I'd pack that away for lunch all in one meal. An adult me is like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get 1 cup of rice, I'm gonna get a little broccoli, and I'm gonna get a piece of fish. I'm gonna cover it up some I'm gonna cook it all. I'm gonna put some spicy Korean barbecue sauce on it. Maybe some Cajun seasoning, whatever floats my boat that day. And I'm gonna knock that out. So we got this one little bowl of food that, you know, it's got a nice balance of veg. I guess you'd put rice under grain. I don't think the same tech shop should come with a warning label. Agreed. And those fried dough things with the sugar, never skip those. Oh yeah, I've never been one with much of a sweet tooth. Like, it's not that I like. Don't get me wrong, the donuts I used to eat when I was younger was vanilla cream, which is basically just sugar overload. But generally speaking, I almost always went for spicy over sweet. And I generally prefer savory over sweet. You know, so I was more the one that's like, hey, do you want to go get something sweet? It's like, nah, man, let's tear up some wings. Let's hit up the Mexican place. Hey, I hear this another place has this like really cool spicy dip. Let's go check that out. I had my best friend in high school. Mild stereotyping on my part. Mild stereotyping on my part. He is about as Puerto Rican as it gets. But I just assumed he liked spicy food. We had never been together at a place that served spicy food. So, mayhaps I gave him some beef jerky called Montezuma's Revenge. Not realizing his spice tolerance for spice was somewhere around salt and pepper is spicy. He may be to the point of nearly seeing through time. I'm not sure. I felt a little bad about it, but it did catch me by surprise because I just never consciously thought about the fact that I hadn't seen him eating spicy food. And may have mildly stereotyped, which is, you know, party foul on me. You'll learn to maybe ask the important questions about what's going to happen. But he may have been a pretty strong shade of purple by the time it was over. It was a good time. Did feel real bad. Not super bad though, because he definitely got me once or twice where he took sodas and he put food thickener in it. So the amount of guilt I felt may not have been as much as it probably should have been. Mostly because while it was unintended revenge, did kind of fit in that area. Because food thickener Mountain Dew is a really weird experience. Do I recommend it? Not especially. Not unless you actually need the food thickener, at which point, you know, you do what you gotta do. Let's see, your partner considers black fleck pepper spicy. Meanwhile, you can keep pace with Nepalese food. I actually haven't had Nepalese food. Yeah, your buddies from Pakistan can't handle spicy food at all. You feel there? Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, like, big party foul on my side. It's just like, yeah, like, you know, a lot of Puerto Rican food is spicy. They like their jerk chicken and everything. I just assumed that that's my bad. Should not have done that. Oh no, he didn't. So, yeah, here, let me... So food thickener, you typically use it for old-timers, people have problems swallowing. You can thicken food so that it's easier for the, you know, your esophagus and muscles to push the food down. Where thin foods, the problem you can run into is they can run into where your windpipe is, and then you get liquids in your lungs, and that's not good. So you get food thickener. So it's like getting your Mountain Dew, but its consistency is closer to syrup, like maple syrup, than Mountain Dew. Not quite that thick. That's a bit more than it was, but it was definitely one of those ones you take a sip and you're just like, this is not right. Yeah, it keeps food in your food pipe and not in your air pipe. Yeah, it's generally for people who either have like throat problems or, you know, muscle atrophy or whatever with their throat. Oh, so it works like putting cornstarch in sauce. Yes, same general idea. I don't actually know what it's made out of, but usually it's like a powder. And that's what he gave you? Yeah, he put in my drink. In my Mountain Dew. And that happened more than once. Because we had a couple of our friends worked in a local, like, it wasn't an old folks home, it was hospice. So they'd help take care of, like, they weren't nurses or whatever, they're kind of just, I don't know what you'd consider their title, they would just help out with the staff or whatever. So, you know, all that stuff. Let's see, you've offered to share food many times, not understanding your spice tolerance baseline is so unbearable. If you remember correctly, it's actually made of starch to a large degree. Yeah. As someone that didn't read the directions on Metamucil, thick drinks are gross. Yeah, like, it tastes the exact same. Like, at least the stuff we use. It tastes the same, but the texture is very, very wrong. Like, because it's viscous. It's like, again, it's not to the point of like a proper syrup, but it's not far from it. It's closer to that than it was to the original thing that it was. And so it's like, objectively flavor-wise, there's nothing to complain about. But the viscosity and the texture is very off-putting, to understate it tremendously. Gelatin, I would say gelatin would be higher viscosity. I actually don't know that, because gelatin can firm up and stay still, you know, like it'll jiggle or whatever, but it stops moving, and it's definitely not that far. If you let set, yeah, it's soupy, maybe. It's but we're on the same page of like it doesn't flow the same way. And so you're just like sipping your soda and just going, thanks. I hate it. Jello Mountain Dew sounds interesting but nasty. I think it would be fine. It probably one of those things that you try and like, that's cool. Am I gonna do it again? Probably not. I'd try it. Mountain Dew pudding sounds like something William Osmond would make in a video. I don't know who that is. But, to be fair, there's definitely things I have had... There's definitely things I have had, offered to me that I did not have much in the way of expectations I was surprised with. I think the one that I heard of that at first description I was like, I don't know about that, was it's on my in-law side of the family. It's a dessert they do where they take Jell-O and it gets covered with cream cheese and then shredded cheese. And sometimes you can put like little bits of fruit in the Jell-O if that's your jam or not. And so you're looking at there's like cheese on Jell-O. What? But it actually works really well. It's got kind of a sweet and savory thing going on for it. Like, it's definitely one of those ones when someone describes it to you, you're like, why would you do that? But genuinely, I was like, this is actually really good. The carbonation does a lot of heavy lifting for soda. Yeah, no, I can see that. And I do... Oh, man, it's been a while. I think the food thickener really toned down the bubbliness of soda. It's kind of like if you've, there's a lot of cursed Jell-O recipes. You've just described it to us, and you're disgusted. That's the thing. I was in the same thing, that while it was being described to me, I'm like, this is a prank, right? Like, I don't know about this. But genuinely it was good. And you do run, like, that's the reason I'll try a lot of things, even when, like, you first describe, like, man, I don't know about this. Oh, no, for one that was properly gross that we tried one time, there was a place selling pickle milkshakes. That was not good. That was, it went in the trash. That was not, you muscle through it. It was... Like, to be fair, it tasted less like pickles and just straight up like dill. It mostly was like a dill milkshake. And I'm like, you know what? I'm fine with dill. I don't want to drink dill. Not doing it for me. Whereas they had peanut butter and jelly wings, which is another one that sounds absolutely cursed. Genuinely kind of good. It really, so if you want me to give me an example of what it makes you think of, if you've ever had, like, you know, an Asian preparation for chicken where they have like kind of that peanut sauce, it really reminds you of that, but it just has like a little bit of a tang to it. Ultimately is what you get out of it. So it is one of those things that you hear like peanut butter and jelly when you're like, what? Now, granted, it's still not my kind of thing. I'm not huge on that peanut sauce. But it's like, you know what? I see why people would like this. Blood pudding sounds gross. You love it? I was never huge into blood pudding. That's when I'm fine. I haven't tried haggis. I would absolutely try it, but I haven't had the opportunity. I think I've only had one place I ever went that offered it. But it was kind of one of those things that there's a whole bunch of new and interesting things that I could get on the menu. And of the list of new and interesting things, it wasn't the one that won. Let's see, you've heard that heating Jell-O in the microwave until it's liquid and warm, and then drinking it for throat problems was widespread in the US? I have never heard of that before, but I also don't have throat problems, so... Maybe, maybe not. I haven't heard of it before. For anyone else here in the U.S. who maybe knows someone or has had throat problems, have you heard of the idea of, like, nuking Jell-O for throat problems? Yeah, I know about gargling salt water, green tea, honey, yeah, like using those as remedies for throat aches or whatever. I haven't heard of nuking Jell-O, though. I'm not going to say it's not a thing. The U.S. is a big place. For horses after cold, but okay. Yeah, no, the one I usually hear in the U.S. for, like, you know, general sore throat, hoarseness, that kind of thing is it'll either be tea or some type of green tea, and honey is the one we hear a lot, is to green tea and honey it, which works really well. Yeah, or gargling salt water can also help. That helps away your throat ends up feeling like really raw. That can help both in the healing of it as well as the alleviation of the symptoms. Honey is pretty amazing when you think about it. Yeah, it's bee vomit. That's what honey is. It's bee vomit. You're eating bee vomit, and it's delicious. And you try not to think about it while you're eating it. It is a whole lot of insects got together, they ate a bunch of pollen, and they threw it up. Yeah, antimicrobial, delicious bee vomit. You're not wrong. What about tea and cough drop? Yeah, that works. There's nothing wrong with that. That's literally medication made for the job. Bees are ridiculous insects in the best way. Like the whole beehives, or like they'll have a oh, what is it? The really big hornets that get in there, and the bees will literally make a big ball around the hornet, and it'll just kind of dance until they get the heat up to within fractions of a degree of where it would kill the bees from overheating, but just enough that they literally cook the hornet alive. And you're like, nature, you are metal as heck. Yeah, the Asian honeybees, they just cover a big killer hornet thing and they just do a little dance until everything inside there just gets cooked. Like, you can sit with like a thermoscope and just watch the hive radiate heat as it just builds up more and more heat while they kill the hornet by dancing on it. They also have bees that what they'll do is, like, for certain birds, they'll all, like, shimmer their wings at the same time. And just the way the light reflects off their wings, just really F with birds. So certain birds will just see, like, that shimmering thing, and they'll just be like, nope. Mm-mm. Nope, don't want anything to do with this. This is a bad time. Alright. So what I'm going to quickly do, chat, is I need to quickly pop to the restroom. I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. So bear with me on that, and thank you for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! You have to know what the best tractor brand is there? Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. Alright, and we'll get right back to it. Alright. Okay, James, you take it easy. Good having you. Also, bees are not tolerant of any bees flying under the influence of fermented pre-honey. Bees will choose a leg off a drunk honeybee and kick them out of the hive. I had not ever heard of that before. Not saying it's not a thing, I just never heard of that before. I could see that being a thing, though, like, if one of the bees shows up in a way that they're acting sick. I could certainly see, especially a colony-based animal, having some natural, like, this animal is misbehaving, eject from the colony to protect it from disease kind of thing. There's definitely some of that. Like, I know some birds, if there's something wrong with, like, one of the offspring or whatever, they'll abandon it. And not only birds. There's a lot of animals that'll do that. Okay, and with that we'll have this field seeded. And I need to check on its pH, because I didn't do that. That's going to be relevant. We need to top off our fertilizer and all that. We can actually check right now. Okay, so the pH is actually solidly in mostly perfect and okay with the occasional spot of bad. Oh, right! The reason why our pH has got lines of bad and good there is because I kept doing the pH in the exact same like going, you know, from east to west for my rows again and again. I wasn't going the other way. So if we actually look at our rows for pH, here I can show it real fast. If we go up here to our pH here, you'll notice a pattern here that I've got these gaps where the pH is wrong because I've been doing this. So this is all really good pH, like right in the sweet spot. And then these rows are bad pH. And it's because when I was doing the left and right, it was the exact same pattern again and again. The way I'm probably going to fix that is I'm going to let the pH slowly fall out of its range again on me to where I need to redo it. And we're just going to make it a habit of each time I do it, I'm just going to rotate the rows a different direction so that like, even I could just change the offset and be fine too. But the whole point being is I adjusted a little one way or the other just to keep things moving. But so you can run after a bee swarm here in most surrounding countries. Sorry, most crates. You forget what they're called. And the swarm will actually be looking for a new place to nest, to put it in a new crate and trespass pretty much private property in the process. Wonder if that's a thing in the world. Oh, escaped. Escaped. Interesting. I didn't grab the seeds of the fertilizer, and those are going to be necessary to put down seeds and fertilizer. Is the Versatile Tractor like a Nexat? No. So the Versatile Tractor is a brand. If we pop up here real fast, like that's a Versatile Tractor. It's a Versatile brand tractor. That's a pretty standard one. But then you've got ones like this. But it's a brand of tractor. Is that the new DLC? It's the new DLC. Yeah, all this stuff over there is going to be mostly related to the new DLC. Technically, the playground and the cake is just regular stuff, but just a thing we would do. But the new DLC added a bunch of equipment and all that, and a lot of it is focused around the Ford brand. And apparently, at one point, Ford kind of they were owners of or like, I don't know, owner's license, whatever the term is. They had possession of the Versatile brand. And so with the new DLC, they add a bunch of kind of like both modern and kind of cult classic farm equipment in the Ford brand. And so that's a lot of what they added. They also added some pretty ridiculous equipment with this one. They added a seeder that's 25.6 meters wide. For context, that's just the tiniest bit shy of twice the width of the Nexat. At least it folds up, though. But it would be interesting to go to a field and just be like, chunk, chunk, chunk. And then just knock out half a field in, like, just a pass. I honestly think the hardest part of using that thing would be just using it in general. Because fields that aren't large, it's so wide. It'll be hard to do it. It's also a drilling seeder as well. I don't think it does the weeding though. Oh yeah, we had this one spot here. Do I have a plow? Yeah, because we look at this one spot over here in the corner. I tried seeding it multiple times and it doesn't want to work. That's interesting. So this part is marking it as having barley, but not harvested, and this area it is saying harvested. Because with one spot here, I've not been able to grow stuff in. So my thought was to go over it with a plow at some point to effectively remake that section of the field. I found a lot of your kind of weird side effect kind of things, that's how you deal with it. Oh, I didn't check. So I've got 45,000. Because yeah, you're wondering what the trespassing part though? Not the swarm escaping. Oh yeah, I don't know. Yep, bees are neat. Because that'd also be, I believe, how he would fix the tram lines. Because I didn't tell him to generate tram lines, but this field already had them. So just kind of maintaining them. Versus if I took a plow, I could dig up those tram lines and make that into a new field. And then the tram line should be gone after that. I'm actually not too worried about whether or not it has the tram lines. Alright. Because, yeah, with this, with the other ones being 25.6, if you look at that mini-map down there, each one of those widths is probably 12 to, probably like 12 meters between those, tram lines. Maybe a little bit more. So with a 25.6, in theory, if I went down that middle tram line, I would hit, like, I just slightly overlap the tram lines on either side. You like the bees of the very chunky, round, fuzzy bumblebee variety? They're really cute. Yeah, they're pretty adorable. You haven't seen many in the past years, though. Really not many. Yeah. Oh yeah, and bat boxes are cool. It's also a really good thing to do in a lot of areas where the bats are struggling. And if you're in an area with mosquitoes, bats do a heck of a number on mosquitoes. Like, bats are great for getting rid of mosquitoes. They can literally go through hundreds of mosquitoes every single night. Bats are definitely an organic mosquito repellent. Yep. Yeah, and I know a lot of people who have put up bat boxes over the years. That's something I could consider doing. My luck is I'd put it up though, and the HOA would be like, "Meh, take it down. Brrr. We hate everything and everybody." Bonus for Laser Garden? I don't think you get much of that, because, you know, sure they do poop, but like, I don't think in a situation where you could get the concentrations you want where you want them kind of thing. Like, I could be wrong, but I don't think that'll be that big of a thing, unfortunately. It would be cool as a bonus. I also have no idea how good guano is for fertilizer for your garden. I have no idea the nutritional value of bat poop for plants. Because there is some stuff's poop that's just not particularly great when it comes to use for fertilizer. They make one of the hinged bottoms, and it'll satisfy your average vegetable garden. That's cool. Yeah, like I said, it's just not one of those ones I've messed with. I just figured you wouldn't get that much. Not unless they all go back to roost and then they all poop in their roost, which maybe they do. I don't know much about that. Bat bowel movements is not something I've particularly looked into before. Alright, so good news is, I believe the next in-game month we should be able to actually get our first greenhouse up. You unfortunately do. Yep. Isn't biology great? Tomb. Wifey.
I'm going to bed, oh husband of mine, love of my life.
You sleep well, oh love of my life, and all that.
I love you.
I love you too. Yeah, no, Tombs had to deal with some large animals making messes. I mentioned a few times before she maintains aquatic animal habitats, and there's some animals that poop a lot. A lot. A lot of poop. Does a lot of things to your water systems. It's not her favorite part of the job. To understate it immensely. Partner worked at a zoo. Respect. Yeah. It's the kind of jobs you don't think about. Like, whenever you walk into, like, a zoo or aquarium or whatever, and you're like, okay, I get it, you know, someone's taking care of it. But then you look at, like, these giant systems, whether salt water or anything else going on, and you're like, no, there's a whole filtration pad back there that's processing however many tens to hundreds of thousands of gallons of water to keep that thing running and all that. And then, you know, if you have, like, a full-on zoo, it's going to be a bunch of those, and there's probably an entire team of people managing that. Like, just the number of people working those jobs that it just doesn't cross your mind. They're like, you know what? there's entire people managing the water because otherwise the water would become unsafe. And honestly, frankly, disgusting. And you just gotta do that. But the apartment had bat boxes in the bottom of their chimney report. Had bat nests, sorry, I can read. In the bottom of their chimneys repeatedly. It's just a shaft going down to nothing. It's required to have one. They had roofers put anti-bat grid on the chimney entrance twice and thrice. Still again, new bats this year. Hey man, it's not their fault you made a perfect nest for them. Yeah, poop water is not nice. Fact. No one would believe it. Poop water, not great. Okay. Please appreciate our human-made caves. Yeah, that's purple martins, I believe is the name of the bird. Tomb's done some conservation work with them. And they're a bird, but they're a weird bird in that they've adapted so well to working with humans that now they can no longer function without humans. Which is not a great place to be. So you'll go out to where you have these like little gourds that have like a hole cut in them, and people put them up to give them nests. And so Tomb's, you know, done the stuff where they've tracked migratory patterns and a bunch of that kind of stuff. You know, they'll tag a bunch of them where they put like the little bracelet on their ankle that'd be like, that's bird number whatever, so that, you know, when it comes back, they can, you know, see like, okay, this bird came back, it, you know, it nested here, it had some offspring, all that kind of stuff, because, you know, they're trying to like see how the bird's doing, keep the population, but they kind of depend on humans to make places for them to nest. And like I said, the ideal is they put like those gourds and like the little bird houses and all that the purple martins will use. In the past, there's like lots of areas around fishing towns. They had various things that the birds would nest in that was just junk people would like leave around half the year, and they could just nest in the middle of whenever. But they got so used to using all the man-made things for nesting in that they used to nest in like rock, like where you'd have like a rock face with a bunch of like pitted areas. And they don't do it anymore. There's other birds in the vague species isn't the right word. Like similar birds that don't have as much thing, but the purple martins have a real problem where they've become wholly dependent on humans. But it's been interesting with the whole like human-made caves. Like, yeah, we just have to make them nests now. There's no weaning them off of it. That's just, that programming's gone. We were just too convenient for them. But that could be said for other animals. There's definitely purple martins, I believe is the word. I believe it's spelled just like the name Martin. M-A-R-T-I-N, I believe. I could like the second I am less confident on. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a type of bird. It's a really small bird. Some kind of magpie stealing insulation from builders and nesting material. Family groups? Missing what the family group was. Don't know the term. Biologists use the term clade. That is a new term for me. Yeah, because I know there's other things in the martins family, like the different types of birds that just not the purple martins, that they will use human-made nests, but they don't depend on them. Family groups? Oh yeah, no, I don't remember if it's like family group or whatever. It's like, Doing wheat this time? Honestly, probably not. I set it with a plan and doing the rotation. I'm like, okay, let's just keep getting this going, getting the stuff going. Actually, hold that thought. Let's check and see how much barley is still in the in our grain mill. That should be fine. Because we did just harvest a couple of in-game months. So if it is a thing that we, like, fill up the barley, then we'll start switching over to, you know, doing, like, half wheat, half barley. And the only reason I was going to do it, that was the whole plan the last time, like, but we're just kind of going with this. Let's actually check when the harvest dates are. Before I say that, because I still have one field left to do. I just kind of wanted to not be a thing where I'm going to go... I have to stop all this stuff and then pick it back up and do one more field. Let's check. So if we check on the barley, we plant in September. Oh, the wheat we also plant in September. Yeah, fine. Yeah, so next field we'll do wheat. Yeah, it's 1 month later harvest, same month plant. So we harvest the barley in June and the wheat in July. So we'll finish up this field with the barley since we've already started the barley. And the next field we will do wheat. Let's see. Clade is a derivative of cladistics. The whole Linnean from Carl Linnaeus system of classification, aka kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Gotcha. Yeah, so I hadn't heard of clade. Like well, I always forget which one's which. I am familiar with the kingdom, phylum, class, all that. Like, I'll always be like, yeah, I don't remember if this is the family or the, you know, the order or the class or whatever. There was a website, and I haven't been to it in a while, that you would go in and you would have to choose the kingdom, I believe. No, you would choose an animal. So basically, it'd randomly select an animal, wouldn't tell you, and you say, okay, lion. And it'd be like, cool. You are correct up until the mammalian. I'm gonna guess that would be phylum, or class or whatever. It doesn't matter. But basically, get to like, at what point, how far down did you get in like the hierarchy of all the animals that you were correct about lion? And so you might get up to like, okay, it was a mammal, and you're like, okay, well I know it's a mammal now. But it's not a lion, so it's not in like the cat's family. It's not like in this subcategory. It's up here. Okay, well, what about? It sounds like GeoGuessr for species. Yeah, I know Tomb has the link. I showed it on the stream once. I can't remember. I think I learned about it from. I'm gonna guess Ultra. I think Ultra is where I learned about that one from. It was either Ultra or Sim. I feel like it was Ultrasaurus. But yeah, it is basically GeoGuessr but for species. And it is one of those things you have to sit there and be like, alright. And you might get down to points like, okay, well it's a small type of bird in this subcategory or whatever. And that's how we came to the strange town names to cladistics. But now in the way but not in the way you'd think we did. You like to remember this, King Philip could only find green socks. Mnemonics can be very helpful. But yeah, no, I wish I could remember what it was. But yeah, it's just kind of cool because then you'd be like, all right. And one of the downsides is it doesn't have enough things in it to have to guess. You'll get repeats. But you'll try and like rack your head to try and figure it out. And then every once in a while you'll run into stuff that like it'll sort of hint you into a degree where it'll be like, all right, you're in the dog family. And, you know, you'll start guessing some dogs, and it'll give you a couple examples, and a lot of times the one you're looking for will be in those examples. And honey badgers, otters, wolverines, and stoats are not team cat or team dog in the specification. Yeah. Well, that's like, oh, there was a couple animals that seem obviously like in one family or the other. I'm blanking on the animal, and I literally just saw one this past week. It's got basically the back legs of a zebra, but it's actually a relative to giraffes and has no direct relation to zebras. And I'm blanking on the name of it. It begins with an O, I believe. A copy. Yes, a copy. So a copy, you look at, it's like, that is the back half of a zebra right there. That it's very clearly related to a zebra. It's like, nope, it's a giraffe. It's a relative of the giraffe. The connection between zebra is way back up there. They're not actually related. Or that there's a lot of different types of crabs that aren't in the same, like, even remote hierarchy of everything. They just happen to be multiple evolutionary paths created crab. Or like spiders and tarantulas are entirely, they're like an entirely different section of that as well. Okay. So the last field, we're gonna put down wheat. Yes, so much crabs. Yeah, it's like, oh god, crabs, crustaceans are such a mess. Oh, in Australia found a new spider. I mean, I was gonna say it's Tuesday, but it's actually Saturday. No, it is interesting to see how often they find some new species. And, like, sometimes it'll be like they find some new species, and it'll be like, yeah, we think this is a super rare species that only lives in this one little spot. You're like, okay, I can see where that didn't get found before. Like, it's a species, it's deep water, it's in this one specific area by these volcanoes or whatever. Yeah, so it's really hard to find one. It'll be like, yep, we found this new species of bird. Now that we know it's there, this crap is everywhere. So, like, there's genuinely a lot of these. Like, this whole, like, Brazil area and most of South America, there's just a crap ton of these things, like, freaking everywhere. But, we now recognize it as its own bird. Because we just thought it was this other bird, but no, they're definitely distinctly different. And then a bunch of people get into an argument about what is and isn't a different species. And then a whole bunch of biologists get all up in arms, and then there's, like, you know, a bar brawl. They have to shut down the college campus. The biologists are sent home to their parents to think about what they've done. My understanding of species is a very heated topic for biologists. I am not a biologist, but I have heard from people I know who work in biology is that, like, yeah, species is one of those things that what isn't qualified as the same species. There are words. No, let's not get into that discussion. I feel like every profession has something that is like the hot contested thing. Let's see, in Australia there's about 2,700 species, about 500 genera, 78 families, having described out an estimated 10,000 species of spider. Let's see, Roxas same first loads out a funnel web spider, but is twice the size and still ship you to the gates of heaven. Oh, yeah, so just a very venomous tunnel spider thing. Is your best bio professor classified aster flowers? He drove a purple 1970 Charger, and of all things, also taught human evolution. It's going pretty good, Toxicity. Hope you're having a good one. He loved to talk about why he studied plants. They don't try to run off the slide. I can see a lot of things. It's like, I've never had a plant try to bite me. And then you go, what about a Venus flytrap? Like, look, man, you know what I mean. Has the most Australian name, the Newcastle Big. I don't know. Wobblegong is a very Australian name in my book. I would definitely hold that Wobblegong holds a place in my heart as something that just screams Australian to me. Wobblegong is a type of shark, for those who don't know. It's a pretty cool type of shark too. It's got a bunch of frilly things to camo its face to make it look like seaweed. And it just, something goes by, it just goes, rump, and then goes back to the bottom of the water and waits for the next one. Or goes someplace else. I actually don't know what they do between attempts to grab stuff. Look, like the guests have agreed, just use the term lect and avoid arguing about the languages and dialects or anything in between. Also, thanks to politics and method, biologists are doing a good progress in calling everything just population, but they still have big convincing to. Oh, the Wobblegong? Yeah, Wobblegong's a really... Or, sorry, Wobbegong. There's no L in there. My apologies. Wobbegong is a really neat shark. Yeah, I'm adding an L that doesn't belong. You have no idea why. I was confused about the light guests. I figured it was an autocorrect getting involved. All right. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could go for a fish called a Wobblegong. I would expect it not to be a shark that just lunges out and grabs things and has frilly stuff on its face. I need it to be like a flounder that kind of like twists as it swims because its eyes twist to one side of its head, because flounders are a weird freaking fish that I don't know how on earth happened. Because holy crap, that is a weird fish. For those who don't know, flounder's eyes, they start on either side of its head, and as it gets older, they go to one side of its head. So it goes from being an upright fish to a horizontal fish. And it's cool and also kind of deeply upsetting. I think that was flounder, right? I'm suddenly second guessing myself. I'm pretty sure that was flounder. But just like the idea that you age, that your eyes just change their location on your body, is just a really wild thing. Let's see, there's a band from Australia, accurately called the Scared Weird Little Guys, that do a tourism song. They do a tourism song for Australia called Come to Australia, featuring the Wobbegong. Sea needles aren't really making sense at first sight either. Sea needles. I might be missing someone on that one. Sea needles. Oh, the little guys are great. Apparently a popular one. I can only think of, and I'm not going to say the name of it because it's very... Oh, sea nettles? I actually don't know much about sea nettles. So there's both the city I live now and where I grew up, so far as like the grew up for like my teens and all that, have unofficial tourism videos. And the one map from Brazil, this is Riverside, which is non-specific, like southeast US. Yeah, this is like vaguely southeast US. They're an upright, thin upright fish closely related to seahorses. Gotcha. I'm not familiar with them. Leafy sea dragons are a real cool one as well. Leafy sea dragons are one of Tomb's favorite animals. They're just a wild, like, they're like a seahorse, but they got all these like leafy frill things off of them, so it's like camo. But they're pretty awesome. I'm gonna have to ask you to keep it in English, unfortunately. I just don't understand what you're saying if you're not talking in English, and I have an obligation to moderate. Yeah, no, I got you from Brazil, but I got an obligation that I have to moderate, and if I don't know what you're saying, I can't moderate. They basically move through water by standing vertically, flapping their tiny little angled fins frantically. Yep. That's for another random fun fact is hippos rarely swim. Most of the time they just let themselves sink to the bottom and then they walk. They can swim in a pinch, like go up to get air or whatever, but the vast majority of the time they just sink to the bottom, go for a stroll, pop back up. They also helicopter their tail when they poop. That way they can share the poop with everybody. It's deeply upsetting. Basically, Florida, Alabama, Georgia are map placing. I mean, it doesn't really look much like Florida. It's got things, I'd probably say more like Alabama, Louisiana, maybe Georgia. Florida, not. I wouldn't associate this map with what I'm used to seeing in Florida. Like, it's definitely got stuff that wouldn't be out of place in Florida, but it definitely feels a bit more north than Florida. That was another thing. Oh yeah, no, don't get around hippos. Hippos are super dangerous animals. They move way faster than you'd anticipate they are. They're extremely strong and they're very territorial. Like they are a very dangerous animal. Like, we're not talking the usual, it's like, oh, be careful, it's a wild animal. It's like, no, that animal is, like, that animal, if you're in their area, they will come after you. It's like, this is my land and you're gonna get off is what you're gonna do. Because honestly, a lot of animals that you naturally have a fear of because they're predatory animals, a lot of them human beings aren't their normal part of the diet. So a lot of them, they might mess with you out of curiosity, but most of them aren't actually going after you to try to eat you because you're just not something they feel safe going after. Whereas when you have an animal that's particularly territorial, it doesn't matter whether or not they think they can eat you. They're there to get you to go away. And that usually just means going to violence. Because it's not like most animals can have a conversation about telling you to leave. Speaking of us, a cassowary is an unusually scary animal. Yeah, no, I've heard cassowaries can be very dangerous. You have awesome maps of Farming Simulator? You might check out Rancho Fundo map. I might check it out at some point. So you're saying we have awesome maps as in that is a map of Brazil, or that was made by people who live in I mean, technically, I guess it could both. Rancho Fundo. Gotcha. Not gonna check it out right this moment, but I do enjoy checking out occasional custom map. And then ones I really like, a lot of times I'll end up maybe popping on stream later. There was I don't remember what the name was. There was a 4x size map I was checking out not too long ago on stream, doing like a maximum debt run with a mod that made the debt even worse. And that one was kind of cool. It wasn't as rich as a map as a lot of them, because it was a lot just you know, ridiculously large map with lots of farmland, so it didn't have quite as much character, but from a gameplay standpoint, it was really good. A lot of the maps I tend to go after are like the No Man's Land, Calm Lands, Frontier Lands style maps where you're kind of just plunked out in the wilderness with a sell point and, you know, like a place to repair. Like the minimum you need to be able to do the stuff in the game. I really like those. They take me forever. Strider, you're not allowed to do the dad jokes. You gotta get your dad card first. Which is why I can't make him either. Not really, but thing. Let's see, hippos kill more people each year than any other animals of the Big Five game. Elephants, rhinos, lions, and giraffes collectively kill. At least it used to be like that for many years. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, it's just genuinely like they're animals you like. I think the big things that happen is, one, people don't realize how territorial they are. Fair enough. That is understandable. And you also don't realize how actually they can get moving pretty quick for as big and bulky of an animal as they are. They can actually move faster than you can typically run, which doesn't seem like it, but it's a whole thing. And yeah, then they ambush. They just kind of float up and they just pop out of the water at you. So just a lot of things that don't work in your favor. Plus, usually if you're running into a rhino, it's not a hippo. It's not exactly like you're likely in an area where you've got a lot going for you. You're probably out in the wilderness, you know, whatever, which gives not a lot of room for a lot of things to, you know, be in a particularly great shape. Okay, so got everything all planted, ready to rock and roll. Go ahead and load this up. And we can drop that down. Right, we checked our lime, and it's actually okay in the sense that the field cumulatively has the right amount of lime per pH, but because I repeated my pattern in the same direction, I've got these weird gaps of bad pH and gaps of perfect pH, which is not what you're hoping for. So I've got those. So, with that all sorted out, the harvest dates we have is June and July. So let's go ahead and get that. Alright. There was a nature photographer who had a very damaged leg because a hippo bit right through his calf. Yeah, that's yeah, no, they're dangerous. They do kill a lot of people. They do hurt a lot of people. Any wild animal, you definitely want to make sure to treat with a certain amount of caution, respect, all of the above. But then there's definitely also like certain animals you're like, no, this is more than just like, okay, be a little wary around. It's like, no, this is a dangerous animal. Alright, so we borrow that. That'd be enough for the greenhouse, but not enough for the water thing. So we're gonna go ahead and advance another month. We should be getting pretty close to time that I have enough money to get the greenhouse, get a thing for moving a moving a bunch of the water. I was kind of hoping we would find stuff there. Okay, so we borrow this. Alright, so we've got enough for it and at least one of the 2 trailers. So we're going to go ahead and go here. We are November to June, July that we actually do the next part. So we want to go to construction. And I'm going to go ahead and grab this. So there's our peninsula. So the land we bought for messing with greenhouse and all that's down here. There's the first one. We have $17,000 to spare. Now, we definitely would want to get the bigger water container. Because it's 17 is enough for the 6,000. If we go over the 25, that gives me enough for 8,000. The 90 is going to be too much. I think I am going to advance it one more month before we put any time into it. Because it should give me a little bit more money so I can get the one size larger water canister for the 8,000. Then I want to get the water mill so I don't have to dip it down into the water and bring it back up and dip it down the water, then bring it back up and dip it down the water. That'll just get obnoxious. I just suddenly got $30,000 from all of that. Or no, it wasn't suddenly 30,000. What am I talking about? Okay. So we're definitely going to make that orange to go with everything else. Okay, so now I need to bring the water truck back over here. Orange for safety? Sure. So what we're going to do here is take the time to get some water into the greenhouse. Now, the good news, bad news of this is the water container I have now does carry, I believe it's 8,000 liter. I want to say that big greenhouse, I can't remember the exact amount it carries, but something like 30,000 liters. Is here 24 or 30,000. So this is going to take me a good 3-4 fill-ups, unfortunately. But once we fill it up, it'll be good for, I believe, the better part of a year before I have to top it off again. That is not really the way I need to go. That's fine, we'll get there anyways. Not that you have the only name that rhymes with orange. Storge? Orange Storge? I mean, don't get me wrong, you're dealing with the word orange. And that is a heckin' hard word to rhyme with. So I can respect a little bit of fudging what qualifies as rhyme for the sake of making it work. Alright. Yeah, so 64 is right there. So I'm taking the... Or, sorry, 67 is where we're heading. So one of the things that we'll end up needing to do with this is when we get our next tractor, this one is going to sit down here and probably operate the water, at least in the short term. It'll might have to run back and forth. But we should be able to get this thing running. And once it's running, that'll be a net new income. That'll give me probably like an extra 1,000-something bucks a month or whatever. And since it's every month, you get the idea. We'll get a couple of them up and running. And then potentially actually maybe get the canning place. Because with that, I could potentially get all of them feeding all of that into making kimchi to get a bunch of extra money out of the kimchi. And that should allow me a great deal more profit. We'll see what happens with that. Regardless, working on this step. The first time or two, this is going to be a little harrowing. There's not a lot of great places for me to fill up my water. I do have a little spot down there from the looks of it. But a lot of the edges of the water here get pretty rough. Oh yeah, we could fit some greenhouses up here. So I'm guessing this is one of those ones that is kind of a straight down dunk it in the river type things. Oh yeah, we are not backing that trailer down that. Because that's one of the things I remember was always a problem with this map, is just there's not a lot of great places to get the trailers into the water. A lot of it's very rocky, steep ledges. I believe I saw, if I took this far closer to the river's edge, there's like a pool of water along the side that might be enough for me to fill up. Cool, I don't even have to go into it. So I can top that off. The next in-game day we'll probably be able to have our $10,000 to just put down a place to replenish our water. Then we'll start building up some more stuff here. Increase our income as best we can. We definitely don't want to fight with driving all the way down there. Okay. I believe this will be... Oh. You're also struggling a little bit with the weight. And I believe this will be enough to at least get it all turned on and running. Okay, so the grain mill is running itself out of barley. You're still doing your thing. So for the moment... We'll sell those. We'll sell these. Well, right now we just sell it all. Oh, it stores 40,000. Well, go ahead and do one more pass real fast. And like I said, my plan is the next in-game day I'm going to find a place to put the windmill that gives us water. So I can just grab the water right there and not have to drive around. And ideally, we would definitely want to get, like, a lorry with, lorry, semi-truck, whatever you want to call it. And get one of those where you have, like, a proper crop trailer and a proper trailer for the water. just make our life easier. Plus, when you actually have like the really big trailer, sometimes you get lucky and have the trailer close enough to where you fill up the water and close enough to where you drop off the water to fill up the trailer and empty at the same time. And just make our lives easier. Okay. Climb up here real fast. Duck between those. You got this little tractor? Yep. Okay, and with that, that should be enough for us to at least run one in-game day. And with it running one in-game day, it can start doing what it needs to do. We can figure out where we're putting, like, the water thing. Honestly, with the spacing, I might put it, like, in the gap here. Yeah, so you've got all that set up. You're already got a little bit going on there. You're getting low on your stuff. Nevertheless, that can sit down there for right now. We'll teleport up here. And we'll go to sleep. All right, there's 22,000. Now we care about here right now. But we will do. Alright. Because I'm going to go here, construction. It was under tools? No. Container. Alright, so let's go get this built, because this is the thing that's going to let me get water down there without a big hassle. So you should be... There's a peninsula. Shove that right over here. Let's top this thing off. And then while that's filling up, let's pay down the loan a little bit. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? So we top this thing off. I won't have to deal with it for a while. Because that should be making me money gradually now. Yes, we're out of all of our stuff for the grain mill. We've got this getting topped off. It's gonna be making all of that, which is solid. Finish a day of cleaning? Always a good time. Like, it's not fun doing the work of cleaning, but it is definitely nice when it's done. You can, like, see the progress. How's Farm Time 25? It's going good. We just got ourselves set up with our first greenhouse and a place to get water nearby as a way of kind of supplementing our income so that we can use that as opposed to strictly waiting on the bread. It did eat up a pretty good chunk of change, unfortunately, but this should be pretty lucrative. And if we sit there and turn around and expand on this, that'll be another thing. Because almost all my objectives over there are going to be depending on that. I also low-key needed this anyways for the cake. Well, I don't need it, but I'm going to use it. Because strawberries is one of the things you need for the cake. We're wetting the dries. Yep, that way you can dry the wets. But yeah, so we do need those strawberries for the cake. That'll save me buying them. It also gives me another income source in the meantime. I'm probably going to get bit sooner or later where I'll probably have the tractor I finally want show up on sale and just not have the money or be able to make the money happen then. Which will certainly be regrettable, but we're spending money to make money faster. So that's always a good thing. Okay, and I should have this one last load. That should fill up that greenhouse right now. And then with that, we should be good on the greenhouse. You're sure the game won't troll you with that? Definitely will happen. Oh, absolutely. It's a foregone conclusion. Yeah, so you're about to fill that up. Okay, so with that, we've got all that sorted out. And it's June that we harvest the barley fields, and then July we harvest the wheat field. And that'll get a bunch of the bread coming in again. Because we should hit the point that I'm no longer getting the bread income for this year. Yeah, so we still got money for the month. That's not it. Okay, so we had that full. How much did you take? So it burns about 2,500 a day. So basically, I only have to fill it up once a year based on that calculation. So February. We'll get to June. We'll start the harvesting. And maybe I make it a habit of we top off the greenhouses in like... potentially top them off. Yeah, we could top it off in June. I can make that work. Okay, nothing to worry about here. We can go here and go to our loans. I also noticed that move used a little bit more, but that's fine. Because I need about 150-ish to get the thing going there. Alright. Okay, nothing here that we're going to be doing anything with. Yeah, it's burning through a decent amount. May, April, May, and then June, and then it's harvest time. And each time we do the harvest of the barley and all that, we do make, it's pretty close to like 100,000. When we consider like I got the, I bought the land and I bought the greenhouse on the land from the last harvest, and that was almost 100,000 in its own right. Okay, and then this will bring us to June. And then we'll get the harvester. So what I might do for this one is I might, well no, because I'm trying to prioritize how I want to move stuff around. Because I only have one tractor to deal with trying to fill up the greenhouses and with the other stuff. Which is fine. We'll eventually want to get one of these, but I don't have the money. Nor do I think it makes sense to do that spend right now. So we'll pay that. So we only got 20,000 in the bank. So meanwhile, you will start harvesting the field. And then I can go grab our tractor and bring it back over here to deal with this. Because right now we're in the mode of, I just need more money, Arthur. Just one good job. So I'm going to leave the water tank right there for right now. And I'm going to run up here, and the next 2 in-game months are going to be doing some harvesting. I've got my big field and one of my 2 small fields this in-game month, and then the other small field the next in-game month. I think it probably makes sense to make both of these fields down here wheat. Because the other thing we'd end up doing is expanding the number of fields we have, which we'll probably want to do that as well. But I think I'm going to go a little bit hard on the greenhouses to set them up, even though they're not the most exciting way to make money, but they're very reliable and relatively low effort, because we are trying to chase these objectives here. And I got 2 weeks to do that, including the week we are currently actively in. So I'm running out of time. And I do plan on playing RimWorld primarily on the channel right now, so like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you know, those will definitely be RimWorld days. Thursdays and Fridays, we'll probably do a couple of bonus streams here since I end up taking a whole week off, where we'll probably play more RimWorld. We'll play Farm Sim probably on the weekends until we get these objectives done here. And then I'll probably mix in some other stuff too. I haven't quite made up on my mind on those. We still have that last part of the DLC in Planet Crafter. I've been on the fence, because I did enjoy the exploration in the Moons... Sorry, not DLC, update. I did enjoy the update in the Moons one, all that. The issue I had with that is it kind of took away a lot of the fun stuff for the purposes of challenge. So it's kind of one of those things, it's like, okay, it's harder, but was that a fun change? And I kind of came to the conclusion with myself that the answer was no. The exploration is one of the things I really love about the game, but I also liked setting up all the automation as you got into late game and all that, and it kind of just took away all of it when it came to the automation side by having the drills not do as much. And that was a big bummer. But I'm really excited about exploring the other moon and what it has there. But I've already found that it's taken away even more stuff we had the options of functionality-wise, with the drills not even being able to be used on that one. And I'm kind of not enthused about the challenge side, but I really do want to see the planet. We'll just keep it here. I was going to potentially go back and then spend the time filling up the water with the tractor. But it's like, you know what? It's fine. Okay, and I'm taking over for the AI. It's kind of a challenge. It's kind of a challenge that's repetitive. Yeah, it's a lot of challenges when they introduce themselves. When you really take the core of it, the challenge is doing the game with less. And they're not wrong that can be challenging, but it's also one of those ones that often it very heavily detracts from what the game ultimately offers you, because you're just getting less of the game. And like for Planet Crafter, the automation to me was a really big, interesting side to the game. So losing all of that is kind of a big feels bad, man. Whereas like some games, if you lose the automation, it's far less a big deal. Like, you know, if there was a challenge run in Stardew Valley, where you weren't allowed to use like the autoloader chests and all that. And you're like, okay, well, I mean, the autoloader chest didn't exist in the game for literal years, and you can accomplish every goal and it not even be more than, like, mildly inconvenient without the automation. Like, I think a lot of players don't even use it ever. So disabling that, it's like, yeah, you took away the feature, it didn't really change the challenge. Now, I say that as we did the challenge in Stardew Valley where, you weren't allowed to use Jojamart or Pierre for buying anything. Actually, I take that back. I think I was allowed to buy the backpacks, but you weren't allowed to buy seeds. The core aspect of it. You couldn't buy seeds or stuff like that from either of them. And you had to finish the community center run, which is a whole lot of just aggressively acquiring all of the wild seeds you could to try and RNG your way into all the seeds you needed. Which is a fun, not a particularly hard run. It takes a little bit of planning, but otherwise not that much of an issue. We also messed with the trash can challenge and didn't actually follow through on that one. Which the trash can challenge in Stardew Valley is, I don't remember the amount of money it is for the bronze copper trash can, but you get yourself just literally exactly enough money to pay Clint for the copper trash can. You buy that, and once you've done that, you may only use the trash can for income. So I can't sell crops or anything like that to Pierre or like through the box. I have to throw it in the trash can to get the money, which means I think you get like 5 or 10% of the value, which means buying seeds, growing stuff, and then selling it through like dropping in the trash can kind of thing. You really just can't do that. And I believe that one, it was supposed to be a Joja ending, so you need lots of money. So like literally buying seeds and trying to grow stuff to make money, you lose money on it. What is a copper trash can? Is that a new tool? For Stardew Valley, it's when you delete items from your inventory, you use the trash can to do it. And the copper, iron, and like gold osmium trash cans, they give you a small percentage of the value of the item when you do that. So like, I think copper was 5%. I think the osmium one, I think, is like 20% or something like that. In hindsight, the way that challenge works is you basically start and you just start fishing and just trash canning all the fish. Or you go to the mines and use the mine strategy of getting your ore and all, then just start trash canning all of it for money. And then, you try and upgrade your trash cans as fast as possible. Oh, you can upgrade it? Yeah, you upgrade it with Clint. Like I said, basically it means instead of losing all of the money from the item you delete, you get a small percentage of what it should sell for. And like I said, it's like 5, 10, 15, 20% from the different tiers. I don't know when they introduced that. It's been a thing for a pretty long while. Like I would, if it wasn't in the game at the beginning, my guess would be it added at the same time that they added the tropical island. Would be my guess of when it got added. All right. Pretty soon we're gonna want to start upgrading our tools, which is actually what we were saving before. But then ooh, piece of candy, I can make more money. And to be fair, those greenhouses will probably make me far more money in the short term than just upgrading a tool. Because the single tool still gives us the same money per year, roughly. I'll just be able to get through the year much faster. As someone who has nated thousands of boxes of stuff in Factorio, you would love something like that. Yeah, that was the salvager, what do they call it? The scrapper recycler or whatever that got added with the DLC. That it's kind of the whole idea of just like, here's stuff I don't want, feed it into the machine. Beware the spaghetti belt. Or sorry, not spaghetti belt, sushi belt. I love so much that the Factorio DLC forces you to sushi belt in the one planet. I greatly love that they did that, because it's one of those things that anyone who's done those factory automation games, unless you're doing some weird challenge like you have to sushi belt, it's just so infuriating to deal with. You just avoid it. Like, the moment you accidentally contaminate a belt, you immediately drop everything to clean it up. And then the game says, like, guess what? Your life is sushi belt now. You're like, thanks, game. I really appreciate it. And there's bunches of ways you can filter it. None of them are particularly that bad. But it is a very amusing thing that they've done it. I also remember doing way back the Factorio thing where you had to like pull up. It was a set of mods. You had to like pull up the seawater to like spin to pull like the mineral out of it and to turn that mineral into dirt that you can put down land and all that sort of stuff. Like it's a whole big C block. It's a whole big mess of an expansion. And it's one I never got super far in because there was so many layers of complexity. I'm like, you know what, I don't actually feel like this. But I did definitely enjoy it in the short term of like having to build your land, because I remember messing with that in Minecraft when it was the Skyblock mod, where you had like the one spot of lava, the one spot of water, the handful of like blocks, so you do the whole thing where you get the water and like the water would go down this way and the lava would go down this way, so you had your origin blocks, you get a brick, you mine it, you know, and you could just repeat it forever and get free blocks out of it forever. And yeah, I remember having fun with that, but I never went like too far with it. It's just way too easy to accidentally delete one of your like water or lava things. So it's like one of the things I tried to do earlier was like make myself a bunch of different blocks of the lava and the water, just so if I accidentally misplace a block, I didn't brick the run by covering up the lava or whatever. Expansion goes, highly contaminated belts meet spoilage. Oh yeah. That was definitely another interesting idea to the game, was having resources you'd make that go bad. Like, you get the eggs that become the spiders, and you're just like, yay, you know what I'm doing? I'm running around with eggs in my pocket that become spiders that try to kill me. I'm having a good time. This is great. I'm not at all upset by what's happening right now. As you hustle back and you try and get into the right buildings, just like start the process up and going. The Factorio DLC I really liked. That's honestly, of the DLC I bought for a game, that might have been one of my favorite all-time DLCs I purchased. There was just a lot to get out of that. Like it scratched the same itch in a lot of ways that playing Factorio for the first time did. Because so much changed that, you know, once you've played Factorio enough that you kind of learn the way everything works, you just kind of hop on and do what you gotta do. You might design it differently this time, but like a lot of it's just balancing things out. There's not learning how the systems work. But with the DLC, every one of those planets was like being kicked back to the very beginning of the game, being like, learn it all over. Each planet was new and scratches your brain differently. Yeah. No, and so I thought it was like really good. I imagine everyone has their favorite and least favorite planets, which from what I have gathered from a lot of people talking about it, it does sound like Greba is one of the more divisive planets. You think they also tried to demonstrate what's feasible to do with the engine that mod still hadn't come up with after a decade? Yeah, Gleba. Yeah, for me, my comment with the Gleba and all that is I still feel like with Factorio, if you don't have combat at all, I find it gets kind of boring. At the same time, once you get past the mid game, you know, combat becomes more chore than anything, because you just set up your defensive line and annihilate everything. You know, now with the DLC, there's a little bit more with, like, killing the giant worms and needing to figure out what you need to do for that and all that. But, like, planets like Gleba and all that are like, yeah, I can just put down a big line of weapons. Every once in a while they'll manage to kill one. That's fine. Let's put another layer. There's no problem that can't be solved in Factorio by more. Until you get behemoth biters on your space platform because of spoilage. I feel like there's an experience there to be had or mentioned. The solution is just more DACA. That's always the answer. Yeah, no, that's so I ended up shipping a lot of the stuff from Novice to Gleba just to avoid that problem. I think ultimately, eventually, I had to move stuff the other way too, if I remember correctly. But it was the end product of the science at that stage, and it just accepted it came through not in the freshest. It was kind of dastardly that you had to make the science and it would rot, and you had to, like, ship it real fast. I still always meant to go back and just, like, slowly and meticulously try to get everything set up so that anything that could possibly benefit from quality would be qualitied, like, to the max, and just be wasteful on all the other resources that couldn't be quality, just let them get junked. And there's some that it's like you take the iron plate and, like, well, I'm gonna make it into this thing, and that thing that the iron plate's being made of doesn't benefit from quality, so I'm okay wasting the not good iron plates on giving a low quality one of that. But trying to manage all the quality stuff adds so many layers to so much of it. Granted, you could also abuse the recyclers by having them have their own quality stuff and just feed things through until you get the good quality and just keep recycling them back into oblivion. So you can manage to jump it up with quality. It's just super inefficient. I guess the quality rabbit hole the moment you want the epic MK2 armor. Yeah, I got a lot of achievements I've always meant to go back to, but that's gonna take time. And the one that's gonna be the hardest for me is the speedrun one. I did the speedrun one before the DLC, and I think it only took me like 1 or 2 attempts. Like I said, like 1 or 2 things to figure it out. You know, and then it was like the first time I can't remember what, I had like some mistake. I was like, alright, well, I'm not going to get the time I need because I messed that up. But after that, I think I got it real quick, like once I made like the proper attempt. Why are you continuing to drift back? Go forward. Like it did in one, but it took a lot of kind of figuring stuff out ahead of time. Let's see, one community member / streamer roughly calculated it, and it still kind of pays to ship the agricultural research from Gleba to Novice, even if it spoils in transit, because you can make it count multiple times on Novice. Gotcha. It pays not to be in Gleba any second more than you have to, personal opinion. I liked Gleba in a lot of ways, but it was because it's a very different problem to tackle. That is more about trying to get everything just in time and not just letting a belt back up endlessly. So you wanted the later parts of the process to always be consuming more than the earlier parts, or be able to dispose of the extra very rapidly. And that was something I found very enjoyable personally for just a different challenge. That said, it was the enemies wandering around the map on Gleba that would attack you that were the part I actually didn't like as much, because I kind of just wanted to work on tackling the problem of like the stuff rotting, and so the random enemies dealing with you, they felt like they were just kind of a thing as background noise, just enough to make you waste resources, but not something I was actually compelled to do something about or interested in. Part of the expect Spyrotron, of course. Yeah, that's part of the other thing for me, and part of why I haven't circled back and like really started those new runs to try and do achievements in Factorio. Which I did start them, I just didn't commit to them for my own time. Is with the DLC, that game's long. Like a new playthrough of Factorio now is not a minor time investment. Like even speedrun stuff, if you're not abusing a lot of stuff or multiplayering or whatever, it's not an insignificant undertaking. All right. So we're getting the truck here full slowly, little by little. We definitely want to get to the point of using a lorry, because that would make that tractor available for more. But just the same, if we get the bigger tractor and we keep this one, kind of the same benefit. Alright. I hope everyone's having themselves a good weekend so far. And I do apologize if I end up being a little lower energy than I normally am. I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back in order. Spent the last week waking up pretty much early every single day, like normal people early, not me early. And now I gotta flip my schedule back the other way. And that's just going to be a matter of me kind of forcing myself to be on the other schedule until it sticks. Usually doesn't take long because I'm a night owl, so even just trying to stay on the earlier schedule, it would slowly work its way to being later and later until I was back onto it anyways. But yeah, so that's the whole thing. But just adjusting schedules is always a thing. Yeah, so we might end up doing more, like, the plan is probably to do more Farm Sim tomorrow. Monday, RimWorld, Tuesday, RimWorld, Wednesday, RimWorld. We'll probably do a bonus stream this week. I am going to keep pursuing that all endings run. I'd like to see how far we can get with that. Even if Cassie was a big old jerk and double whammied me with malaria and muscle parasites at the same time, which got one of our people killed right at the beginning of the round. We've been definitely recovering from that. Like, as in making progress recovering. I think now we're probably at just over 2.5 weeks. Like, only 2 3/4 weeks till Odyssey is supposed to drop. Because I know they said a month at the beginning. And I know a couple of days ago they said 3 weeks. They don't have an official date on their Steam page yet, I don't think. I do apologize if we get any type of noise here. Nah, it just is coming soon still. I also haven't seen what the price is. I imagine they probably already released it. I probably even already read it, I just don't remember. I would guess it's going to be like 30, 35 bucks. Which honestly, for the RimWorld DLC, I don't think is unreasonable. I know for a lot of people that's an upsetting price amount. And fair enough. but I do feel like they put enough time and effort and all that, and you get enough replay value out of it. It's not an unreasonable ask in my mind. And it's fine if people disagree. It definitely feels more value than a lot of DLC you get for a lot of games that, you know, you might get like a little window polish or a couple extra hours of content out of it, and that's kind of it. Not that it has to be about playtime. There's definitely times where you'll get stuff added to a game, or even just the game itself. And it'll only be a couple of play hours, but it'll be really good stuff that's worth it. You know, games like Little Guardsman wasn't exactly a huge amount of playtime, but really, really solid. Unpacking is a really short game that's absolutely solid. That to me is worth every penny, even if it's going to be something you play, knock it out in an afternoon or two, and then that's the end of it. Sometimes it's good to have those experiences. Now, obviously, money's short, and you want to get you want to make sure you get a lot of fun out of it. That's where games like RimWorld and Kenshi and Project Zomboid and, you know, those ones you can just burn months upon months in. Those come into play. There's certainly an argument for those as well. So I gotta remember the next time I put down the lime. I want to switch the direction. We're going to north-south instead of east-west. Because I am going to try to get where those lines are kind of all over the place. I'm going to start like rotating and moving the offset and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Just with the intent of trying to get it so we don't keep the trend I've got going on here, where we have the lines of really rich stuff and then the lines of basically dead stuff. Oh! Unrelated to literally everything. So I was hanging out with my niece, like we had the whole family together, hanging out with my niece and all that for the past week. And she's got a birthday near the holidays. So it is a thing that for anyone who's ever had a birthday near the holidays, it can be a real bummer to be that person, because people will kind of mash your birthday together with the holidays, so it doesn't really feel like your birthday. When it comes to like birthday, Christmas gifts, they kind of just squish those together too. So you really feel like you get the short end of the stick on a lot of things. And so understandably, it's like, you know, the family's like, well, we want, you know, we want like, you know, the niece to feel like the holiday, you know, they actually get to celebrate their birthday. So we've been doing like the actual celebration as like a half birthday. So kind of opposite part of the year is when we actually celebrate the birthday. But it's kind of weirdly became like this thing that was taking up like the whole week. And it was funny because we went to this restaurant and we're like, oh, hey, it's her birthday. And they did the whole thing where they, you know, they come out there with like a cupcake or whatever and start, you know, clapping and singing happy birthday and all that. And they had like their own twist in the happy birthday song because trademark and copyright and all that. But they had like their own twist on it. And so later on in the day, we're sitting at what's basically where we were staying, almost like a glorified food court and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the legally distinct birthday song, exactly. And so we're sitting there and we were trying to remember the way they made their like legally distinct birthday song. And so my wife and my niece are kind of singing it, trying to remember the like one of the lines. And a staff member at the place overhears them and comes back with more birthday cake, like comes back with like cupcakes, because they're just like, oh, whose birthday is it? Not realizing that they had already gotten birthday cake or whatever at the previous one and gave them more cupcakes. And we were joking that's like, you know, this isn't fair. She's had like 5 birthdays this week. It's like, where do I sign up for this? It was fun, but it was definitely just this ridiculous spur of the moment thing that kind of happened, and just felt a little bad for the nephew, because like here's the niece just getting birthday after birthday after birthday. We're like, you know what we need to do? It's like, next time everyone comes over here, we have 1 day for the nephew, 1 day for the niece to celebrate. We'll just celebrate it when everyone's together. Like, not worry about the actual day. We'll have like getting everyone together and do like the proper celebration then. Cause it definitely felt like it was all about the niece the entire week, and that everyone else is kind of along for the ride. But I mean, it's the one and only niece in that side of the family and all that, so you get it. Little spoiled. I mean, Princess mode? Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't mean little spoiled as like, how dare. It's like, little spoiled like, yeah, he's getting a lot of fun. But it was definitely pretty funny in the moment. Speaking as an uncle of 2 nieces, yeah. Yeah, no, as far as nieces and nephews, I just have the one of each. 1 niece, 1 nephew. Neither myself or my older brother particularly seemed like we want to have kids, and we're not getting a whole lot younger. So, Grandma's gonna have to just accept what she gets. Instead, we take the 2 and we spoil them utterly rotten. As it was meant to be. Alright, so I'll top this thing off and I'll take back over for the harvester. Because it's probably mostly full. They didn't fully empty it before the trailer filled. You have a cat, he is orange, and he is smart as a bag of hay. I've known that type of cat. I've known dogs that are right there with it. If you know all about the story of none of us have had kids. Yeah, no, and it was definitely a choice with me and Tomb, where it's like, do you want to have kids? It's like, not really. It's like, nothing against them. Kids are awesome. But I would much rather spoil someone else's kids than dealing with my own. Plus, I like being able to just go, you know what? We're gonna go do this now. Well, what about kids' school? It's like, you know what? We're gonna go book a cruise. Do we have to worry about semesters? No, we don't. Oh, your father being a butt? Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, me and my dad definitely butt heads a lot growing up. But I wouldn't say he was a bad parent or anything. He definitely said some dumb things at different points that certainly didn't help the thing. But it wasn't from a lack of meaning well or anything like that. Like, he tried. And I know that makes me fortunate, considering how many people come from households where one or both parents are not exactly the most stellar individuals. But there was definitely times we butt heads. We just do not think in the same way. Alright. So we've still got the smaller field of barley and all that. And then we got the wheat in the next in-game one. Let's see, plus when you get tired, you can give the nephew back to the parent, all sugared up properly. So actually, I was actually the one who was being probably really good about the sugar thing. Auntie Toom on the other hand, straight up watched the kids sneaking Oreos, and it's just like, yep, I'm fine with this. Not gonna say a thing. And after like the fifth or one getting snuck, I was like, you know where these Oreos are going? On top of the fridge. Because her parents don't allow them to have much sugar or screen time. Not like none or anything, but they do try and watch it. And she was super wired sugar-wise. It's like, alright. And I've heard a lot of no's happening, and this is still happening where things are getting snuck. So, I'll be the responsible one. But to be fair, like, Toom does extremely well with kids, because she gets down there with them and like really can really get into that energy and play with them and everything. And there's a lot of value in doing that. But at the same time, it's like, alright. Well, someone's got to be bad cop, unfortunately, and going, you know what? You know the answer to this is no, and I'm not gonna punish you or whatever. It's not my place as your not parent. But if I can prevent the misbehavior, I'll try and get ahead of it. You're as smart and dumb as you need an orange cat to be. The funny thing you ever heard is musical presence. Oh, like the classic where you get them like the little electric guitar with like the 5 buttons that every parent, to my understanding, despises when their children get it. Because they're going to listen to that one button get hit again and again and again till the batteries finally die. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, so your partner named him after Bowie. You have 0 complaints. Excellent. Got him in Amatone. Hey, Doc, how's it going? But yeah, like you'll get stuff like just the various things, you know. The little thing where you pull the cord goes, the cow goes moo. The sheep goes bah. The dog goes woof. It's a note thing with a smiley face? Gotcha. And you get those toys and it's just, the kid's just doing that and the parents just like, it's like someone is slowly working a drill into their brain. And so many people do that with the intent. The cow goes bark. The week was really good. I had a really good time with the family. Good to be back. Today technically I spent time with the family, but today was the last day that they're flying out bright and early tomorrow, so I won't be seeing them till we next meet, and all that good stuff. But it was a really good time. Only was the cow upset about to kick you from the stool. I was trying to think it was, oh man. Beep beep, I'm a sheep, yeah. The beep beep, I'm a sheep song. I remember having a conversation with my younger brother that like with the with the whole thing, it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, my niece is starting to learn animals. This is a couple years back, but like, you know, my niece is starting to learn animal noises and all that. So yeah, so we should play him this song. We could do beep beep, I'm a sheep. Bam bam, I'm a ram. It's by the people do the cartoons ADSF or ADSF. They've got this song where it's all these animals and they're making sounds that sound like their name, like they rhyme with their name, but aren't at all what the animal makes. And I just remember my younger brother being like, please don't play that for my niece, or please don't play that for my daughter. This is already enough of a thing without this complication. Which we did. You spending me 10? It's not really picking up camera, but I am a little bit sunburnt, like along the brow and the nose. I did try to keep up with the sunscreen, but I was outside almost the whole time. So the fact that I only got a little fried on the nose, and it's not even that bad. Like, it's not a serious sunburn. It's enough that it'll probably peel, but not enough that I hate existence. Just a little rosy. Versus my older brother got properly fried. There's one who's like, oh my god, you are not just a little burnt. You are like not quite pushing tomato from like the whole like upper chest, shoulder, and like back. It's like you are. And he'll make it out like it's not a big deal and all that, but it's like, no, you're gonna have problems sleeping because it doesn't matter what side you're on, something's not gonna feel good. And it'll only take a couple of days before it becomes not a big thing, but still. Usually it takes like 2 days for that sunburn to really kind of get to the worst it's gonna feel. Like the 2 day later, you hop in the shower, you turn on the water, it hits that sunburn, just go, okay. Did your nephew get sunburnt too? No, so the niece and nephew didn't get sunburnt because their parents are really, really good about keeping up with the sunscreen, and they don't use that regular sunscreen. They use the real strong stuff. The like SPF. Look, man, we couldn't fit the numbers on the bottle, but it's big, okay? So, like, I think the niece got just a little rosy on her nose and cheek, not to the point of, like, actual sunburn. Was just starting to get a little rosy, and that's as worse as it got. Which, again, for being outdoors nearly as much as we were, it's good. It's definitely a lot less sunburnt than I got at that age. I definitely got properly fried a good couple times growing up. Usually my own fault, because, like, did you put on sunscreen? Yes. Your Honor, that may have been a lie. In hindsight, I shouldn't have done that. You got at that age? Sorry. Versus SPF tanning oil? Yeah, no, the sunscreen I was using wasn't quite as bad as, like, SPF tanning oil, but it was definitely nowhere near, like, the SPF 1 million. It was perhaps not as high as it probably should have been, but at least it wasn't one of those ones that you're like, what did you put on? Basically vegetable oil or something like that. Oh, okay. Basically, I'm trying to make sure when I'm cooked it's more thorough, so that way I get an even burn. Wouldn't want to have an uneven burn. The SPF when you were a preteen was like below 10. Yeah, I couldn't tell you what it was. I don't remember at all what the scales with SPF, other than, like, you know, the ones that get way up there. But yeah, no, I definitely. I mean, me and a teen, like, a lot of times I just forgot. I definitely remember there was one day, and I don't even remember what we were doing. Oh no, I remember. It was me and my cousins were fishing, and our boat broke down. And it was just like unrelenting midday sun, no sunscreen, no shirts. Because they're just kind of out there just goofing off and all that, fishing. And just stuck out in the water waiting for the family to notice that the boat hadn't come back in a while to go check for us, because, you know, this is pre-cell phone days. And just getting fried in a boat on the water, reflection everywhere. Like, I ended up with marks on my shoulders. Like, I'm just gonna call them permanent at this point. Like minor spottiness on the shoulders from just how badly I got burnt. That was like proper sun poisoning levels of sunburn. That was not a good time. Let's see, around 2050 when you're at the end of high school. You don't really regimen putting sunscreen here though. To be honest, this day, you barely leave the house for years though. Yeah. With nice water droplets focusing the light on your skin. Pretty much. Yeah, no, I got real badly fried. I hated existence for a couple of days. Everything peeled. I'd say the most annoying sunburn I got is when I was like middle school. Just to save money on haircuts, I would get buzz cut. And I got out in the sun real bad and didn't think about it and like sunburnt my scalp real bad. That was miserable. You don't get tanned easily, you're more lobster than where your skin is so burned it's liquefied. That's awful sounding. But yeah, so I got like my scalp properly burned, so like I couldn't do hardly anything because like laying your head back would hurt, leaning your head forward, so it was like hard to sleep. And then, you know, when you get a sunburn, it peels, and it just looked like you had this horrific dandruff because your scalp is peeling from the sunburn. So every time you go and like scratch your head, you're just flakes of sunburn coming off. Let's see, given you're used to normal class, while sunburns still happen in the winter, they aren't like under 47 layers. Yeah, no, I think in the entire time I lived in Michigan, I got sunburned like once. Like, it definitely was not a regular occurrence. So go ahead and send you to do this real fast. Go drop you off. Yeah, like I think like in both times, like the one or two times I got sunburn in Michigan, it was pretty minor. As we started playing Planet Crafter, played a good 20 hours the first day, almost got out of the first planet, then slowed down just because they want to slap more production and wait. But after all departed to Humble, just to find out it's basically the same story. Yeah, no, that's it is a big thing. Like a big part of Planet Crafter is the same as Subnautica. It's that exploration part where, you know, you get to a location, you don't know where to find resources. Like Humble actually has some different systems to get certain resources than the other one versus like the Moon's DLC, or sorry, Moon's update, not DLC, is kind of the same way that the base game works. I liked Humble. But yeah, so the exploration is a very large part of it. But yeah, no, the story is pretty much continuous in the you are convicted of a crime. You may or may not have committed it. It may or may not have been reasonable for you to be exiled or whatever to terraform the planet. Like we joke about, it's like, maybe you were this horrific serial killer, and honestly, this is a relatively minor sentence. And also, maybe you were just loitering. Choose your poison. The game never covers what you actually did. You were just convicted of a crime and your sentence was to, you know, terraform a planet. Yeah, so they're supposed to be adding a new DLC. And from what I remember reading about it, that I feel like they kind of learned from the Moon's update that just making it a challenge by taking away things isn't really going to work great. So instead, it sounds like what they've done for the new DLC is they're going to have like a toxic planet or something like that, and I'm very curious to see how that all ends up. I think it'll be good because I feel like that's the right way to add new interest and challenge to Planet Crafter. Is instead of just, hey, do the thing again, but we've taken away some of your toys that make it easier, or just repeating it, adding new hazards for us to overcome is a great way to add challenge in a way that feels meaningful. Okay. Alright, so what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to step away to use the restroom here in just a minute. What I want to do is quickly empty the harvester out, because I'll leave the harvester running. So that way while I'm taking my quick restroom break during the ad break and all that, we're at least still keeping that all going. Unfortunately, it's doing this like little half moon thing real fast. That's what the AI does, so it can turn around inside the field. That was kind of one of their big workarounds. It used to be the AI would really often go off the edge of the field and get stuck on trees and all sorts of stuff. And that little making that half moon thing it's doing, that was the way they worked around it, where that was no longer a necessity, or no longer a problem, by just keeping it always inside the field for as much as they possibly can. It leaves little opportunity for you to have it like get snagged on a tree or a fence or anything like they used to always happen in Farm Sim 22. Alright. Okay, so we've emptied that out. Alright, so I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Just need to use the restroom and all that good stuff, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And off the cliff. Whee! Well, that's interesting. And I'm trying to fold them up. There we go. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. I should tell the sad news. No. No, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt content to report my observations to you. However, My observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker, not the. Hang on, I thought this was just some like inappropriate, like just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to like talk up the science because she knows like we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. No. Okay, and we are back. I don't remember what the name of that game was. The one with the that like email we get from our coworker. It was one of these, I believe, like terraforming a planet kind of things that you're like on Mars and you're terraforming it. I was really curious where they're going with it because they have your coworker who kind of hits on you, and she's like this ridiculous scientist. And you're supposed to be this like super duper amazing engineer or whatever. But I'm like, this is a really weird direction for all of this to be going. Yeah, that was years ago we played whatever it was. Also, she was definitely flirting with us at that email. There's zero question about it. Like someone has a very specific content knowledge. It happens. Alright. Let's see, you live around 15 north, which you think is southern Canada? Outside of Summer Beach vacation, no one would ever put on sunscreen until maybe 15-20 years ago. And you've had a sunburn on your scalp once too. You're out all day changing all the tires of 2 cars, doing some car care on them. And you've been balding for a while. At that time, your scalp wasn't protected anymore, as it used to be, and you weren't used to it. Oh yeah, I know you're all good. Yeah, that's kind of, it's not dissimilar. Oh. Why do you have large weeds growing in here? Those shouldn't have weeds. Yeah, these one doesn't have weeds. And we use the same thing for planting. Wonder why one had weeds and the other doesn't. Because that, well, I mean, it doesn't show. Okay, so some places it's showing weeds, some places it's not. Huh. Whatever. Alright, let's go ahead and get this field done, and that'll take care of all that. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, it was the same thing for me as I hadn't been buzz cutting before that, and I buzz cut and I think I like had gone to the beach or whatever and just fried my scalp. Now that you know, yeah, it was pretty bad time. Yeah, no, I got my scalp pretty fried then. Like I said, I was mostly doing it to save money on haircuts because that was like right as the recession began. Was that like a head sunburn? Yeah, you just can't sleep. Lay back, doesn't feel good. Lay on your side, doesn't feel good. Lay on your front, doesn't feel good. And it can be surprisingly annoying to try and sleep like that. There's a lot of things that could surprisingly just screw over your ability to sleep well. Like if it's really hot, it is really hard to sleep when you're hot. Cold is manageable. Hot. Real bad time. But having a sunburn on your head is another one. Is just, no matter what you do, you're in, like, it's not pain like, oh god, agony. It's just like, this is very uncomfortable. Which is perfect to making it so you just cannot sleep well. It's just no matter what you do, you're like, you know what? This does not feel good. I am in significant discomfort in this moment. And yeah, that's also, if you get your shoulders, like, fully covered, like, front and back, it can be the same thing. So, like, if you had a tank top where you got, like, your shoulders the whole way around, it's the same thing. You can't lay on your side, it's rubbing up against your sunburn. You can't lay on your back, it's rubbing up against your sunburn. Can't lay on your front, it's rubbing up against your sunburn. Just sucks. Yeah, very uncomfortable place you're not used to it. Exactly. Also thighs, canoe sunburn. Yeah, no, I've gotten my knees before. Not from canoeing, but from other stuff. I burnt the tops of my feet plenty of times. That's not a fun one. Because you walk around in sandals, you get yourself sunburnt, and then you gotta go like back to work and wear proper shoes, so you gotta put socks over your sunburns. That's fun. That's a whole lot of fun. Dripping with sarcasm. Never badly sunburned my feet. I've sunburned them enough they were very uncomfortable. Never to a point that they had like properly peel and everything. But I've definitely gotten myself enough that there was not fun. Not like my shoulders. My shoulders have gotten it worse than anything. And it's something to be careful of. It's like genuinely getting blasted by the sun a whole lot's real bad for you. Not that you shouldn't go out in the sun. You actually need it to live. Or you need lots of dietary supplements to make up for it. But there's a difference between getting a healthy amount of sunlight and a very unhealthy amount of sunlight. You gotta get in doses. The classic, there's no such thing as a healthy tan. It's not that getting tan is just outright gonna kill you or anything. Just increases your risk for a lot of stuff. Yeah, and I'm expecting what little bit of a burn I got to be pretty unpleasant. It's mild though. The scalp's the annoying part, but it's minor. The sun giver and taker it is. Yes, it is. Bringer of the heat. Also, bringer of the heat. Both in the good and the bad way. It makes our planet not a cold, barren rock of ice. Also, it makes our planet a sweltering furnace. Congratulations. Both good and bad at the same time. Because like if the sun just like everyone's like clicked off like that, I think we wouldn't realize for I believe it's supposed to be 8 minutes before we'd even acknowledge something had happened. Because that's how long it takes the light to get here. But after that... No, that's not right. Whatever. It doesn't matter. There would be a delay between it going... Yeah, it is 8 minutes? For some reason that felt wrong to me. Either way. Yeah, so 8 minutes before we'd even realize something had happened. And then the planet's temperature would start rapidly plummeting. Like, very rapidly plummeting. If you've ever been in, like, a full eclipse, you'll see just how ridiculous amount of energy we get blasted with from the sun is. Because, like, you get into that solar eclipse or whatever, and the temperature will drop, like, 10 degrees Fahrenheit almost in the matter of seconds. Like, it is genuinely, like, this eerie thing. It's like, man, I understand people, like, before we had a better understanding of science, where they're like, clearly this is supernatural. I get where that came from. Because if I didn't have the scientific understanding of what's going on about, like, these, you know, the moon getting in the way of the sun and all that, I would be sitting here thinking, like, the world's ending. Right now, world's ending, apocalypse, end of the world. Something biblical is going on here. They have the day has abandoned us, and everything is rapidly getting cold. And you wonder, maybe not at this point more, but affirmation. Oh yeah, exactly what I was saying. Yeah. That's like, there's certain phenomena that when you see in your real life, you're like, yeah, like, knowing what we know now and being able to point out, like, what is the scientific thing that leads to that thing happening and how it works, at least at the bird's eye. You know, in the absence of that, you're like, yep, I understand why people thought that was, like, some type of, like, spiritual being or something who did something. Because you take a look at that without that understanding of how the world works, you're like, yep, that feels supernatural as heck. Like, without understanding how weather patterns and all that work. When you have, like, you know, something ridiculous like a tornado or a hurricane show up, you don't understand what causes it. That's some scary stuff. Or, like, how the Earth works, where you've got, like, the tectonic plates, and they rub against each other and go over top of each other, and how it causes volcanoes and earthquakes and yada yada. And you're just standing there, ground suddenly starts shaking all over the place. I could 100% see a person that's like, this is the rigid ground thing that never moves. And it is now liquefying and bobbing and bouncing and all that. I could 100% see people thinking that was some supernatural event, because to that understanding of the world, it feels like magic in the worst kind of way. It's the same thing with, like, a lot of technology kind of stuff. You look at a lot of technology, if you were to go back to before understanding it, you would be like, what is this wizardry? Now imagine what a tiny speck Earth is, seen from the sun, and the vast amount of energy in the sun that blasts out into the near void of space. Yep. Well, that's the whole thing about, like, the idea of doing a Dyson sphere, where you build a big, you know, solar collector around your star, and how you'd be effectively getting, you know, quote-unquote near infinite power, which is certainly not actually infinite, but for the purposes of what we could reasonably even figure out how to use, even if we're being as wasteful as we possibly could manage, still would be what felt like effectively infinite power. Now, the problem is, a Dyson sphere, you know, we wouldn't be able to build it with all the resources in our in our solar system, not our galaxy, in our solar system combined for the single project. We probably wouldn't be able to put even one narrow ring around the entire sun. You'd be talking about literally shredding planets down to their mantle, and you'd still have nowhere near sufficient material. Thousands of years seeing lightning and being confused a sec. Oh yeah, like, you don't understand electricity. That's not a concept you have. You just have these, sometimes the clouds are up there, and these violent things rip out of the clouds and start setting fires to everything. Or, you know, splitting trees in half. Sure, it'd be nice to have that kind of energy. Sure, would also require us to be on a civ level where the atom energy doesn't seem that vast anymore. You really should do another playthrough of Solaris. I've also been meaning to do that at some point. I haven't played in so many versions, it's kind of intimidating to even go back, because I know they've reworked so many of those systems. I also know I couldn't tell you how many DLC I'm behind now. And it's just like, well, I don't want to pick them all up, but that's the things I'd be the most excited to seeing. It's just that cognitive load of, like, all those different factors. I'm like, you know what? Maybe another day. Like, right now, the one I'm dealing with is, while I was away, you know, I've heard a lot of good things about, Balatro, and had intended to check it out, and it just never happened. And then it was just one of those things that my older brother was playing on his phone, a little bit, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I've been meaning to get that, so I picked it up. And that was probably a mistake. For me being a productive member of society, that was probably a mistake. That is a real dangerous game. You still like the Machine A combined with the BBEG? I don't remember which one BBEG is. I definitely liked where they add like the robot one, and I also liked the hive one where you go in. Always the classic of, you know, playing this type of game is like the swarming insect people who just overtake everything. Big bad evil guy. It's a D&D term. Oh yeah. That was definitely like one of the updates, DLC, whatever you want to call them, that I definitely was excited to see. Is where, normally for those who don't know, when you play Stellaris, there's kind of a cycle to the game. So it's like Civilization, but space. But it's got a neat kind of, you know, like, one of the problems you run to Civilization is once you start falling far behind, it's really hard to dig yourself out of the hole. Stellaris actually has a couple of mechanics that help shuffle things around a little bit later as the game goes on. That you have your early game, and that's fine. But towards the end of the early game, it is a minor big bad that shows up. Like a minor major event you gotta deal with. And that event basically kind of requires different groups in the galaxy to team up to fight whatever the threat is. And the first one's usually not too bad, but then a little bit later they'll have like the big bad that shows up. And a lot of times it's one of those things that a bunch of people gotta rally to fight it. Or if you get strong enough, you can just knock it out and then just everything. But it's an opportunity that while the galaxy is kind of burning under this major threat, you can be an opportunist. And so while everyone is just trying to keep everything from catching fire, you maybe poke at some of their less defended things while the super big bad is beating the crap out of them to get yourself into a better position after the major event is gone. Quantity has its own quality. So what if there are warriors can kill your 3? If you can field 5 of them? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Suddenly we're Kefka. Yup. Did the farm grow? Yeah, no, we've been doing a lot of growing. Got lots of barley we've been doing. I've got a greenhouse going now. And then we also have some wheat in the ground. So we're going to get this barley dropped off. We'll advance the day. Then I'm going to pull up the wheat and get that going. We'll also probably at that point need to go and top off the water in the greenhouse. It's making me a couple, like 1,000 or so a month. We are going to try and continue to expand stuff. I think what I'm going to try to do is split my money between saving up to give me room for the next tractor and continuing to expand and stuff like the greenhouses. So maybe what we'll do is we'll save up, like, I'll knock off 50,000 off of our debt. And then, you know, when I get a bit higher, we'll buy the next greenhouse kind of thing. Alright, sorry about that. Big ol' yawn. Yeah, so you still got enough water for today. The barley we're doing pretty good. So we get the barley about halfway full, which is fine. And then next in-game month, we harvest the wheat. There's not a whole lot for me to do with that, so let's go ahead and hop into the next day. Let's see, can you be the big threatening evil event, Rally Fighter? Yeah, that's, it was a DLC update, whatever. I think it was a DLC to the game, where you have a thing you can do to kind of usurp what would be the big threat to become the big threat yourself. I don't remember exactly how it works because I haven't gone into it yet. Alright, so there we go, so paying that down a little bit more. Alright, so you gotta fast forward in a big way. And the reason I gotta fast forward is if I harvest in the rain, we take a steep penalty on our harvest. Do you want the spoiler? No, not at the moment. Like, it's something I probably will play at some stage. I've just not gotten to it as of yet. Alright, so just gotta wait for the weather to clear up. Would you change weather already? Yeah, no, it was really nice spending time with the niece and nephew. It was really good. There we go. All right, so rain is finally backed off. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. But yeah, no, I understand certain factions have like their own doomsday kind of thing that they do. Or I shouldn't say factions, ideology stuff has their own like doomsday stuff and all that. Which is really cool. Like I know Stellaris gets a reputation as being one of those games out there that has like you buy the base game and then like all the DLC just kind of really stacks up, which sure is absolutely fair. There's a hell of a lot of DLC. But at the same time, it's also one of those games that you look at and go, but they add a lot. Yeah, and also lets you customize the game. Right, you can wait for the holiday sales to bring the price down. It's also one of those games that doesn't really require a lot of it. There are some DLC I understand that once they've come out kind of become a big enough deal that while they're not required, they're kind of heavily encouraged. But not to the degree you can't play and still enjoy it without it. Those are the DLC that I get real salty about is when you play a game and like it's not necessarily pay to win. That's not the right term I think I'd use. But that they add like the new DLC and then the game is balanced around having the new DLC, and that so you're kind of stuck in that situation where if you don't have the new DLC, you're just at such a significant disadvantage. It's really hard to enjoy that. That's not Stellaris, by the way. Let's see, another DLC is mandatory to have, and when playing multiplayer, only the host needs a DLC? Yeah. So it is one of those things that Stellaris generally does a pretty good job with all that stuff. But I do understand, again, just because of the cost of all of it, it is when you do hear people make a big stink about, Alright, we want you to go there. Yeah, no, it's Paradox. That is their standard business model. Is they make a game, and if it's popular, they'll just keep making DLC for a long time. Just keep taking that game and just keep adding more and more and more and more. Whereas like you got a couple different models that games follow. You've got the classic, you release your game, you get a couple, like, 1 year of a bunch of DLC and, season pass stuff, a second year, and then the next game comes out, whether it's 2 or 3 or 4 years. There's some finite spacing between the titles that's very predictable. You've got the model where, again, you release a game and just keep doing DLC forever until, like, the game, like, its engine is kind of holding you back, or, like, you know, it just really needs an update that requires more than just some DLC to do, and then that's the point where they kind of bring it all back. And that's certainly another one we've got going on. That's a whole thing to worry about. And then you do have those games that they just release the game, and that's what you get. You want DLC? Cool. Wait till the next one. If we take for in consideration single player on, for example, GTA 5, it was supposed to get DLC one day, and the single player never did. So for all intents and purposes, GTA is an example of what a no DLC situation is when it comes to the single player side of it. You got the game, and that's what you got. It had some like bug fix updates and that over the years, certainly, but like the single player campaign never got a content update or refresh. And there's people who prefer that, and that's totally fine. But that's the world without DLC. What the most likely outcome is you get your game, they hopefully fix the bugs and all that, and then what you get is what you get. That's just the end of it. Good, bad, or otherwise. Well, you didn't move. Create job. There we go. If we get to come over here, then I don't have to hop out of this thing. They only charge me a couple bucks for the drive, most likely. But yeah, and there's pros and cons with all of them. And I know you'll have people who hold up as like, yeah, but what about Minecraft or Terraria or Stardew Valley? I'm like, you are comparing some extreme outliers. There are definitely games out there, like, or Project Zomboid. There are definitely games out there that have been around and have never done a paid DLC and continue to update. A lot of times for that to be a possibility, the game has to be absolutely ridiculously successful that they can afford to just take the risk of just continuing to update and update and update at no additional income. Most games can't afford to do that. Alright, and there's the AI bringing the tractor. So yeah, so I could drive from point A to B, but I couldn't tell it to, like, pick up from the harvester. I have to do that myself. But for like a buck or two to have the vehicle get driven across the map, certainly not going to complain about that at all. Oh. I get a pretty good yield from this. And we'll need to check like the pH in the soil, the fertilizer, all that kind of stuff as well. To be fair, you respect that tractor's hesitance. Humans are very erratic. That's a reasonable thing. Alright. Okay, so for all our stuff, we'll need more water. We've got all that going. I will need to go here. I'll turn back on the wheat line. Let's see, the balancing of a game around the DLCs is quite an issue to you. You just have the main game from a key, and though you haven't played it, might not have a chance without the DLCs. Yeah. Yeah, it can be very tricky with the balancing with and without DLC. Some games do it well, and some games the very much opposite. I've certainly seen my fair share of games that, like, you know, it's clearly part of the strategy to sell the DLC, that the DLC is just objectively better, and then it'll have, like, a competitive part to the game, and you get where that's going. If you want to continue enjoying the game competitively, you're gonna buy that DLC. And that happens a lot. That's also a very common thing with, like, games where you have, like, the gacha or the heroes you unlock or that kind of stuff. A lot of those are very pay to win. But still ours I wouldn't say falls there. But the main game is still good alone to know the basics. The experience is different from if you play in the release, but still good for the spine. Yeah, no, I had a bunch of the earlier DLC. And for me, it wasn't a deliberate decision to not buy the DLC or anything like that. It's just time. The classic and always of time. Keep checking this like expected to change or something. Yeah, so we gotta get the water topped off. The grain mill's looking pretty solid shape. We should get some good money out of that. And we replant these in September. So I got 2 in-game months, so I gotta replant it. We are also looking at, from our finances side, we are in a little bit better shape than when we started this stream. Now, that's as far as money in the pocket in the bank. The difference is, since we started the stream, I now have a water carrier and a greenhouse and an additional tile of land. So we did get ourselves quite a bit extra goodies, which is always a plus. But also, it's going to take us a little while longer to get all that stuff sorted out. But a big thing is I need to start, like, we started to focus on bringing more money in. And that was the big reason why we dropped the greenhouse. The greenhouses are relatively low effort to set up. And then each greenhouse will make you $1,000 to $3,000-ish a month. If we were to buy the canning place and be able to supply enough to keep it mostly running, I actually imagine it'd be very lucrative. And so we're just trying to get that income, like, bootstrapped up as much as possible, because so many of these objectives are going to depend on that. And I'm not trying to go full cheese of just tossing down solar panels.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. You think machine age because of all the stuff you're into? Yeah, I believe I got machine age. And I believe... Well, no, I don't think I have machine age. I take that back. I think I looked at it. I know I got where they added, like, the hive mind kind of thing, like the bugs or whatever. So you can become, like, the devouring swarm and all that. Because I used to, like, not roleplay, that's overstating it. But I used to have, like, thematic ones where it's like, alright, well, this time we're going to be the devouring swarm. This one we're going to try and be, like, really diplomatic and very, very xenophile in the sense that we're trying to be friends with everybody. And those kind of things. Oh, it is the base game? Yeah, I thought they added that at one point. Either way. But, like, I very much liked playing thematically. Sometimes I was played very militant. Sometimes I was, like, really, really focused on building tall and, like, a very small area that I would just try and out-tech everybody. Other times I had these, like, giant sprawling empires that literally I would just conquer everyone around me until everyone started trying to fight back, and, you know, then it was a matter of, like, trying to slowly win the stalemate as they could throw all their resources at you, and just had to take advantage of you and kind of predict the way the AI would move with your fleet around, where you could get them to not commit to attacks, or you could bait them into an attack and then ambush their people with something better, or if you were running into trouble, like, you know, get your fleet away from their fleet by using different things as bait. I don't remember all the strategies, but there was like, you basically could use the fact that the AI had certain ways it would behave that were predictable to help you take far less losses when they were throwing a lot at you. But also when they got their people separated to try and pick off chunks of their fleet here and there, or hit this or that resource to undermine their economy, that kind of thing. Alright. And so I think it's going to happen because I am definitely starting to get that feeling of low energy, as well as we are going to be wrapping up pretty soon. What I'm going to end up doing is... Yeah, exactly, Randall Thor. I'm going to finish this field out. I'm going to drop it off in the granary, and then we will probably wrap up around then. Tomorrow's stream should be at the normal time. So I do thank everyone for hanging out and all that good stuff. Really does mean a lot that people pop in here all the time and hang out. But it is good to be back. Granted, today I'm a little bit lower energy. I'm imagining it'll take like a stream or two before like my internal clock gets set back. Like I'm actually going to try and stay up after stream a little while today to try and push my sleep schedule back to where it's supposed to be for me to do these streams this late. Which is gonna take some work. But that's a me problem to deal with. Another thing that we'll want to do is upgrade our equipment. That's always the classic problem in Farm Sim. It's like, okay, what do I need to spend my money on? Yes. Which is a good thing to spend my money on. Also, yes. What can I spend my money on? 1 to 2 things. So how do you prioritize it? I don't know. Yeah, and I had a good vacation. And like the big thing, like genuinely, it wasn't even about getting away from stream. Stream in a lot of ways is both my job and my recreation a lot of times, which is a dangerous thing to do at times when your work and fun become one. But it is just genuinely like one of those things. I was gonna be traveling away from the house a lot. Wasn't gonna have reliable access to the computer and whatnot. But it's always a tricky thing to step away from stream. You did like your play as Machine Species in Master Orion 2-3 occasionally, just because everyone would near hate me, but just not terminally. You tried playing Ascension Eater in Mu 3, and it was interesting, but hopeless for you. Mu 3 is pretty much a prototype content, to be honest. Though UI was kinda raw. Gotcha. Alright, so now we just gotta drop this off. And at that point, everything will be ready for me to advance. Well, actually, that's not true. I mean, we could still advance in 1 month. Everything will be ready to advance in a bit once we drop this off. And then we plant everything again, and we do the cycle again. But now we've got even more income coming in, so we should be able to start upgrading stuff, expanding our stuff. I'm trying to avoid buying more just straight up fields, like growing crop fields, right now. And the reason I'm trying to actively avoid that is until we get an equipment upgrade, it means I'm going to spend the same amount of rough time per profit per field kind of thing. And so while I'll get more money in the year in far as actual, like, human hours of work on the field to income made, that'll probably stay mostly the same. Because it's taking me a while to work those fields. Alright, we could drop this off at the grain mill. And that'll be even more stuff going over for the bakery. Okay, so let's take a quick peek at what we got here. So yeah, so at the end of the day, I'm sitting at roughly the same amount of money in the bank we had before. I did get another tile of land, a greenhouse, and the thing for the water, and the thing for carrying the water. Those are my purchases for the day, so that's actually pretty solid because that's over 100,000 we've spent. So the fact that we spent over 100,000 and we have the same in the bank, solid. We've got our bread being made. I've got the building here is at about 50-ish% full on grains. We've got this still going. And so we've also increased our income by about 2-ish thousand a month from the greenhouse in like perpetuity. So definitely a solid day. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and hit here on the save because I definitely feel that low energy coming on with all that. So I'm going to go back to the front screen. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and like and all that good stuff. The stream will be ending over there because I don't have a host sorted out for that. But if you're over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to drop ourselves a